Chapter 35. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo carefully. Zhou Xiaoduo cooperated and put on a stern and righteous look. Although we haven't been together for more than 2 days, I can responsibly say that you are. Qin Fangyang came to this conclusion after looking at him for a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's repeated assurances, Qin Fangyang was still skeptical. He followed Zhou Xiaoduo to the school gate. At this time there were not many people and the road seemed empty. It's over there. Zhou Xiaoduo pointed. Suddenly he was stunned. Damn. Where is he? There was nothing there. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with more and more black lines on his forehead. Great God, Zhou, I've been teaching students for a day and I'm very tired. Especially with students like you, I'm not only physically tired, but even more mentally tired. Can you not trouble me with this kind of game between young boys and girls? No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little flustered. Finally, I'll give you one last warning. Qin Fangyang sighed and turned around. Love between a man and a woman is very attractive and it's also the most difficult thing for someone of your age to resist. But you must remember that you are a warrior. Don't forget your self-encouragement. You are a genius and you have the chance to advance to a very high level. But the prerequisite for advancement is not only talent, but also hard work, unremitting hard work. If a warrior doesn't meet with any misfortune, it's not a problem for him to live for more than 100 years. Qin Fangyang said, when you reach the level of a martial master, it's even easier to live up to 120 or 30 years old. Once you reach the level of an innate master, your basic lifespan starts at 200 years old. If you can go one step further and reach the level of inner core, you can live up to 1,000 years old. After that level is too far away for you. But it's not impossible for you to live for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. It's really unwise for you to involve yourself in trivial matters of love and relationships when you're building your foundation. A normal woman can only live for 70 to 80 years at most. Moreover, her best days can only last for 20 to 30 years at most. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. Can you imagine 100 years later you'll still be a handsome man? At most, you'll look like a middle-aged man, while your wife will be old and clumsy with all her teeth gone. What kind of feeling would that be? Qin Fangyang's smile was filled with the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Xiaoduo, when it comes to love you have to be careful. You can't be too careful. Zhou Xiaoduo stammered, It's really not about that. I suspect. Qin Fangyang waved his hand. Hurry up and go home. After saying that he turned around and walked back to the school. Looking at his back, it was actually filled with an indescribable sense of desolation. It's really not about that. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he was at a loss for words. He turned around and saw that the girl had appeared under the street lamp pole again, that she was wearing a pink dress, leaning against the pole, looking at her phone, smiling occasionally and carrying a pink backpack. That Zhou Xiaoduo turned around frantically and shouted, Teacher! Teacher Qin! She's here! She's here again, she's really here! Qin Fangyang heard his miserable cries and sighed. He could only move his body and rush over. In a flash, he arrived beside Zhou Xiaoduo and asked patiently, Where is she? Zhou Xiaoduo pointed. There. Suddenly he was stunned. There was no one under the street lamp pole. Where was she? Seeing this, Qin Fangyang finally couldn't suppress the nameless anger in his heart. He pointed a finger at Zhou Xiaoduo, causing him to stagger, and said sternly, You brat, behave yourself. Then she disappeared. This time she really left. I've been wronged. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Qin Fangyang went back. Zhou Xiaoduo was really confused by this strange situation. A rather uncomfortable feeling lingered in his heart. If this girl wanted to rob him of his money, it would be fine. He didn't have any money on him at all. But what if this girl wanted to rape him? Should he send a letter to Sister Nian? But if nothing happened, how could he let her laugh at him for being paranoid and frightening him? Just this alone was enough to make her laugh for a few months. Unwilling to give up, Zhou Xiaoduo leaned on the school gate frame and stuck his head out. He found that the girl was still there. Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly shrunk his head back. Damn, she's really coming for me. He leaned on the wall to take a look, then shrank back quickly. Still here. He looked again. Still here. Head out, head back. Head out, head back. After doing this repeatedly, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more indecisive. He could feel that this was a real crisis. Then he should inform Sister Nian. This was a foolproof plan. But if I ask Sister Nian for everything, wouldn't I be too useless? Sister Nian wasn't relaxed now. She was at the critical moment of breaking through the bottleneck. Zhuoxiao Duo, do you have to ask for external help when you're in trouble? Can't you handle anything yourself? Today you still have Sister Nian to rely on and someone to ask for help. In the future, when you're in trouble and have no one to ask for help from, do you have to wait for death? Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly felt a burst of anger in his heart. He wanted to interrogate his own conscience. All these years, in order to find a way to change your aptitude, the family has spent a lot of money and connections. For you, Sister Nian didn't hesitate to lower herself to pick up the medicine that others deliberately threw away. She didn't have to do this at all. She could have been as arrogant as a phoenix from the beginning to the end and didn't need to accept anyone's charity. It's because of you that she had to put down her pride. This family has become a burden because of you. How long are you going to be a burden? Are you going to ask Sister Nian to clean up your mess in the future? Zhuoxiao Duo kept asking himself. Rely on myself, walk my own path. Everything depends on myself. It was also on this day that Zhuoxiao Duo, who had always been under the protection of his parents and elder sister, suddenly encountered danger and began his first transformation as a youth. A change in his state of mind. What if there's danger? I can't rely on others for the rest of my life. Face it or get rid of it. Zhuoxiao Duo made up his mind and walked out. However, one hand was still holding the phone hidden in his trouser pocket. He had already found Zhuoxiao Nian's number on the phone. His finger pressed the send button. If there was any danger, he would immediately call her. It was one thing to face the problem bravely and solve it, but when there was an irresistible danger, it was necessary to call for help as soon as possible. Protecting one's own safety was not only for oneself, but also for one's family, parents, and sister. This was not pretentious, this was wisdom. Zhuoxiao Duo strode out of the school gate and found that the girl in pink was still leaning against the lamppost. She was still fiddling with her phone, as though all her attention was on her phone. It was as though she didn't see Zhuoxiao Duo coming out, as though nothing was bothering her. Zhuoxiao Duo made a look of liberation and shouted excitedly, "School is over!" Ha 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 ha. Feigning extreme excitement, he ran out of the door and dashed across the road in a flash. When he turned the corner, he carefully looked behind him to make sure that there was no one following him. Then he ran like a rabbit that had been shot by an arrow to the next corner. Although he seemed to have gotten out of the danger range of the weird girl in pink, Zhuoxiao Duo still did not hesitate. He had already made up his mind. When he turned the corner, he would directly go to the roof and jump directly from the roof to the main road. I don't believe that you would dare to attack me in broad daylight on a busy road. Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare to attack me in front of the school gate? Zhuoxiao Duo rushed into the corner like a cannonball. The moment he rushed in, he could even hear the whistling of the wind from the corner of his clothes. He had already pushed his movement speed to the limit. However, the moment Zhuoxiao Duo rushed into the next corner, he saw the pink girl again. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had made the first move and used up all his strength. His speed was already as fast as it could be, but he still could not outrun this weird girl in pink. At this moment, the girl finally raised her head. When the two of them officially met face to face, Zhuoxiao Duo was shocked to find that the girl's eyes were gray. When they looked at each other, he felt as if he was looking at a pair of dead eyes. It was really unbearable. You are Zhuoxiao Duo? The girl's gray eyes stared at Zhuoxiao Duo, without any liveliness of a living person. Little sister, who are you? Zhuoxiao's face was amiable. He smiled amiably, revealing his dimples. He tried to make himself look harmless and said leisurely, "Little sister, you are so beautiful. You must have something good to say to me. What is your name? How old are you this year?" The girl's gray eyes looked at Zhuoxiao Duo as if she was looking at a dead person. "I have been looking for you for a whole day. My wallet was stolen yesterday. You helped me get it back. I'm very grateful to you." The girl said very seriously, "It is reasonable for me to thank you in person." Thank me in person? Looking at this weird girl who was covered in a dark aura, Zhuoxiao Duo instinctively felt his scalp tighten. Something is wrong. There is a conspiracy. Alarm bells rang in his heart. That the protagonist of this book is Zhuoxiao Duo. He is different from any other protagonist that I have written before. He is not as perfect as the previous protagonists. He is full of small flaws and tends to go to extremes. Compared to other protagonists, he lives a more realistic life. I want to write a character like this. He is full of flaws. He has all the weaknesses that we have. But every time he experiences something, he will think, grow, and transform. And we will also grow up with Zhuoxiao Duo. I hope that the brothers and sisters who read this book will be able to think and make their own judgments or choices when they experience something. No matter whether the choice is wrong or right, it is your own choice after all. Let us accompany Wuxiao Duo on a journey of transformation. We may not become as strong as Wuxiao Duo, but we can become mature and well-rounded. Thank you. So, please recommend me. Chapter 36. Wuxiao Duo smiled righteously. No need, it's fate that brought us together. Yesterday I helped you because I wanted to uphold justice. Little big sister is such a beautiful person, how can you let someone steal your purse? That's definitely not allowed. He paused and secretly observed her. You don't have to worry about it. You're so beautiful. Even if I didn't help, someone else would. Well, why don't we add each other as friends? Let's keep in touch? If you really feel bad and want to express your gratitude, you can just treat me to a meal. But when it comes to thanking me, it's not necessary. Let's just have a meal occasionally? Go shopping? Drink coffee? Take a bath? Wuxiao Duo suggested enthusiastically. Anything is fine. The girl smiled and didn't respond to Wuxiao Duo's words at all. She just said her own words. I don't have anything to give you. I just want to give you a small gift to express my sincerity. I hope you don't mind. Sincerity? Gift? Wuxiao Duo narrowed his eyes. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. This young girl, she seemed to be a little slow. It seemed that she didn't know how to say anything other than thanking him. She was just very persistent in wanting to give him something. This was very wrong. It was like. Wuxiao Duo kept thinking and finally came to a conclusion. She was like a puppet being manipulated by someone and purely carrying out a task. It was very mechanical. The girl stretched out her small hand and slowly opened it. There was a crystal-clear jade pendant in her palm. At this moment, the sun was already setting in the west. Furthermore, they were in a corner, so the visibility and brightness of the surroundings were definitely not very good. However, this jade pendant was emitting a lustrous brilliance, overflowing with light and color, causing the almost dim surroundings to suddenly brighten up. It had the effect of a crystal under the sunlight. At first glance, one could tell that it was a rare and extraordinary treasure. Wuxiao Duo was shocked. It was obviously a good thing. Could it be a token of love? Then I can't accept it. Miss Cat wants to kill me. This is for you. It's a token of my sincerity. The girl smiled. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that I would have really lost my wallet. Inside it is the only picture of my parents. Wuxiao Duo shook his head repeatedly. No, this is too precious. Absolutely not. Hey, little sister. I look at your face. You don't look like someone whose parents are dead. When you say parents are dead, do you mean adoptive parents? The young girl's face immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, You can read fortunes? You're really multi-talented. Wuxiao Duo observed her expression and solemnly said, Little Jie, you can find any physiognomist to have a look. As long as they know a little, they will be able to tell that you don't have the face of a widow whose parents are dead. So, if what you said is true, then you must have been deceived. Or, are you lying to me? Wuxiao Duo smiled. I think what you said is true. The young girl in pink was stunned. Her gray eyes stared at Wuxiao Duo and slowly changed color to the color of a normal person. She looked puzzled. I don't have the face of a widow? No. Wuxiao Duo said with certainty. The young girl hesitated and bit her lip. She looked a little dazed for a moment. She took out her mobile phone and played with it for a while before putting it back. She slowly calmed down and stuffed the jade pendant over. Thank you. Take it. Wuxiao Duo was very smart. He quickly retreated. He had a feeling that bad things would happen if he touched this jade pendant, including being beaten to death or other bad things. He laughed dryly. Little Jie, I really can't accept such a thank you gift. We first met yesterday and now we meet again. It's really fate. I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave quickly. It's going to be dark soon. You're a single girl outside. It's dangerous. The young girl's eyes became dangerous. Are you going to take it or not? No. The words don't convey the meaning, the virtue doesn't match the position, and the gift doesn't match the feelings. It's the root of all trouble. Wuxiao Duo shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you kidding me? I'm just helping you get your wallet back. Why are you giving me such an expensive gift? Is this a small token of appreciation? Even if I'm handsome, I can't let you fool me like this. There must be something fishy going on. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. Not to mention that the jade pendant looked good, but the atmosphere inside gave him a very strange feeling. It was definitely not a good thing. The young girl snorted and threw the jade pendant over. Anyway, I'm giving it to you. Take it or leave it. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. Her speed was far beyond Wuxiao Duo's imagination. She disappeared in a flash. Wuxiao Duo quickly dodged and the jade pendant fell to the ground. Looking at the jade pendant on the ground, he sighed. Amitba, I've already received my reward yesterday. If I accept this gift again, I'll be greedy. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without any intention of staying. It was as if he didn't see the priceless jade pendant on the ground. He just left it there. At this moment, a chuckle came from behind. Dog, you're not bad. Zuo turned around and looked at the source of the sound. He saw the young girl who had just left was walking back step by step. She retreated step by step. Every step she took was extremely careful. She withdrew her leg and touched the ground with the tip of her foot. Then she slowly put her foot down. Finally, when her heel was completely on the ground, she began to withdraw her other leg. The expression on her face was very nervous. Her gray eyes stared straight ahead. In front of her, a white-robed figure stood at the entrance of the alley. A wave of chilliness also pounced on her, firmly locking onto the pink-clothed girl. Who else could it be but Zuo? The expressionless face of the young girl in pink was now filled with nervousness and fear. Zuo's face was also filled with nervousness and fear. Zuo, how could she appear so timely? Has she been following me? Then when I said, my sister? She shouldn't have heard it, right? Under the continuous attack of Zuo's cold aura, the young girl in pink only felt that it was difficult to breathe. She didn't even dare to move a finger, let alone turn over and grab Zuo as a hostage to deal with the crisis. Faced with Zuo approaching step by step, the young girl in pink could only step back. All thoughts of fighting disappeared completely, leaving only endless fear. Zuo, who was slowly walking toward her, looked delicate, but it was as if the whole sky was pressing down on her heart. Zuo looked at the glittering jade pendant on the ground and smiled faintly. Greedy Wolf's Heart. Are you from the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect? A seed disciple of this generation who walks the world? But if you are allowed to walk the world, sneak into Yanwu and enter Phoenix City, you shouldn't be so weak, right? Zuo frowned and tilted her head. You can't be a doppelganger, right? The young girl in pink's face was pale, and her eyes were no longer gray. Instead, they were filled with vigilance and fear. You. Who are you? Zuo said indifferently, it doesn't matter who I am. You should be worried about your own life now. Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect. How did you get past the defense line and enter the inland? How many people have you recruited now? What's your name? What's your purpose here? How many people did you bring this time? Last night, a gang of thieves was suddenly wiped out. Did it have anything to do with your lost wallet? You did it, didn't you? Zuo voice was very soft and gentle, but at the same time it was very cold. Even Zuo felt a chill run down his spine when he heard it. He ruined your plan? Oh, why is it the Greedy Wolf's heart and not the Greedy Wolf's soul? He must have ruined your plan, and your last piece of the Greedy Wolf's soul couldn't be sent out smoothly? So you want to use the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array's core to reap the unexpected? Zuo approached slowly. So you got backfired? He caused your plan to fail and even caused you to suffer a backlash. It's natural that you hate him to the bone. So, you specially came to find him and gave him this Greedy Wolf's heart. Or should I say that he destroyed the most important part of your plan, to the extent that you had to complete it from him before you could finish it? Zuo said slowly. Although it seemed like the girl in pink was constantly interrogating him, Zuo knew that every word his sister said was a lesson for him. The Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array is the usual method of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect. With the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array as the guide and the Greedy Wolf's heart as the core, 10 pieces of the Greedy Wolf's soul will be released to arouse the greed of 10 people. Then, the blood of the 10 people set up the array in advance will be used to trigger the resonance of the Greedy Wolf's heart. Once the array is activated, the scattered pieces of the Greedy Wolf's soul will explode immediately, killing the host instantly. The Greedy Wolf's soul will return with the blood, chi, and essence of these people. After this operation, the cultivation of the person who set up the array will be greatly improved. It can be called a classic array that harms others to benefit oneself. Zuo said slowly, but the arrangement of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array seems simple and convenient. In fact, there are two crucial points, which is the disposal of the head and the tail. The head is the root of the array. Without this positioning, the array can't be opened. The tail is the foundation of the array. Only when the soul is complete, can the array be completed perfectly. The host who set up the array is not important. It doesn't matter who the host is as long as the host always carries out the Greedy Wolf's heart. This is the truth of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array. The Greedy Wolf Witchcraft Array hasn't appeared in the Central Plains for a long time. It is said that After the greedy wolf witchcraft array is activated, in addition to improving the cultivation of the people of the greedy wolf witchcraft sect, it can also leave a pure greedy wolf's heart or condense a new one. Zhuxiaoyan really asked the girl in pink this time, and this last heart will be under your control forever? The girl in pink was more frightened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who are you? I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just here to repay the benefactor who helped me get my wallet back. That's all. I don't understand. Why do you say that a woman is the female protagonist's harem? Your guess is too ridiculous. Am I the kind of person who writes those harem novels? I'm very angry. You don't trust me at all. So, please give me some recommendation votes to comfort me." Chapter 37. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything. Zhuxiaoyan said gently, "My cultivation is still too shallow, so it's difficult for me to block your greedy wolf heart in an instant and escape with a flash of thought. However, I've been talking nonsense with you for so long, if I still can't make preparations to intercept you, then it's my problem." After hearing this, the pink-clothed girl's face changed again, and a person's name suddenly appeared in her heart. You are the Phoenix City's spiritual goddess? Zhuxiaoyan still smiled. "You know a lot of things, you can even say my name." The pink-clothed girl's face was pale. "Aren't you about to break through? Why are you still? If it were any other time in my current state, I really shouldn't meddle in other people's business. At most, I would just drive you away." Zhuxiaoyan sighed softly, "But the situation now is different. You bullied my dog, how can I let you go?" The young girl cried out, feeling wrong to the extreme. "When did I bully your dog? I like dogs the most, but since I came to Phoenix City, not to mention your dog, I haven't even seen a stray dog." Zhuxiaoduo was so angry that he stuck out his tongue. Percent. "This is my dog, but he obviously doesn't like you and he doesn't want you to like him." Zhuxiaoyan smiled sweetly and looked at Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo was angry but didn't dare to say anything. The girl was stunned for a while and suddenly burst into a burst of hysterical laughter. "It's rumored that the spiritual goddess is pure and untainted. Who would have thought that she actually likes this? Ha ha ha, raising a little puppy at home? Not bad, this hobby really makes me admire you, I admire you so much. Ah. I understand with the name of saint, with a lustful heart, a body that looks holy but is actually a slut's body, it's not good to hold back your overflowing lust, right? Why, the dignified spiritual goddess can't help but want a man to constantly comfort your thirsty body in the end. Ah. The pink-clothed girl's originally pretty face had turned completely ferocious. She kept spitting out extremely vicious and filthy words. Zhuxiaoyan smiled coldly. "I know you're trying to provoke me with your words, hoping that I'll be angry and reveal a flaw so that you can escape. But I won't be angry at all. Do you know why? Because I've never bothered to get angry with a dead person. It's too pointless. You bullied my family's dog. This is already an unforgivable crime. Prepare to be on your way." Before her voice had faded away, Zhuxiaoyan's white clothes suddenly fluttered, and she appeared above the pink-clothed girl in a trance. She stretched out her white and tender hand, and a slender sword suddenly appeared in her palm. With just a flick of his wrist, the originally dim alley was instantly filled with thousands of sword lights. Like a meteor falling to the earth, the Milky Way poured down towards the pink-clothed girl. "Wait, why don't you ask for my name?" The pink-clothed girl cried in despair. "My sect won't let you go. Your greedy wolf shaman sect belongs to the Umno Alliance. You're destined to be the biggest enemy of our astral souls. How can we let you go?" Zhuxiaoyan's voice was cold. "Originally, I didn't want to make a move because I'm about to break through. But what you're doing today is seeking your own death. It has nothing to do with anyone." The sword lights poured down mercilessly. The cold sword lights were full of the intent of death. Zhuxiaoduo, who finally came to his senses, looked at the pink-clothed girl lying on the ground with a bloody hole in her throat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and only felt his heart thumping wildly. Dead. Right in front of me, dead. Although he had seen many dead people in his dreams, a dream was a dream after all. Zhuxiaoduo's palms were sweating, and his heart was beating fast. He forced a calm expression on his face. "I can't show it. Yan killed the cat. I have to support her. Let's wait a little longer." Zhuxiaoyan held a long sword and stood in front of Zhuxiaoduo. She frowned and said, "The Umno Alliance has many tricks up their sleeves. It's possible that they don't have a secret way to escape. Even if they use a corpse to resurrect, it's hard to say." She frowned and looked at the girl's corpse on the ground. She said softly, "What I'm most worried about is that this is just a clone. That's the best thing but also the worst thing." Zhuo coughed and said, "I've heard someone say that there are two ways to determine whether an enemy is completely dead. The first is to cut off his head. If you're still worried after the first method is achieved, you can use the second method, which is to burn the target's body to ashes. You can always be at ease." Zhuo turned her head and looked at Zhuo in surprise. "Damn, you're good. This is the first time you've seen a dead person. A living person turned into a corpse in front of you, and you're not afraid at all? To be able to speak with such fervor and assurance, I really have a whole new level of respect for you. Truly, one day apart feels like 3 years." Zhuo gradually overcame his fear. He stopped looking at the girl's corpse and quickly changed the topic. He snorted and said, "1 day apart? At most, it's been less than half a day." Zhuo was silent for a while. He stared at the girl's corpse and said faintly, "Sister, you intervened in this matter. There should be a lot of consequences, right?" Zhuo was stunned. She said faintly, "It's just a small role in the UMNO alliance. It's not a big deal and there shouldn't be any trouble." Zhuo said affirmatively, "But you were angry just now. Very angry." Zhuo snorted. "She scolded you too badly," Zhuo added, his eyes flickering. Zhuo snorted again. The words of the girl in pink just now could not be described as just unpleasant. For a young girl like Zhuo who had never experienced anything like this, it felt like her ears had been seriously polluted. It would be unexpected and unreasonable if she did not attack in anger. Zhuo had been very calm before, as if there were no emotional fluctuations. However, for Zhuo, who was very familiar with Zhuo, he could tell from some very subtle movements that the girl's anger had risen to an uncontrollable level. For example, her ears were a little red, and the fine hairs there were standing up. Another example was, her neck had become deeper, and her perky buttocks had tightened. Cough. These minor details were only confirmed by Zhuo after experiencing hundreds of battles. How could an ordinary outsider be able to notice the signs before being beaten up? Over the years, whenever Zhuo showed these signs, it was the best time for Zhuo to admit defeat. Over the years there was not much pressure from his parents. However, there was a lot of pressure from Nian Cat. Nian Cat didn't just hit him because she was angry. She even grabbed him and ravaged him when she was happy. Zhuo thought a lot. Well, it's really a clone. Doggy, you're really lucky. Zhuo, who was also paying attention to the girl in pink's body, suddenly brightened. The broken body of the girl in pink on the ground started to melt and evaporate like snow under the sun. Zhuo picked up the greedy wolf's heart that had fallen on the ground with the tip of her sword. Then she returned to the side of the girl's body. She seemed to be waiting for something. At this moment, the body's limbs had already evaporated. When the head started to evaporate, Zhuo tore open the clothes in front of the girl's chest. She reached out and took out another piece of jade that was exactly the same as the greedy wolf's heart. Zhuo, who was focused on this, could clearly see that the two pieces of jade were exactly the same. However, one was slightly concave while the other was slightly protruding. This meant that the two pieces of jade were created as one was yin and the other was yang. Zhuo did not hesitate. With a light click, the two pieces of jade were seamlessly combined into one. Then Zhuo quickly placed it on the girl's forehead. The girl's head was originally dissipating bit by bit like her limbs. However, as the two pieces of jade were placed on her head, the rate of dissipation slowed down. A moment later, the originally still jade began to rotate violently, emitting a dazzling brilliance. After a short while, the jade stopped rotating and returned to silence. The girl's body also suddenly disappeared at this moment, as if it had turned into dust and no longer existed in this world. However, Zhuo's attention was completely diverted to the jade. He clearly saw that the moment the girl's body dissipated, there was a touch of blood in the jade. Zhuo waved her hand again. The jade flashed brilliantly and fell into Zhuo's arms. Although her jade hands moved continuously from the beginning to the end, her hands did not really touch the jade. Throughout the process she controlled the object with her qi. It was a wonderful skill. Zhuo's actions naturally had a deep meaning. The moment the jade entered Zhuo's arms and touched his skin, Zhuo only felt a surge of surging energy from the jade. It rushed into his body like a hot knife through butter. However, this power was simply too great and there were simply too many of them. Zhuo only felt dizzy for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Humph, puppy, your luck after becoming a martial warrior is really good. Zhou Xiaoyan, who had already expected this, said with a smile. She picked up Zhou Xiaoduo and disappeared in a flash. That when Zhou Xiaoduo woke up and regained his consciousness, he only felt that his whole body was as light as a feather. It was as if he was about to fly. Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he had woken up from his sleep, so he wanted to sit up and move a little. However, when he thought about it, he was shocked to find that his whole body had floated up, and he even walked 2 steps in the air. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was very sharp. He instantly felt that it was not a dream but reality. But this. He panicked and the true qi that was flowing through his body suddenly disappeared. How could he maintain his floating state? He suddenly fell to the ground with a bang. He was prostrating himself on the ground. He looked. Well, isn't this my house? My room? What's going on? It's so magical. My wife confiscated my pocket money. She knows that I'm angry, so she wants to treat me to a big meal tonight. Well, let's eat barbecue. My wife will pay. I only bring my mouth. This proves that my family status is infinitely rising. In order to celebrate, I'm asking for a recommendation ticket. Her voice was tender and soft. You haven't finished yet. What happened to you just now? Go on, go on. Zhou Xiaoduo said embarrassedly, bullshit. Tell me what happened to you just now. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted but didn't say anything. She turned over and lay down on Zhou Xiaoduo's bed. She sniffed the pillow and the quilt and said disdainfully, Doggy, your bed stinks. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed to the bed angrily. No matter how smelly it is, it's my business. No one invited you to sleep here. Come down quickly. Tell me what happened. Zhou Xiaoyan shrank into the bed and laughed. Guess. It was only at this moment that Zhou Xiaoduo's fear from the accident completely disappeared. His anger, however, had also turned into his strongest state. Come over here. As he spoke, he threw himself forward. But the sudden increase of power in his body was far from the level that he could control. With a loud bang, he suddenly moved. Dust filled the air. The bed collapsed. Zhou Xiaoyan fell to the ground along with the broken bedboard. The brother and sister looked at each other and shouted at the same time, Oh no! They hurriedly cleaned up. But Zhou Changlu's scolding came from outside. Zhou Xiaoduo. What time is it? What are you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan pulled up the blanket at a speed that was faster than the naked eye could see, wrapping it around her body from head to toe. Only then did she roll over and hide in the mess on the bed. She did not move at all, and at first glance, one really could not see her delicate body. Then she signaled Zhou Xiaoduo to deal with it. Zhou Xiaoduo cautiously moved closer to the door and said with a trembling voice, Dad, it's okay. Your son is gifted and his cultivation progress has been improving by leaps and bounds. Did I break through again? Maybe it's because I've improved too much that I couldn't control my strength properly. I broke a cup, collapsed a stool and even the bed. Zhou Changlu's voice came from outside the door. Ah, even the bed collapsed. Is it okay? Open the door and let me see. Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked. The quilt covering her body trembled. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to sew his mouth shut. His face was pale. Dad, it's okay. It's really okay. It's a good thing that my cultivation has improved. It's a good thing that I couldn't control my power. It's already so late. If there's anything we can talk about it tomorrow morning. You really don't understand martial arts. It's a small matter. Haha. Zhou Changlu laughed outside the door. Then he warned, then go to sleep. How is disturbing someone's sleep a small matter? Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed repeatedly. He leaned his ear against the door and listened for a long time. He heard Zhou Changlu patter back to his room. After a long time there was no sound. Then he let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest. I was scared to death. At this time, there was a long sigh of relief behind him. I was scared to death. He looked back and saw Zhou Xiaoyan trembling and sticking her head out of the cylinder. Her face was full of fear and her hair was messy. He left. Looking at Zhou Xiaoyan, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt warm in his heart. In an instant, a very strange thought floated in his mind. He coughed and said, Have you seen the special moment when a caterpillar sticks its head out of a cocoon? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. Have you seen a rice field eel? Zhou Xiaoduo said, A head sneaking out of a hole. Zhou Xiaoduo, you're courting death. Zhou Xiaoyan's pretty face instantly turned red. She was about to explode, but she knew that she couldn't raise her voice in the current atmosphere. She suppressed her voice and roared. Courting death? If you dare to touch me, I'll immediately open the door and let my parents in. I'd like to see what you're going to do. Are we going to die together, or are you going to be more unlucky? Zhou Xiaoduo threatened. His face was flushed red and he didn't even try to hide it. She stuck her head out of the quilt and stared at Zhou Xiaoduo as if she didn't know him. Zhou Xiaoyan never dreamed that she would be threatened by this guy one day. Moreover, it was in such a special atmosphere. A fierce light slowly appeared in her eyes. Bastard. You know nothing about power. Zhou Xiaoduo looked calm. I know that your cultivation is profound and you're very powerful. You can control me in an instant. But I bet you can't even stop me from shouting. Why don't you try to touch me? Let's see who's going to have the upper hand. Zhou Xiaoyan was fuming with anger, but she really didn't dare to act rashly. Today's 3 was even better. Chapter 39. She guessed that Zhou Xiaoduo might be more afraid of letting her parents know about their current situation than she was. But more than that, she didn't want to and didn't dare to take the risk. What if her parents saw her in Xiaoduo's room? It was so late and she was still in his bed? What if the bed collapsed? Zhou Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that she felt hot all over. She didn't dare to take it seriously. Even though her strength was weak at the moment, she only needed a thought to control Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo's screams would most likely be stopped, but it was still risky. Zhou Xiaoduo finally had the upper hand for the first time, and it was an advantage that he hadn't had for a long time. He couldn't help but be in high spirits and complacent. He strode over and sat down in an ostentatious manner. Tell me what is going on? Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and ignored him angrily. Tell me, why did you make yourself look like a ghost? No, it should be neither human nor ghost. Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily. Do you know that I was almost scared to death when I saw you just now? And you're still very weak, aren't you? Otherwise you could easily control me and wouldn't be threatened by me. Tell me what's going on. If you don't tell me, I'll... After hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't bear to say harsh words and said, I won't eat anything you give me in the future. I'll let you pick it up for free. But such a threat was not only powerless, it was also extremely weak. Although his expression and actions were fierce, in Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes, they were extremely cute. Therefore Zhou Xiaoyan giggled and wiggled her way out of the blanket. She stretched her back and then released her body completely. She wrinkled her nose and said, so smelly. She turned her head and saw Zhou Xiaoduo staring at her in shock. His gaze fell on the skin on her waist that was exposed when she stretched. Zhou Xiaoyan immediately put down her hands and asked fiercely, what are you looking at? What's there to see? Zhou Xiaoduo's face, which was thicker than the city wall's corners, inexplicably heated up. He wanted to say, everything looks good, but he didn't dare to. He looked around and muttered, what's so great about it? Hurry up, let's talk about something serious. Zhou Xiaoyan wanted to make a few more jokes, but after thinking about it she suppressed it and said in a deep voice, Doggy, do you know that you are in danger today? Very dangerous? Zhou Xiaoduo said, I do feel danger, but it's not fatal. So, you're right. There's no danger to your life. Zhou Xiaoyan said, you already have the spiritual sense of a martial artist. However, your understanding of the danger levels is still not enough. Although there is no immediate danger to your life, if you had taken over the greedy wolf's heart at that time, it would be hard to say what would happen in the future. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo was confused, she explained in detail, that woman is from the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect on the side of the Umno Alliance. As for the Greedy Wolf's heart, it has quite a history. Then she explained in detail, especially the degree of danger of the Greedy Wolf's heart. Then why did you give me the Greedy Wolf's heart after you killed that witch? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Didn't I get it anyway? Just a simple souvenir? To teach me a lesson? Souvenir? What are you thinking? Speaking of this, Zhou Xiaoyan's face turned cheerful and said, Doggy, you're really lucky. It's an understatement to say that you've turned misfortune into blessings. You've really turned a crisis into a turnaround. You've really made a fortune. That witch of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft sect seemed to have been killed by me, but in fact, it was only a doppelganger that was annihilated. The so-called body was formed by a wisp of blood essence attached to the main pendant of the Greedy Wolf's heart. Do you understand now? Although the doppelganger could move freely like an ordinary person and even fight, its combat power was only 20 to 30% of the original body. After the woman died, she didn't leave anything behind, not even a drop of blood. This is the proof. Zhou Xiaoyan said, in fact, she had already completed half of the Greedy Wolf Witchcraft array. In other words, she had killed many people, and you were the last and the most important one. The greedy wolf's heart that she gave you was only half of the main pendant. She had no choice but to do this. Because of your kindness yesterday, you inadvertently destroyed her established plan, causing her to fail to complete her task. Instead, she suffered a backlash. She had to go through you to achieve her initial plan. At this time, the witch's doppelganger was killed by me, causing her wishful thinking to completely collapse. However, the power that she obtained from this plan was still there, and she hadn't had time to absorb it yet. All of it was left in the greedy wolf's heart. Once the two main pendants were combined, it would be a complete energy inheritance. Not only would it contain the power that she had absorbed with her witchcraft, but it would also contain 20% of the doppelganger's cultivation. It could be said that she had suffered a double loss. Besides killing the witch's doppelganger with my overwhelming cultivation, I also intercepted the doppelganger's power and sealed it in the greedy wolf's heart. Moreover, I sealed it before the doppelganger's head dissipated, causing most of the doppelganger's memories to remain there. In other words, although the main body knew that the doppelganger was destroyed, she didn't know who did it. So, there is no follow-up to this matter. As long as you don't say anything, no third party will know. Doggy, we have made a fortune in silence. Zhuo Xiaoyan was probably really happy in her heart and she talked a lot. Although she lowered her voice, Zhuo Xiaoduo could still feel Zhuo Xiaoyan's joy. It was a kind of high level of joy that made her almost jump up and cheer. It had been a long time since he had seen Zhuo Xiaoyan in such a state of disregard for her image. So, you gave the power of the greedy wolf's heart to me? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened. Why else would I say that you are lucky, a windfall from the sky? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her round eyes. After my refining, the power of the greedy wolf's heart has been transformed into the purest vital energy. It is easier to absorb and fuse with it than the purest power of astral souls. It is suitable for you now. Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, refining? It's this refining that made you look like this, isn't it? Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. She coughed awkwardly and explained, this greedy wolf's heart is like a gold mountain that fell from the sky. It takes some effort to excavate the gold mountain. I am just a little tired and my foundation is not damaged. You have reaped all the benefits and you still want to yell at me? Zhuo Xiaoduo said with heartache. You're just a little tired. You're obviously exhausted. Refining that greedy wolf's heart with your own strength, if you use it on yourself, you'll definitely benefit more. But you transferred it to me, not only will there be no benefits, you'll also consume a lot of yuan qi. How can it be easy? I'd rather not have such benefits. Zhuo Xiaoyan's smile disappeared, and a trace of tenderness appeared on her face. She quietly looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and suddenly grinned. She said softly, Doggy, are you worried about me? Zhuo Xiaoduo said embarrassedly, is it wrong for a brother to worry about his sister? Zhuo Xiaoyan's smile became deeper and sweeter. Zhuo Xiaoduo was right. If the energy of this jade pendant was absorbed by Zhuo Xiaoyan herself, it would also be an opportunity, and the benefits she would gain would be much more than if she gave it to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Just as Zhuo Xiaoduo had predicted, it was not only difficult for Zhuo Xiaoyan to transfer the refined energy to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but there would also be a lot of unnecessary consumption in the process. It should be known that Zhuo Xiaoduo's physical fitness was only at the martial warrior level, and it was impossible for him to withstand too much external energy. Therefore, for the whole night, Zhuo Xiaoyan used her own cultivation strength to divide the energy into 4 parts, and worked hard to control the balance of the 4 parts. First, she let Zhuo Xiaoduo absorb the first part, and then she eased his meridians, guided the energy into his dantian, and completed the cycle. After a few cycles, when all the external energy was turned into Zhuo Xiaoduo's own energy, she would absorb the second part, and so on until all 4 parts of the energy were absorbed. The process sounded simple, but it was actually accompanied by great risks. If there was any carelessness, the jade pendant would explode, and then Zhuo Xiaoyan would suffer from the backlash of the energy. What was worse was that Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a coma during the whole process. He was completely unaware of it, so naturally he could not cooperate. Everything had to be done by Zhuo Xiaoyan. Even though she was a god's favored daughter and her strength had reached the transcendent realm, when all the energy was transferred to Zhuo Xiaoduo's body and the operation was completed, Zhuo Xiaoyan was exhausted and almost hurt her foundation. Therefore, when Zhuo Xiaoduo woke up, he saw that Zhuo Xiaoyan was not pretending to be miserable. She was really exhausted, so tired that she fell asleep. Why didn't you absorb it yourself? Looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan's smiling face, Zhuo Xiaoduo was so angry that his hair stood on end. He said angrily, you are now at the critical moment of breaking through the bottleneck. That thing has been refined by you, and it's the purest energy. Why don't you just absorb it yourself? Zuo Duo was so angry that he walked back and forth in the room. Did you think I was joking when I told you that you were in danger recently? You really piss me off. Do you know how dangerous you are? She forgot to ask for a recommendation vote. Chapter 40. Zuo Duo dashed towards her with bared fangs and brandished claws. He was furious. How could you let go of such a good opportunity? Give it to me? What are you giving it to me for? You're really pissing me off. Zuo was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes became more and more watery. She reached out and touched Zuo Duo's face. Doggy. Zuo Duo was so angry that he pulled her hand away. He said angrily, you said that this thing contains 20 to 30% of the doppelganger's cultivation, and the power absorbed by the witchcraft. If you use it for yourself, you can break through in advance or even silently. You wasted it on me and hurt your vitality. This is a golden mountain from heaven, a bullshit golden mountain. Zuo Duo stood up and his face was extremely anxious. He pulled his hair and spun around 3 times. He growled in a low voice, Zuo, do you know how dangerous it is for you now? Zuo eyes became deep. She stared at Zuo Duo and said, so you really know how to read people's faces? Zuo Duo was stunned. Zuo said in a low voice, didn't you catch a thief that day? Then you told the thief to avoid trouble in the east? Avoid death and prolong life. Zuo Duo said, yes, what's wrong? What's wrong? Zuo took a deep breath and said, do you know that the thief was the last target that the disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect chose? He was also the closed loop of the Greedy Wolf sect's plot. You ruined his theft and returned the wallet. The most direct result was that the Greedy Wolf's soul was not given out. It was because of this that the guy suffered a backlash and came to find you. Do you know? There were 10 people in the thief's gang, including the leader. Last night, except for the thief, the others were all dead. Zuo Duo felt his throat dry. He said, all dead. Suddenly he felt that human life was so cheap. But that thief didn't die. He was very obedient. Well, although I don't know if he was really obedient or if he was afraid of you, he followed the caravan to Antai City that afternoon and left Phoenix City. Now this thief is still in Antai City. He's not dead. Zuo stared coldly at Zuo Duo and asked uncertainly, what you said about physiognomy, are you sure it's not nonsense? Zuo Duo felt confused and murmured, how do you know so clearly? Zuo said faintly, the Greedy Wolf trap exploded in the wee hours of this morning. The 9 corpses involved in the case died in different places, but the way they died was exactly the same. We knew about it in the wee hours of this morning. Then I remembered that you caught the thief because something was wrong at that time. I've been paying attention ever since you mentioned it. I feel like that woman is fishing. So, from what you said, I've been waiting for the Greedy Wolf trap to explode. Sure enough, those 9 people died mysteriously. No one knows the reason. But I know. To be safe, I secretly investigated this thief again. I found that he wasn't in the city. I investigated his direction and found that he had left Phoenix City. He went all the way east to Antai City. And he went all the way east because you instructed him. Then early in the morning I flew directly to Antai City and found this thief called Zhang Yuan. Well, Zhang Yuan was the thief who was beaten up by you, whose fortune was told by you, who was blackmailed by you, and who was then given directions by you. I asked this thief everything. It was exactly the same as what you said. As for Zhang Yuan, it was because of your guidance that he fled to Antai City, and thus avoided the calamity of death. And at that time I was sure that this was the Greedy Wolf trap. Zuo mind flashed. He knew where that drop of cool spiritual liquid came from. So that's how it was. That thief. Because of my interference, his fate of certain death was changed. Zhang Yuan also knew about the death of the other people. He's now looking for a job in Antai City. He swore that he wouldn't steal again. And he asked me to convey his gratitude to you. Zuo smiled gently. He said that he has no ability and no money now, so he can't repay you. But he'll definitely repay you in the future. Zuo Duo nodded silently. So that's how it was. In this way, everything was strung together. Zuo said, so after I came back I've been following you. Because I know that the person who set up the Greedy Wolf trap will definitely find you. Because if she doesn't get rid of you, she won't be able to complete her plan. This is so complicated. Zuo Duo murmured. At this moment he felt a chill run down his spine. Even his heart had turned cold. Cold to the core. Firstly, it was the strange means of the witchcraft sect. Secondly, it was the horror of the martial world. 9 people died just like that. Thirdly, and most importantly, Zhu Xiaoyan has been following me all this time? Then Zhu Xiaoduo suddenly began to feel frightened. At the same time he felt a sense of pride. Nian Yan Cat is actually so amazing. Just from a casual sentence of mine she could deduce so much. This level of meticulousness and clarity of mind is really admirable. But Zhu Xiaoyan obviously didn't think about other aspects now. Her heart was on Zhu Xiaoduo's physiognomy. You really know physiognomy? Or you guessed it? It's just a coincidence. Zhu Xiaoduo took a deep breath and lowered his voice. With an extremely serious, solemn tone, he said word by word, Sister Nian Yan, I really know physiognomy. And my attainment in physiognomy is quite high. It's so high that it's beyond your imagination. Then how high is it? For some reason, seeing Zhu Xiaoduo's serious expression, Zhu Xiaoyan felt like laughing. Although she didn't laugh out loud, her eyes were already curved into crescent moons. However, she didn't doubt Zhu Xiaoduo's words too much. If it was Zhang Yuan who gave pointers to the thief, it could be said that it was a casual judgment. If it was a coincidence, then it could be said that he had a clear understanding of her current situation and even said that she would break through the death calamity. It was an iron mouth and could do what others couldn't. At least in Zhu Xiaoyan's knowledge, there was no such mysterious physiognomy. It's very, very good. It's so good that it can see through a person's life and death at a glance. Zhu Xiaoduo said seriously, a glance can determine life and death, a word can change fortune and misfortune, a word can decide the fate of the universe. Really, what are you laughing at? Zhu Xiaoyan covered her mouth, trembling with laughter, and rolled around on the bed. Zhu Xiaoyan's cultivation was unfathomable, and her physical strength was extraordinary. Otherwise she would be rolling around on the collapsed bed. Zhu Xiaoduo looked at his sister, whose image had changed, and was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that her father suddenly opened the door and came in, the girl would probably be squawking with laughter. Zhu Xiaoduo frowned and was a little angry. Originally, he was very excited to talk about physiognomy. He thought that he could finally explain his extraordinary ability, and then remind Zhu Xiaoyan to avoid the death calamity. At this moment he even scolded himself for being stupid. Why didn't he think of this way earlier? As long as he dragged Sister Nian to have a physiognomy with him, he could verify his physiognomy skills, and then. However, this was just a thought. If Zhu Xiaoyan didn't want to and he forced her to go with him, he would probably fly a few rounds in the sky again. Can you be more serious? Zhu Xiaoduo was angry. Ho ho ho. Zhu Xiaoyan buried herself in the quilt, trying to suppress her laughter. She didn't dare to be loud, so she could only vent her laughter. Zhu Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. Oh God, oh God, oh God, who would teach this Xiaodiao a lesson? She was so angry that she could die. After a long time, Zhu Xiaoyan finally stopped laughing, but she was already out of breath, and there were still crystal tears in the corner of her eyes. She said, continue to brag. No, continue to talk. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoduo only felt a burst of dullness, as if he was chewing wax in his mouth. He looked at Zhu Xiaoyan helplessly and rolled his eyes a dozen times in a row. Originally he wanted to brag, but at this moment he didn't even have the slightest emotion. I know what you want to say, and I know the true meaning of your efforts to prove. Zhu Xiaoyan stopped laughing and said softly, you want to prove that you are really good at physiognomy, and that you are quite accomplished. You also saw through my physiognomy that I was about to break through. Most importantly, you also saw that I would be in danger. When I break through the bottleneck there will be danger, a life and death disaster. So in the past few days, no matter what you said or did not say, you have been trying your best to remind me that when I break through, there will be danger, and that I must be very careful, very cautious. Zhu Xiaoyan's voice was very soft, and at the same time, it was accompanied by an indescribable sense of oppression. Yes. Zhu Xiaoduo nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice, almost breaking his neck. Yes, that's it. You know my good intentions, right? Zhu Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes and was in a daze. She murmured, Doggy, I believe you. Zhu Xiaoduo smiled with relief. Finally, someone was willing to admit his extraordinary physiognomy. But then he reacted and said anxiously, Can you not call me Doggy? Zhu Xiaoyan didn't laugh, nor did she refute. She just said faintly, Xiaoduo, you boasted that your physiognomy is divine, and you can tell life and death with a glance. I believe you. But what did you see when you looked at my physiognomy? Zhu Xiaoduo was tongue-tied. Third watch, please recommend me. Chapter 41. Doggy, look at my face. Did you see it? Did you see that I'm in trouble? I'm going to die? Zhou Xiaoyan's faint voice sounded. Hearing Zhou Xiaoyan's question, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't know what to say for a moment. He just kept silent. Anyway, the situation must be extremely bad, right? Is that why you're so anxious? Is that why you're competing to show off? You're risking your life to train yourself, risking your life to cultivate? Zhou Xiaoyan sniffed and said, when you were in the martial disciple class, I went to see you. At that time, you would secretly cry and feel depressed. Although you also worked hard to cultivate, you were definitely not as desperate as you are now. Now you go to school early. After you go, you silently practice your boxing and breathing. When you're in class, you start meditating immediately. In every class, others will naturally wake up after absorbing enough spiritual qi, but you're not like that. Even if you wake up, you have to absorb as much spiritual qi as possible. After class, you almost never go to the toilet or go out to play. You continue to cultivate in the classroom. Only in the afternoon during the ranking battle will you go out to fight. You challenge without any rest. If you win, you continue to fight. Even if you lose, you continue to fight. Everyone has seen how slippery you are and how hardworking you are. Do you know how incongruous it is when these two opposing traits appear in you at the same time? Zhou Xiaoyan murmured in a trance, Doggy, you're pushing yourself so hard and living so tirelessly. Is it because you want me to live or die? You don't want me to die, right? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He felt as if his whole body had been stripped clean. Even his thoughts were completely exposed. He snorted with dissatisfaction and said, so what if I'm a little tired? You're my sister, my biological sister. How can I just watch you be in danger and ignore it? As long as I don't let you die, I'm willing to pay any price. Zhou Xiaoyan hugged her calves and sat on the bed. She murmured, so you really knew that I was going to die. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. You even clearly pointed out that in 2.5 months, the star weapon gold crystal. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were misty. She said, at that time I felt that something was wrong. You couldn't have known about it and no one could have told you. The circle I'm in is too far away from you. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, Sister Nian Nian, actually I could tell that there was a problem and danger at the time. However, there is something I have to say first. Zhou Xiaoyan said, go ahead. Regarding your breakthrough, I was able to tell with a single glance. Furthermore, it was completely true that you would encounter a calamity at that time. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were solemn as he said, but when it comes to the danger of your life or certain death, that might not be the case. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo doubtfully. In terms of physiognomy, there is a pure black aura lingering between your brows. This is the sign of a calamity, and there is no way to avoid it. Zhou Xiaoduo said word by word, but even the purest black aura has a saying. This black aura of yours is black, but it is scattered and not gathered. There is still a chance. For example, it's like summer. Dark clouds cover the sky. It's most likely going to rain, but it hasn't really rained yet. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. At the critical juncture of your breakthrough, there will definitely be a calamity due to the interference of external forces. This is destined and unavoidable. But as long as we are able to protect ourselves and deal with it properly, we can disperse all the haze in the sky. Then everything will be fine. This is the variable, which is also the way to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and pondered for a long time without saying a word. For example, although I can predict which day it will rain, I can't predict when the first raindrop will fall with my current attainment. I can't predict how heavy the rain will be either. In other words, I know that there will be a rain, but I can't determine whether it will be a light rain or a heavy rain. Perhaps a heavy rain will have a chance to hit the bad guys, but a light rain or a heavy rain will have relatively limited damage. Even if it is a heavy rain, having an umbrella in hand, wearing a raincoat, or even hiding in the house in advance is a good choice to seek fortune and avoid harm. Sister, you mentioned Zhang Yuan before. Because of my advice, he avoided death and prolonged life and escaped death. He was destined to die. So, I have the ability as long as you listen to me. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, Sister, my dear sister, do you understand now? Zhou Xiaoyan's starry eyes sparkled and she said, I understand, I understand. You are not only comforting me but also telling me directly that I may not die. As long as I am on guard in advance and consider all possible situations, I will naturally be able to deal with it and turn misfortune into luck. And you will help me. As long as I listen to you, I can avoid it, right? Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as if she had thought of something. Zhou Xiaoduo finally felt relieved and said with a smile, That's what I mean. Are you willing to leave me and my parents to die? No way. Besides, if you die, what will happen to me in the future? Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly became spirited and her starry eyes sparkled. What do you mean, what will happen to you in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo stuttered again. That is, who will protect me in the future? Who will think for me? Who will pick up medicine for me? Who will beat me up? Who will bully me? That am I right? Zhuo Xiaoyan wrinkled her nose and said, that's not what you want to say. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said embarrassedly, you are not a bug in my stomach. You know what I am thinking. Zhuo Xiaoyan became lively and said, you want to say that if I die, you won't be able to find a wife in the future, right? Hehe. Zhuo Xiaoduo was infuriated. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You're distorting the truth. I'm so handsome and elegant, how can I not find a wife? Now in school many girls have written love letters to me. But I have thrown them all away. I didn't even open them. I didn't open any of them. I really didn't open any of them. Halfway through he suddenly saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's face suddenly darken, his eyes glinting fiercely, and his sharp canine teeth slowly showing. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately chose to follow his heart and change direction. He rushed towards the path of survival, leaving everyone behind. Once he was done he couldn't stop. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face became bright again. Zhuo Xiaoduo was relieved. If Zhuo Xiaoyan believed that she was going to die in this kind of disaster, she would have an irresistible thought in her mind. That would be the end of her. Fortunately, he managed to turn the situation around in time, and it became another kind of natural thing that was extremely auspicious. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was dark and gloomy. Her appearance of disaster did not disappear at all. The worry in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart increased instead of lessening. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. Zhuo Xiaoyan was an extremely meticulous girl. If she found out, she would definitely feel burdened. All his efforts today would go down the drain. You don't even know how to blush when you brag. Zhuo Xiaoyan tilted her head and smiled. These few days your female classmates have nothing but contempt for you. It's not like I didn't see it. At this point he suddenly paused. Then her expression gradually became fierce. Although I didn't see any female classmates write you love letters, nor did I hear any female classmates say that they like you, I did hear something else. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart sank. He forced a smile and said, Sister Nian Nian, what time is it? Why don't we go to bed? We still have class tomorrow. You don't have to go to school for the time being. I have already asked Dad to help you take 3 days off. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression was matter of fact. 3 days off? What? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What? You suddenly absorbed so much pure elemental energy. Even if it's the purest form of energy from astral souls, it's still not something you can digest on your own. The loss of control you are showing now is only the most superficial abnormality. If you recklessly use your elemental energy, it will trigger the elemental energy hidden in your body and cause your body to explode. Zhuo Xiaoyan explained calmly, therefore in the next 3 days, you must absorb all of these forces and submit to us. What? In other words, I'm actually a human bomb now? Who knows when I'll be gone with a poof? Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Limited by his experience, he really thought that his abnormality was limited to a temporary loss of control after a huge increase in power. He just had to move more to adapt. He didn't expect things to be so complicated. At least, it wasn't something he could resolve on his own. Do you understand now? You need 3 days off. In 3 days, I will help you catalyze the elemental energy hidden in your body. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face revealed a devilish smile. This will also cause you to have a very hard time in the next 3 days. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. I can't resolve it myself. I heard that using external forces to boost one's cultivation will cause one's foundation to be unstable. Let me try it myself first. No, you can't. Do you think you can act recklessly in your current state? Zhuo Xiaoyan flatly refused. We didn't go home for dinner last night. I took you to absorb the elemental energy. Call Dad and tell him that you're eating outside with me. Ask Master to check your meridians while you're at it. Remember, don't expose yourself. Zhuo Xiaoyan warned. The recommendation votes were so pitiful. Zhuo Xiaoyan took a deep breath and felt that she was no different from her usual self. She was in her best condition and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, her expression didn't relax. Instead, it became serious. There were some things that she couldn't tell Xiaoduo, but how could it be that nothing was wrong? The Umno Alliance was located outside the Sun Moon Pass. The two sides were enemies. Now, the people of the greedy wolf shaman sect had infiltrated Phoenix City, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away, to set up a trap. Zhuxiaoyan couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what this represented. This matter was really serious. If Zhuxiao Duo hadn't accidentally ruined the other party's plan and caused the other party to target Xiao Duo, the death of the 10 thieves wouldn't have attracted any attention at all. No one would even suspect that the greedy wolf's heart was an extraordinary object. Then the question was, how much had the other party infiltrated? What's more, it was certain that there were spies in Phoenix City. And the other party's spies were definitely not ordinary people. How should I investigate this? Zhuxiaoyan muttered to herself. The greedy wolf's heart couldn't be mentioned by others unless the person came to retrieve the memory. I must tell Master about this matter tomorrow. She's experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe she has other ways. It's fine if only the greedy wolf comes. But if all the greedy wolves come, this matter will be serious. In another place far away. Back to one night ago. At the moment when the pink-clothed girl was killed, another girl who was in the middle of cultivation suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood without any warning. Then she fell to the ground unconscious. A scream came from outside. Master, something went wrong with senior sister's cultivation. This is Qi deviation. People rushed over from all directions. After a long time, the girl finally woke up. Her eyes were confused and her face was pale. A black-clothed old woman stood beside her. Xuani, what happened? The girl named Xuani wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said weakly, Master, my doppelganger should have been destroyed. Your doppelganger was destroyed? The black-clothed old woman frowned. How many doppelganger did you send out this time? Two. Mo Xuani said in a low voice, one went east and one went west. The one that went east was destroyed. The one that went east, where was it headed? The Central Plains, Guqi's territory. Our people were there to provide support. Everything was within the plan. Even if there were changes, how could there be no warning in advance? That's why it's strange. Mo Xuani took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing and ate a few pills. Her spirit was slightly lifted, but her expression was solemn. Her doppelganger died inexplicably, and she only received a vague thought. Probably when she sent out the thought, it was intercepted by the person who killed her, so only a little vague content was left. If it wasn't for the fact that this almost obsessive thought was enough to affect her heart lake, she probably wouldn't have been able to send back even this little content. I'm not a lonely widow whose parents are dead. Mo Xuani gasped for breath again, an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. She suddenly looked up and asked, Master, have you seen my parents? The black-clothed old woman's eyes were indifferent. Why are you suddenly asking this? Disciple. Disciple's spirit was damaged this time, and I suddenly realized that life is short and lonely. Mo Xuani took a deep breath and said, I inexplicably remembered that for so many years, I didn't even burn a stick of incense for my parents. I'm really unfilial. The black-clothed old woman said indifferently, the dead are already gone, the mountain is long and the road is long. What's the point of traveling thousands of miles just for a stick of incense? Mo Xuani was silent for a while, then asked in a low voice, my parents, are they really dead? The black-clothed old woman suddenly turned her head and asked in a gloomy voice, Xuani, are you doubting me? Disciple doesn't dare. Mo Xuani said in a low voice, it's just that disciple has a feeling that my parents are not dead. Feeling feeling. The black-clothed old woman sneered, even now. I often feel that our ancestor is not dead. But. Mo Xuani did not speak. Don't think too much. The black-clothed old woman said coldly, your spirit is damaged this time, so don't cultivate for the time being. Focus on recuperating. With your spirit injured, it's inevitable that you will think too much. This is a big obstacle on the path of cultivation. Only with a clear mind and a clear spirit can you cultivate. Yes, Master. Seeing that the black-clothed old woman was about to turn and leave, Mo Xuani suddenly asked, Master, does our Umno Alliance have an expert in physiognomy? 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 The black-clothed old woman turned around and stared at her for a while, then said, why are you looking for such a deceptive thing? Mo Xuani lowered her head, I want to see. Oh. The black-clothed old woman said indifferently, the great competition of the 36 sects is about to begin. As a seed disciple of my ravenous wolf sect, you need to understand what you should do. You need to know what's important and what's urgent. Yes. You should meditate and recuperate. The black-clothed old woman waved her hand and several bottles of pills fell in front of Mo Xuani, then turned and left without saying anything. Master, my clone. Mo Xuani said, my clone died just like that, I suspect. There's a big problem over there. What do you want to do? Disciple wants to go and take a look. After all, this matter involves the loss of a ravenous wolf's heart. Mo Xuanyi said, in the ravenous wolf's heart, there's a part of my soul that needs to be recovered. This is something that I can't leave out. This time, the black-clothed old woman did not say anything. She stopped and thought for a while, then said, it's very risky to go over there. I hope that the brothers who read this book can go to Chidian Chinese Network to support the original version. Thank you. Please recommend me. Chapter 43. But my soul is damaged. If I can't find the greedy wolf's heart and recover my lost memories, how can I perfect my Yuan spirit? Even this greedy wolf's soul cannot be cultivated to perfection. Mo Xuanyi bit her lower lip and said, Master is wise. If I lack this, even if I participate in the competition, I won't have a high chance of winning. There's no harm in making a trip. Let your senior brother or martial uncle accompany you. The black-clothed old woman thought for a long time and finally said, but you must remember, the main mission of this trip is to find the greedy wolf's heart. It has nothing to do with anything else. Xuanyi, you are the key. Even if all the spies we arranged over there are uprooted, even if our sect's thousands of years of preparations are destroyed in front of you, you are not allowed to act rashly. The black-clothed old woman said, if you don't agree to this, don't go out. Disciple agrees. The black-clothed old woman snorted and said, Master will give you 3 days to recover. Take the aura-concealing pearl. And be careful of the greedy wolf's heart outside. Yes. When you are sure that you have recovered, then tell me when we are leaving. Yes, Master. Mo Xuanyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but she was very concerned about the information sent back by the doppelganger. From the beginning to the end, she didn't have the slightest suspicion. Even though the doppelganger was killed a moment after sending back this message. Not a lonely widow whose parents are dead. Lonely. Mo Xuanyi bit her lip, only feeling that her heart was filled with this sentence. For a moment, thoughts surged in her mind, and all kinds of bitterness surged in her heart. Since I was young, I always thought that I was an orphan. Seeing other people with parents, their daughters being carried by their fathers, riding their fathers' necks and looking around, I was envious. I wanted this and that. I was very envious. If I had a father and a mother, they would also buy me things. They would also spoil me to the heavens. They would also let me ride a big horse. They would also adopt, but I didn't. My father and mother are already dead. They died in the hands of those evil astral souls. But after so long, the doppelganger sent back such a message. Not a lonely widow whose parents are dead. I must get to the bottom of this. In that case, I have to find a physiognomist first. It would be best if I could find the physiognomist who said that I didn't have the physiognomy of a widowed mother and father. This was the most urgent matter of this trip. I want to know what happened over there. Did they find out about my parents? Thinking of the words, I found news about my parents, Mo Xuanyi's heart suddenly burned with passion. I really want to be hugged by my mother once. I really want to be hugged by my father once. Even if it was only once. The next morning, Zhou Xiaoduo woke up early. A moment later, Zhou Xiaoyan also came out of her room. She stretched her body exaggeratedly and said in a clear voice, Doggy, let's go. Remember not to embarrass me. Zhou Xiaoduo stammered. Wu Yuding brought over some porridge and a plate of meat. You can go after breakfast. Doggy, eat more meat. When you go to your sister's place later, remember to be respectful and obedient. Don't be naughty. This is an opportunity that your sister fought so hard for you. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded like he was pounding garlic. He wanted to say that he wasn't a child anymore. She didn't need to remind him like this. In the end, he didn't dare to say it. Zhou Changlu ate with a straight face. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. When he was almost done, he said, Xiaoyan, watch over him. Zhou Xiaoyan sat up straight and said respectfully, Okay, Dad. Zhou Changlu nodded and didn't say anything else. He focused on eating. After breakfast, the siblings went on their way. The moment the door was gently closed, the sound of two people running like crazy could be heard, as well as the joy of having fun. Wu Yuding listened for a while and smiled bitterly. Are you too strict with them? Look at how scared they are of you. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes and said, Mrs. Zhou, you are the one who is too strict with them. I don't care about them. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and whispered, What time did Xiaoyan stay in Xiaoduo's room last night? Zhou Changlu didn't raise his head and said word by word, Not yet 4 o'clock. It was 3:49 minutes and 17 seconds. Wu Yuding frowned and said, I went to Xiaoduo's room this morning. The bed collapsed, but there were no other signs. It should be fine. Zhuchanglu snorted and rolled his eyes. Wu Yuding said worriedly, actually, I'm not worried about them. Not worried. Zhuchanglu rolled his eyes again and put down his chopsticks. He wiped his mouth and said, Xiao Duo can already cultivate. Wu Yuding stared at him. What do you mean? I don't mean anything. Zhuchanglu said, I just want to know what you mean. She cursed in her heart. You're not worried about them? You didn't sleep last night. Do you think I don't know? Your ears are longer than a rabbit's. Do you think I don't know this morning? What do you mean there's nothing else? You're not worried? You're just fooling yourself. You're just lying to me. And I have to pretend to believe you. Wu Yuding was silent for a long time and said, Don't forget to bring a bed back in the afternoon. Zhuchanglu nodded and put down his bowl. He got up and put on his coat. Okay, I'm going to Astral Souls. Okay. Wu Yuding nodded and cleared the table. When Zhuchanglu walked out of the door, she suddenly remembered something and chased him to the door. Bring a double bed back. Zhuchanglu was going down the stairs. When he heard this, he was instantly confused. It will be a waste of your painstaking efforts. That's also my business. Zhuxiaoyan's attitude was very firm. On the other side, the delicate girl Meng Qinyu smiled and said, Senior sister, I will do what I promised you. But don't forget what you promised me. Remember to return the favor. Zhuxiaoyan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The next moment, Mu Yanyan waved her hand and suddenly disappeared with Zhuxiaoyan. Only Meng Qinyu and Zhuxiaoduo were left in the huge martial arts hall. Zhuxiaoduo looked at the girl in front of him calmly. He knew very well that the girl looked weak like an ordinary girl, but her strength was definitely a super master that he couldn't touch at all at his current stage. What was more obvious was that the first day of training had to be completed by this girl. The only thing that bothered Zhuxiaoduo was that although this girl looked very beautiful, so beautiful that anyone would be stunned by her beauty, Zhuxiaoduo didn't have the tendency to look at her for a while longer. Because her expression and eyes made Zhuxiaoduo feel very awkward and uncomfortable. Especially after his sister left, she looked at him like a normal person looking at an ant, full of disdain and arrogance. What are you looking at? Meng Qinyu narrowed her eyes. You mean I can't look? Zhuxiaoduo asked in return. You can look and you can understand a little. Meng Qinyu sneered, how about I introduce you to it directly? Zhuxiaoduo? ? Do you know where this place is? Meng Qinyu proudly raised her slender neck. This is the underground of the Meng group. It's a full 300 meters from the surface, and countless people and resources were spent to build this holy land for cultivation. 300 meters. Zhuxiaoduo looked at the hall that was as spacious as a football field and couldn't help but tremble. What you've seen is only 1/10 of the entire cultivation ground, Yi Futian said. Meng Qinyu lightly said, this cultivation area has many kinds of facilities. It has everything that can be used for cultivation. My father spent $12 billion to prepare this cultivation gift for me after my master took me in as a disciple. Zhuxiaoduo listened to Meng Qinyu's increasingly superior and arrogant tone, but he didn't say anything. The reason he didn't want to say anything was very simple. It was meaningless. Aside from the load-bearing walls, the walls of this place are embedded with mid-grade astral souls jade and engraved with arrays. The ceiling above is made up of 108,888 mid-grade astral souls jade. It's a cultivation array that releases spiritual energy. And the astral souls array on the ceiling and the surrounding walls can be combined to form a super large astral array. To put it bluntly, every breath you take here contains energy that a normal person would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Meng Qinyu coldly said, the other parts of the training hall are even more high-end, so I won't introduce them to you one by one. You only need to know one thing. If it weren't for your sister, you would never have the chance to enter this place even once in your lifetime. Even if you live until your death, you won't know that such a place exists. Meng Qinyu's words became sharper. It hurt his pride. But Zhuxiaoduo didn't get angry. He knew that whether he was angry, envious, or shocked, it would only make her feel better. Therefore, with a faint smile on his face, he continued to listen and watch, not saying a word from beginning to end. Seeing Zhuxiaoduo look at her with an indifferent attitude as though he was used to it and did not say a word, Meng Qinyu inexplicably felt the anger in her heart rise. You should really thank your sister because you really do have a good sister. Meng Qinyu mockingly said, if it weren't for her, someone like you. Zhuxiaoduo nodded and spoke for the first time, you're right. My sister is really amazing. It's because of her that I have the chance to enter this place. I will be very, very grateful to my sister. Meng Qinyu was stunned. She really didn't expect Zhou Xiaoduo to say it so calmly. It was as if it was a matter of fact, and a matter of course. She only heard Zhou Xiaoduo continue, "Speaking of gratitude, you should actually be more grateful to your father. Your father really is amazing. He has given you far too much, far more than I can imagine. It's because of this that you have the chance to show off in front of me. Your father is very hardworking and very amazing. This is the truth." Meng Qinyu's delicate face immediately turned red. For the first time she lost her composure and roared, "Of course my father is amazing. He's much better than your father." Zhou Xiaoduo's face finally sank completely. He mockingly said, "Your father is much better than my father? That's not necessarily true, right? Your father has a $1 trillion corporation and countless assets, but the daughter he raised is only SOSO. On the other hand, my father has no assets, but the sister he raised is much better than your father's daughter." Meng Qinyu was suddenly speechless. These words there was really no way to refute. "But I'm much better than you. What about that?" Meng Qinyu was silent for a long time before retorting. "I can't compare to my daughter, but can I not compare to my son? You're better than me? How are you better than me?" Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of pride as he retorted, "There are many things that I have that you don't have. You actually dare to boast that you're better than me. You think too highly of yourself. This kind of feeling of being beside someone but feeling so far away, I really have experienced it before. During the first year of Qi Dian's annual meeting, I looked at the great God in front of me. Although he was right beside me, he really felt so far away. So after returning from the annual meeting, I continuously exploded for 5 years." Chapter 45. What do you have? Meng Qinyu jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What do you have? What do you have?" "I have my elder sister, a genius elder sister, an elder sister who cares for me wholeheartedly. I also have a father and mother who raised a genius like my elder sister." Zhou Xiaoduo calmly said, "Also I am a man. What I have you don't have. You will never have it." Zhou Xiaoduo finally began his counterattack. Meng Qinyu's face was gloomy as she said, "Ridiculous." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled with an indifferent expression. This girl did not fall for it. "I thought you were going to say something along the lines of, 'I can have as much as I want.' No guts. I forgot to tell you." Meng Qinyu pointed to a small room at the side of the hall. It looked like 2 large fish tanks. "Over there is a healing pod for astral souls. If you cultivate here, no matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath left, you can enter that pod and fully recover in 15 minutes. Just these 2 cabins alone cost $15 billion to build. The healing potions inside are all top-grade astral souls jade liquid. That's why they have such miraculous effects and can bring the dead back to life. So, you don't need to worry about getting hurt. Perhaps, in this lifetime, you will only be able to use these healing pods for a few days. So, you can find a chance to use them a few more times." Meng Qinyu's words were filled with ridicule. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the 2 healing pods. Looking at this magnificent place, his eyes shone brightly. At this moment he suddenly had a goal in his heart. To become stronger. To stand beside his elder sister and say to her, "Don't be afraid. You have me." This was Zhou Xiaoduo's first thought. His second thought, "I want to be rich. I want a lot of money." Meng Qinyu looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with some ridicule. "Right, do you remember what I said to your elder sister? In order for you to have these 3 days, your elder sister promised me a good thing." Zhou Xiaoduo's face suddenly darkened. "What did my elder sister promise you?" Meng Qinyu proudly said, "You have an elder sister who misses you. Although I do not have a younger brother, I have an elder brother who has liked your elder sister for a long time." Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes immediately changed. They became like 2 poisonous snakes staring at Meng Qinyu's face. After a long time he finally said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Meng Qinyu proudly said, "Guess." "I'll give up this opportunity," Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily. "Impossible." Meng Qinyu said, "Since you have already entered, the promise I made to your elder sister has already been fulfilled. You can't get out of this place on your own. Even if you give up, our agreement cannot be changed. Now you have 3 choices. The first condition is to kill me. The second condition is to defeat me. The third condition is to let you out in 3 days." Meng Qinyu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Instead of talking nonsense, action is the most practical. The special training has begun. Boom. Zhou Xiaoduo was kicked out. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had a third goal. Become strong, have money. After he became stronger, he would beat this girl to death and revive her. Then he would use money to smash this girl and her father to death again. On the other side, in an office upstairs, Zhou Xiaoyan crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen. Mu Yanyan was also watching the screen. Only these two were expressionless. They did not make a sound for a long time. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had already been beaten by Meng Qinyu 17 times. His body was already covered in cuts and bruises. And from Meng Qinyu's mouth, she continued to spit out many words that provoked Zhou Xiaoduo. Trash like you? You still want to protect your elder sister? Ah. Is this how you use the star-plucking palm? What does your dragon's leg look like? And it looks like noodles. Soft, haha, it looks very delicious. Do you want to eat it? The starry sky steps is said to be able to travel through the galaxy. Its movements are like the resplendent galaxy. It is magnificent, but you use it like a duck steps. You want to avoid my attacks like this? Are you retarded? Are you retarded, or are you thinking too simply? Do you think that this kind of place is something that trash like you can lust after? I have already suppressed my cultivation to the same level as you, but you are still unable to withstand a single blow. Then you can only be trash. Do you think I will teach you the essentials of the moves? Learn it yourself in real combat. This is the best way. Get up, trash. You can't earn money and can't become strong. Trash. I have given you such a good opportunity, but you can only waste it. If you are not trash, then what are you? Stand up, trash. If it wasn't for your trash's sister begging me, would I let you come here? Trash. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you can defeat me by staring at me? Not only are you trash, you are also an idiot. Why aren't you moving? Why aren't you attacking? Aren't you very capable? Aren't you very angry? Recovering your chi like I did? Ah. If I say you are an idiot, then you are an idiot. How could my reply be the same as yours? Your performance really hasn't improved at all. Are you becoming more and more confused? Star Plucking Palm has a total of 9 moves. Do you only know how to use them in order? You think you can defeat me with these little tricks? You really are an idiot. Ah. Under Meng Qinyu's torrent of insults, Zhou Xiaoduo had already gone completely crazy. Even if he was knocked down again and again, he would climb back up again and again. His face was already swollen like a pig's head, but he still continued to attack without fear of death. Become stronger. Even though he was angry and irritable, he managed to suppress his state of mind that should have gone berserk and turned it all into motivation. In fact, it even stimulated his mind to become clearer and think more comprehensively. Did you see it clearly? Those are not eyes that have lost his mind due to anger. Looking at his eyes, he has been thinking. He has not been affected by anger at all. This temperament is worthy of the word, amazing. Zhou Xiaoyan's cold face finally bloomed with a sweet smile. She could not help but raise her head proudly. My dog. He is so amazing. But she still wanted to hear a few more words that she said with a little innocence. Master, it seems that this is the first time you have praised someone like this. Perhaps this book was the most difficult time in my writing career. I hope everyone can help me. Today's third watch, please recommend me. Chapter 46. Mu Yanyan smiled and said, When have I ever been stingy with my praise for someone worthy of praise? Your brother deserves this praise. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression changed and she bowed her head and said, Xiaoyan thanks Master for the praise on behalf of my brother. Her face was full of restraint, and she had a serious look of joy. Actually, your brother's other characteristic may even be better than you and Qinyu. No, it must be better than Qinyu. Mu Yanyan said faintly, and she actually sighed. Ah, Master, where did you come from? Although I am very happy that you praised Xiaoduo, you don't have to praise him too much. Zhou Xiaoyan was a little overwhelmed by Mu Yanyan's evaluation. What kind of person was Mu Yanyan? What kind of insight and experience did she have? She had a total of 2 disciples, Zhou Xiaoyan and Meng Qinyu. Both of them were top geniuses. He had already proven his insight and his strict requirements for accepting a disciple. Now that he had suddenly said that Zhou Xiaoduo was better than Meng Qinyu in a certain aspect, if word of this got out, even if Zhou Xiaoduo did not immediately become the target of public criticism, it was more or less the case. What Master said is true. Although this younger brother of yours is quite good in other aspects, he is only good. Only in terms of perseverance he can be considered superhuman. Whether or not he surpasses you is hard to say, but he definitely surpasses Qinyu. Mu Yanyan evaluated. Even if he has been in the martial master realm for many years, he will not be able to hold on until now. Only your brother has shown signs of exhaustion, but he is still trying his best to fight. Just in this aspect, Qinyu is not as good as him. Mu Yanyan sighed and said, "Now you know why Master said this. This scene reminds me of you in the past. Weren't you like this in the past?" Zhou Xiaoyan's bright eyes flashed and said, "Master, do you think Xiao Duo can catch up with me and surpass me? Look at how he's risking his life. I think he's stronger than me, much stronger." Mu Yanyan sighed. Looking at Zhou Xiaoyan's hopeful eyes, she shook her head and said, "If we had discovered his perseverance earlier, he might have been able to catch up with you. But he started too late and it is impossible for him to catch up with you. In this life he might be able to walk a thorny path like you and reach the pinnacle of 7th pressure or even 8th pressure. However, at the very most, the most he can achieve in his life is core. Even if he is lucky enough to reach the soul transformation stage, there is no way to advance any further. His path of cultivation ends there. Is it true that I can reach the nascent soul stage if I have a chance encounter, Master?" Zhou Xiaoyan asked persistently. "What I'm saying is that under the smoothest circumstances, he must have had great luck to be able to reach this level." Mu Yanyan sighed with some regret. His Dantian astral souls are too weak. He started too late. But Zhou Xiaoyan's face was already as bright as a spring flower. "That's enough. As long as he can reach the soul transformation stage, he can accompany me for 1,000 years. It's already a miracle beyond estimation." Zhou Xiaoyan murmured in her heart. "Your junior sister did a good job this time, right?" Mu Yanyan said. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the screen. Meng Qinyu's hands and feet fell on Zhou Xiaoduo's face, body, back, and head like a storm that she frowned and said with a worried look, "Master, junior sister's cultivation progress has been a little slow during this time." Mu Yanyan said, "It's indeed a little slow. She's just too playful. She wasted such an excellent cultivation environment. If others knew about it, they would only say that you didn't teach her well. She would lose a lot of face." "That's right. This girl is always smiling and cheeky. She's shameless. I also have a headache." "Well, after a few days I'll be responsible for spurring junior sister. It's related to Master's face. How can we not treat it seriously?" Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the screen. Meng Qinyu was still laughing arrogantly. She kicked Zhou Xiaoduo 17 or 18 meters away. She was extremely arrogant and showed her fangs and claws. Mu Yanyan looked at Zhou Xiaoyan strangely and said, "As her senior sister, it's naturally the best for you to urge her. But, didn't you think it was a waste of time in the past?" "In the past, I was not a competent senior sister. In the future, I will urge junior sister well," Zhou Xiaoyan said solemnly. "In the future, I will urge her twice a day." "Well, you did the right thing with the Tanlang school. I have reported it and the governor's office has responded." "Yes. After so many years, no one knows how much the Umno Alliance has infiltrated the mainland. But there shouldn't be many in Phoenix City." Mu Yanyan said, "After all, it's a small city." "Maybe. But it's said that 7 kills is on the move. In Phoenix City, I have to go to the north of the city to watch over the next few nights." Mu Yanyan said. "Okay." In the monitor, Zhou Xiaoduo rushed up again. His palms were like knives and axes. He moved strangely with the star steps and the dragon gate kick. He had reached the level of 3 in 1. At this time, Meng Qinyu's face was covered in sweat. Her cultivation was much higher than Zhou Xiaoduo's, but she suppressed her cultivation to the level of martial master to fight with Zhou Xiaoduo. Although she recovered her qi quickly and her combat skills were exquisite, she had an obvious advantage. But after such a long time of high-intensity fighting, both her mental and physical strength were exhausted. Moreover, she was spoiled since she was young. Her fighting spirit was far inferior to Zhou Xiaoduo's. She was no longer as calm as before. Her image was barely satisfactory. However, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in an even worse state, didn't give up. He continued to charge forward again and again with a ferocious expression, as if he could continue for a long time. Meng Qinyu no longer had the strength to curse Zhou Xiaoduo. Instead, it was Zhou Xiaoduo who began to curse. He cursed and fought at the same time. He shouted loudly and fought fiercely without stopping. "Meng Qinyu, you little girl, you dare to curse your masters will like this today. Our grudge has been set. One day I will make you regret it. You little girl, you dare to raise conditions with my sister. Sooner or later I will kill you." Do you see that recovery pod, Meng Qinyu? Don't think that I can't beat you today. There will be plenty of time in the future. One day I will rape you and then kill you. When you are on your last breath, I will throw you into the recovery pod. Then I will rape you and kill you. I will kill you 999 times. I guarantee that I won't kill you one more time, but I won't kill you one less time. Even Meng Qinyu, who had a much higher cultivation, was already out of strength. Zuoxiao Duo, who had a much lower cultivation, was naturally out of strength even earlier. Now he was completely relying on his instincts to fight, however he was unwilling to give up. You hit me. You actually dare to hit your master Zua. Humiliating me. Daddy will kill you one day. Kill you. Kill you. Zuoxiao Duo shouted loudly. His eyes were bloodshot. The so-called bloodshot eyes were nothing more than this. Meng Qinyu's beautiful face was gloomy. Her fists and palms suddenly increased in strength. Like a 1,000-pound sledgehammer, her fists smashed into Zuoxiao Duo's body. She fiercely muttered, "I'll teach you to be stubborn. I'll teach you to talk dirty. I'll teach you to rape me and then kill me." With a bang, Meng Qinyu kicked Zuoxiao Duo's chin. Zuoxiao Duo spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying. Like a dead fish, he fell to the ground. Meng Qinyu flew forward 2 steps and screamed, "Rape me and then kill me." Following this, she kicked Zuoxiao Duo with great force, accurately sending him into the recovery pod. Then she rolled her eyes and held her knees with both hands. She gasped for breath. The sweat on her head was like a waterfall. It flowed down her head and her hair. Meng Qinyu, the once delicate girl, was now not delicate in the slightest. Her image was gone. This job is really hard to do. Meng Qinyu felt that she was about to collapse. Regarding this result, the only feeling she had was astonishment. With her own cultivation and strength, suppressing her cultivation to be a sparring partner for a martial warrior was enough to make her collapse. If this was not abnormal, then it would be the strangest thing in the world. Meng Qinyu took a few deep breaths and staggered over. She saw Zuoxiao Duo soaking in the nutrient solution, bobbing up and down. Thinking for a bit, she opened the other recovery pod and laid down inside. I'll just lie there for 5 minutes. Too tired. This old lady is so tired. Junior sister actually entered the recovery pod. Zuoxiaoyan was indignant. Master, this is too much. Fighting with Xiao Duo's low cultivation, she actually had to enter the recovery pod. This is seriously ruining the sect's reputation. Mu Yanyan coughed, feeling a little strange. Although what Xiaoyan said was reasonable, there were only the 3 of them, master and disciple, plus Zuoxiao Duo. There was no one else. Wasn't it a little too much to raise the level of ruining the sect's reputation a little too much? And your junior sister's method is indeed inappropriate. With her cultivation and strength, she really shouldn't have entered the recovery pod. She should have used her own cultivation to absorb spiritual energy and self-heal. Xiaoyan, find an opportunity to teach your junior sister what the right way is. I know, I will definitely teach junior sister well. Zuoxiaoyan promised. Vigorous ball recommendation ticket. Chapter 47. About 10 minutes later, Meng Qinyu came out of the healing pod. She was full of energy and her face was as rosy as before. Then her body flashed and she appeared in front of Zuoxiaoyan and Mu Yanyan. Senior sister, junior sister did well, right? Meng Qinyu smiled and asked for credit. Zuoxiaoyan's cold face was expressionless. I did my best just now and it definitely aroused this kid's anger. I think this kid is going all out. He's really playing with his life. I clearly broke a few of his bones, but he still tried his best to attack. It's really not bad. Senior sister, this younger brother of yours has a bit of vigor. Meng Qinyu smiled happily. Other than his mouth being a bit cheap, everything else is like a man. Zuoxiaoyan snorted and did not say anything. She clearly felt that when Meng Qinyu said Zuoxiao Duo's mouth was a bit cheap, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. It seemed that what Zuoxiao Duo said had angered this girl. But Zuoxiaoyan still did not say anything. This time it was for Zuoxiao Duo to train. With this layer of hatred, it might have a more positive effect. We agreed before. Don't forget, senior sister. My brother always wanted to invite you to a meal. Meng Qinyu hugged Zuoxiaoyan's arm and said coquettishly, I already agreed with him. You two will have a meal together. And it's just a meal. You already promised me. Zuoxiaoyan was still expressionless. After a while she said, after 3 days I will see the results of your training. Okay. Meng Qinyu jumped up, just wait and see. At this time, Zuoxiao Duo's arrogant voice came from below. Meng Qinyu, Where's Meng Qinyu? That little girl. Where did she go? Hurry up and come out for Master Zhua. Master Zhua is here. Hurry up and come out to greet the guest. Greet the guest? Meng Qinyu's face suddenly sank. Mu Yanyan's face also sank. You can hit harder. There are healing pods left and right. It's not a big deal. Mu Yanyan said. Understood, Master. Meng Qinyu disappeared in a flash. Zhua Xiaoyan looked at the monitor screen without any expression. Her beautiful eyes were focused and she was paying close attention to the battle. Your two martial uncles who are traveling outside have already received my message. They will arrive at Phoenix City in a month and a half. Mu Yanyan said lightly, and your two martial uncles this time, they will also come down the mountain. With the combined strength of the five of us, we will protect you. Mu Yanyan took a deep breath. You can't make any mistakes in your breakthrough this time, and you won't make any mistakes. Zhua Xiaoyan didn't respond immediately. She was still looking at Zhua Xiaoduo on the screen and thinking about what Zhua Xiaoduo had said. Based on your physiognomy, there's a great risk of a breakthrough. Her beautiful eyes flickered. After a long time, she slowly nodded and said, I understand. During the first day of the special training, Zhua Xiaoduo was basically being beaten from morning to night. However, the harder he was beaten, the more ferocious Zhua Xiaoduo became, and he put more effort into studying the use of his moves. By the time it was dinner time, he had already entered the healing pod 3 times. This kind of consumption made Meng Qinyu, who had always been rich and arrogant and regarded money as dirt, feel distressed. She strongly suspected that this kid was deliberately getting injured so that he could use her healing pod? And use this to get revenge on her. It could be seen that no matter how rich you were, no matter how much money you talked about, it was just a string of numbers. After a certain amount of consumption, you would still feel distressed. In the evening, everyone went out to eat dinner. Zhua Xiaoduo was still alone in the training room. His dinner was a single horned deer thigh sent by Zhua Xiaoyan. It was at least 40 to 50 pounds. It was roasted until it was golden brown, and the fragrance was unrestrained. It was very tempting. Zhua Xiaoduo smelled the aroma of the meat and suddenly felt like a hungry wolf. His stomach growled loudly and he could not wait to eat. But he still resisted this impulse. In one breath, he rushed to the door and shouted at Zhua Xiaoyan, What did you promise that girl? Quickly reject her. I don't need it. We don't need it. This was the first time he had contact with Zhua Xiaoyan today. If he did not say the words he had been holding back for a long time, when would he? Separated by a door, Zhua Xiaoyan stood coldly and looked at her brother, whose face was full of grief and indignation. After a long time she did not say anything. She turned around and left. Zhua Xiaoyan, you dared to sell yourself out. You are really bold. Zhua Xiaoduo shouted, You wait. I will tell Dad when I go back. I will tell Mom. You. She wanted to threaten Zhua Xiaoyan and force her to submit, but after racking her brains she realized that there was nothing she could do to threaten Zhua Xiaoyan. She could only use her parents to pressure her. There was no need for Zhua Xiaoyan to answer. Zhua Xiaoduo already felt defeated, completely defeated. That's right, Zhua Xiaoyan was no longer the weak and delicate girl at home. She was a strong person. Even in the entire Phoenix City, it was the kind of name that could be shouted out. She was the pride of the whole city. Zhua Xiaoyan was a strong woman who was completely independent. She was independent and strong. She could solve any problem by herself, including those problems that even his parents could not solve. Even when no one knew, Zhua Xiaoyan had already experienced many life and death battles. Many people could not imagine and many people could not experience in their lives. Her strength had long exceeded his imagination and understanding. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and stood in front of the door, looking in the direction that Zhua Xiaoyan left. An inexplicable feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Looking at the fragrant single-horned deer thigh on the ground, Zhua Xiaoduo, who was originally hungry, only felt that it was tasteless and could not eat. There was never a moment when he hated himself so much for being useless. Why couldn't I be strong earlier? Why couldn't I be the pillar of the family? Why did I let Sister Nian suffer because of me? As a younger brother, as a man, shouldn't I protect my sister well? With her status and strength, she should not bow to anyone. Feeling the rich aura of astral souls in the air, Zhua Xiaoduo bared his teeth and roared hysterically. He sat on the ground, grabbed the single-horned deer thigh on the ground and bit it hard. Sister Nian, I will be your pride. Nian cat. I will protect you. Definitely. Wait for me. When Meng Qinyu and her disciples came back from dinner, they saw Zhua Xiaoduo was sweating profusely trying to figure out the 3 sets of martial arts. Every move, every style was extremely serious and meticulous. And between his movements, it was like he was very familiar with it and had the demeanor of a master. At this moment, Zuo was bare-chested. The three girls could clearly see that every muscle on his body was moving in the most appropriate way, and the meridians in his body were running smoothly. His eyes were projected on the mirror on his left side, confirming that his movements were accurate. He was trying to find out if there were any mistakes, and then he would correct them the next time. Very good. He has almost reached perfection, and there are no flaws in his movements. Mu Yinyan's eyes were full of surprise. Except for his weak cultivation, even an old martial arts master who has been immersed in these 3 sets of martial arts for more than 10 years may not be able to fight better than him, and use them more skillfully. Mu Yinyan said, "Nian, your brother is really pitiful." Zuo Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a touch of pride and said, "My brother is a genius, I have never doubted this. It's just that he had a strange dream for several years and his time was delayed. But I believe that he will be able to get back the glory he deserves, and let me and Mom and Dad feel proud." Mu Yinyan pondered and nodded. "Qinyu, you can go in." "Master, let's discuss something." Meng Qinyu's scalp was a little numb. "Senior sister Nian's brother is really a monster. I can't kill him and I have to suppress my cultivation at all times, but his mouth is like a cesspool. Every word can anger people to death. I'm really afraid that I will lose control in a moment of anger. Also, this guy's physical strength is also at the level of a monster. With the cultivation of a martial arts master or even above that, he should be drained by me in a few minutes, but this guy is like a cockroach that can't be killed. I'm really tired, can you?" Mu Yinyan narrowed her eyes. "You still have the nerve to say you're tired? It's clear that you have slacked off a lot during this period of time. Your progress is too slow, so slow that it makes me disappointed. Look at how Zuo Xiaoduo cultivates. How hard, and what is his attitude towards cultivation? He is simply risking his life to improve, but what about you? What is your attitude?" Everyone has their strong points, and Zuo Xiaoduo's strong points are his tenacity, his ruthlessness, his perseverance, and his temperament. These points are all above you, far above you. You need to learn. If Zuo Xiaoduo had your conditions and environment, I believe that it would only be a matter of time before he catches up to you, even if he lost so much time in the beginning. Mu Yinyan snorted and turned to leave. Mu Yinyan had something that she was too embarrassed to say. If Meng Qinyu was really caught by Zuo Xiaoduo and caught up, then it would really be as Zuo Xiaoyan said. She would be a disgrace to the sect and become a laughingstock. Even she, the master, would not have the face to see others. Senior sister. Meng Qinyu still wanted to act spoiled to Zuo Xiaoyan, but just as she called out, she met with Zuo Xiaoyan's unusually cold eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Meng Qinyu said angrily. "If you feel tired, we can end it now. I will go and bring him out." Zuo Xiaoyan said leisurely, "But our agreement ends here. A person's words are trustworthy. A person without trust is worthless. You have not fulfilled the agreement, so how can you expect others to fulfill the agreement?" Meng Qinyu fiercely gritted her teeth. "Isn't it just accompanying a Zuo Xiaoduo to fight? Is this girl really not as good as him?" After saying this, she walked in with her head held high. Zuo Xiaoyan snorted and disappeared in a flash. It was midnight. Zuo Xiaoduo entered the recovery cabin for the 5th time. His whole body was immersed in the spiritual liquid. He could only feel countless pure spiritual energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, entering his body. It quickly healed all the scars and healed all the damage to his meridians. What made Zuo Xiaoduo even more surprised was that the cool energy between his eyebrows was moving along with the pure spiritual energy in the recovery cabin. It was moving in a lively manner that he had never seen before. It became stronger and stronger, gradually covering all the meridians in his body. "I now have 1.5 drops of luck points. In other words, I can use this to see a person's fate for 3 whole months. But this is my last resort. It is also Nian Cat's life-saving straw. I can't waste it at all. I must use it carefully. The spiritual energy of the Jade of Astral Souls can help increase the cool energy outside of the luck points. This is a pleasant surprise. Now I can confirm that the more Jade of Astral Souls, the better. The denser the spiritual energy, the better. So in the future, I will definitely need a large amount of Jade of Astral Souls for my cultivation. I only need to soak in this recovery cabin for 15 minutes, and my body will be completely healed. This is probably the most basic function of the recovery cabin. And the cool energy that will help me cover all the meridians in my body, making them flexible and expand again, is an additional benefit. In here, the spiritual energy of the recovery cabin and the cool energy complement each other. In the 15 minutes that I am soaked in, the cool energy can cover my meridians twice. If that's the case, my meridians have been reborn twice in 15 minutes. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if there will be a next time. A high-end place like this is definitely not something that I can come to often. Now that there is such an opportunity, I should take the opportunity to soak in it a few more times. As long as I sustain enough injuries, I can come in, and soaking in it a few more times. Just treat it as a little interest paid by Meng Qinyu in advance. Yes, with this recovery cabin, perhaps I can completely temper all the bones in my body in these 3 days. Zuoxiao Duo found a new goal. Bone tempering. The higher the quality of the spirit energy, the better the future of cultivation. Today's recovery cabin. He. Zuoxiao Duo laughed sinisterly. If I let go of such a good thing, won't I be struck by lightning? Today's big chapter can be considered a small hit. Please recommend it. Chapter 48. As a result, when Zuoxiao Duo battled Meng Qinyu, his words became even more unpleasant. All sorts of obscenities were spewed out without end. Meng Qinyu was so angry that her lungs had expanded by 3 times. Naturally, her attacks became even fiercer, but the fiercer she was, the more vicious Zuoxiao Duo became. As a result, Meng Qinyu began to reflect and began to regret the words she had said to provoke this guy. Was it because I went too far in cursing him? If I did not set an example and attacked first, would the opponent's mouth be filled with obscenities? Was this a sparring partner? This was a fucking scolding, a scolding from day to night. In Zuoxiao's words, Meng Qinyu's body was already covered in cuts and bruises. First raping then killing etc. It was not even worth mentioning. Meng Qinyu had once curiously calculated, but she only calculated for half an hour before she went mad with anger. Because in this half an hour, Meng Qinyu had already been tortured to death by Zuoxiao Duo 13 times. Boom boom boom. Meng Qinyu's attacks became heavier and heavier, and she became more and more unrestrained. Her face was ashen, and her lips were purple from anger. Her entire body could not help but tremble. Regret. Truly regret. What kind of thing is this? My dear elder brother, for the sake of your marriage, I, your little sister, have endured all kinds of abuse that a normal person would not be able to endure in 10,000 lifetimes. As the spoiled daughter of the chairman of the Meng Group, the proud daughter of the heavens, she had never even dreamed that this world would have so many ways of cursing people, so many ways of abusing people. And these methods were right in front of her. Zuoxiao Duo was like the Milky Way pouring out of the heavens, endlessly calling out her name one by one. Experiencing it one by one. Meng Qinyu currently only had one emotion left. These days quickly end. In the beginning, Meng Qinyu had sent Zuoxiao Duo into a recovery pod, so she could calm down outside. But later on, Zuoxiao Duo went in once and Meng Qinyu also went in once. Because if she did not go in, she was worried that her lungs would explode from anger. He still had to worry about his liver. He felt that his liver was probably already swollen from anger. That it was 3:30 in the morning. Zuoxiao Duo entered the healing pod again. He smacked his lips and pondered for a while. A feeling of regret arose spontaneously. The spiritual energy in the healing cabin was still so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the cooling energy could no longer be maintained. The previous state where the cooling energy spread throughout the meridians of the body no longer existed. This is saturation? Zuoxiao Duo sighed in the healing pod. If it was possible, he wouldn't mind staying in this state for 8 or 10 more days. What a pity. Lying in the recovery pod, Zuoxiao Duo could not help but feel dispirited. Since he no longer had this benefit, Zuoxiao Duo no longer had any interest in cursing Meng Qinyu. Is my saliva worthless? Scolding people also required strength. There are so many methods and methods, all of which require the mind to devise. Zuoxiao Duo floated in the spiritual liquid. He felt the spiritual liquid nourishing every inch of his skin and meridians. It was very comfortable. While recovering, it also tempered his bones. Currently, he had already secretly tempered his sternum. It was really convenient because Meng Qinyu had already broken some of his bones before entering the healing pod. Toe bones, calf bones, thigh bones, finger bones, arm bones, shoulder bones, pelvis bones, ribs. Then the sternum. After tempering the sternum and neck bones, he had to stop because the skull was not something that could be tempered at this level. Once in the martial soldier realm, once in the martial master realm, once in the Xiantian realm, once in the embryonic breathing realm and once in the Dan realm, he could start the first tempering of the skull. While desperately absorbing the benefits, he could not help but frown and think, what did Sister Xiao Nian promise them? This Nian Nian cat really makes me worry. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. 15 minutes, it was not short, but it was not long either. Just like that, it was about to pass. Looking at the atmosphere that was still filled with spiritual liquid, Zhou Xiaoduo thought about how he could only stay here for 3 days. Now that more than a day had passed, he could not help but feel a little reluctant to leave. That girl Meng Qinyu actually dared to negotiate with Nian Nian cat. She clearly looks down on me, Zhou Xiaoduo. The more Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the spiritual liquid in the healing pod. I really can't take advantage of anything else. Anyway, this thing is not poisonous. At most it's mixed with my sweat and blood. Even if there was someone else's before, so what? Aren't the steamed buns that I usually eat made by someone else? Who can guarantee that there is no urine in the steamed buns? When Zhou Xiaoduo thought of this, he felt more at ease. In the limited time he had, he opened his mouth wide and gulped down his fill. Do whatever you want. Perhaps even the people who first designed this healing pod did not expect that there would be someone who would drink spiritual liquid in it like drinking beer. Moreover, he drank until he was full. This spiritual liquid was definitely beneficial to the human body. In fact, this thing was originally created for the human body to absorb. But the greatest significance of the existence of a medical pod, or perhaps it could be said that its greatest value was its sustainability. The spirit liquid that Meng Qinyu's Dao Hall had installed could be said to be of the highest quality. 1 pot of spirit liquid was enough for a person to use for a year, or even more. Basically, it would only be replenished after a certain amount had been consumed. But no one had ever thought of drinking it. What? Things like healing pods, no matter how high grade they were still public facilities. Do you know how many people had used them before? Even if the spiritual liquid inside was full of spiritual energy, it was no different from water in a public bath. 10,000% of people who went in were afraid that they would open their mouths and drink it. It was very disgusting. Who would have thought that Zhou Xiaoduo was such a unique weirdo? 15 minutes passed. Zhou Xiaoduo came out with his belly protruding. Yo, what did you do? Meng Qinyu looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's belly. Her pretty eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Hearing Meng Qinyu's suspicions, Zhou Xiaoduo flew into a rage. Taking the initiative, he complained, when you stuffed me inside, could you not have seen if I was awake or not? I was seriously injured and my mind was muddled. I instinctively opened my mouth then. I almost drowned in there. Look at how I got drunk. Tell me, did you do it on purpose? Rubbing his round belly, Zhou Xiaoduo continued to rage. If I had not woken up early, perhaps I really would have drowned. How many people have used this? Isn't it dirty? Isn't it disgusting? Hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's complaints, Meng Qinyu's gloominess disappeared in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Did you drink a belly full of bathwater? Meng Qinyu was overjoyed. Her voice was filled with schadenfreude. Oh my God, how dirty would that be? Who told you to curse me? Serves you right. This is a gift from the heavens. See if you don't die from disgust. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with anger. As a result, with this snort, 2 streams of milky white astral soul spiritual energy came out of his nose. After he recovered, his meridians were already full. Now that he drank a belly full, it was truly difficult for him to bear. Now, because he could not bear it, he was about to spit it out. It had to be known that what he drank was not real water. Instead, it was real astral souls. How could it be easily digested? Although the spiritual liquid would not cause a person to explode, if they could not digest it, it would definitely be wasted. Come, you ugly freak. Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, come, come, come. Today, Grandpa Zhou will definitely beat you into submission. Meng Qinyu's nose was filled with smoke from being called an ugly freak. Without any explanation, she rushed over. Previously, although Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth was filled with obscenities and he had said everything, he really had not made any comments about Meng Qinyu's appearance. After all, Meng Qinyu was a delicate girl. Calling her ugly was a bit of an insult to his conscience. However, after the two had fought for so long, not only was Zhou Xiaoduo exhausted, but Meng Qinyu had also sweated profusely. Her originally delicate makeup had long since disappeared. Her current appearance could not be described as delicate. Since it was no longer delicate, then it could be. Zhou Xiaoduo's feet moved and he soared into the air. Using the star steps, it was as though he was stepping on a river of stars. Dragon's Gate kick flashed and he kicked out like a whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant the two were tangled together. Zhou Xiaoduo went all out and used all his strength. He had no choice but to go all out. Grandpa Zhou was already about to explode. Who is the ugly freak? Meng Qinyu hit her while angrily puffing up her chest. She had nearly grown a size larger. It's you, it's you, it's you. Zhou Xiaoduo punched and kicked. He did not dodge in the slightest and met force with force. His mouth did not relax in the slightest. How am I ugly? Meng Qinyu fumed. You're flat. Zhou Xiaoduo threw 7 or 8 punches and 20 kicks in a row. His entire body seemed to have turned into a spinning top. He continued to shout, "You're not curvy at all. Your entire body is like a washboard. Moreover, it's a washboard that's been ground flat. How are you good looking? You're an ugly freak everywhere." I wrote a little too much about the special training, but I was unwilling to delete it. I could only post it in the middle of the night. Fortunately, I did not charge for it. The second update should be posted around 2 in the afternoon. The third update should be posted around 7 in the evening. It is the essence of the top-quality jade of astral souls. Do you know how much each mouthful your little brother swallowed is worth? The most conservative estimate is that each mouthful of spiritual liquid your little brother swallowed is equivalent to 1/10 of a top-quality jade of astral souls. Mu Yanyan snorted and said, as long as it is helpful for cultivation and helps to increase one's strength, not to mention bathwater, even if it is feces. There are too many people who would gladly take it and refuse to take it. Zhou Xiaoyan, cultivation is cultivation. As long as you are strong, everything else is insignificant. This is the most correct way of thinking about cultivation. Your little brother did it, but you did not. To say that you are blinded by it is an understatement. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. Mu Yanyan shook her head. Let me give you a simple example. On the battlefield, everyone is exhausted, and they don't even have a drop of spiritual essence left. At this time you see a rejuvenation elixir. This elixir is stained with a lot of people's blood or something even dirtier. However, as long as you eat it, you can recover some of your strength and save your life. At this time, do you eat it? Mu Yanyan snorted and said, Mysophobia? What is that? Is it more important than life? Zhou Xiaoyan lowered her head. I understand. Qinyu was born into a wealthy family. Her starting point is far, far higher than that of a normal person, but it is also because of this that her willpower is limited. That is why this junior sister of yours is destined to never reach the peak. Unless her father suddenly goes bankrupt, and she falls from the peak to the dust and experiences all kinds of pain. Mu Yanyan's eyes were deep and said, otherwise she will never know the pain of the world. How can she sharpen her mind? And warriors who don't know the pain of the world, even if they practice hard for a lifetime, can hardly reach the real peak. Mu Yanyan smiled faintly and said, do you know why? Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but ask, why? Because people are born to experience the pain of the world. In the feudal era there was a saying. Mu Yanyan said faintly, at that time the legend of immortals and Buddhas was still very popular. People at that time all said, no one can become a Buddha without suffering. No one can become a Buddha without suffering. Zhou Xiaoyan murmured this sentence as if she had understood something. On the morning of the second day of the special training, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was still in the special training, finally finished the whole body tempering. He only felt a clear feeling in his heart, as if a shackle had suddenly been opened. It was also from this moment on that the martial master barrier in his meridian suddenly opened. Spiritual chi went through the new meridian channel, and the mighty momentum drove straight in. A carefree feeling arose spontaneously. His movements became even more flexible. In addition, some inexplicable feelings as the new meridians were unblocked little by little, and integrated into the heart lake. White steam that could be seen with the naked eye was emitting from his body. The sudden burst of energy made Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been in a state of being beaten, suddenly burst out, and actually directly beat Meng Qinyu back. The power was still abundant and bursting out. He broke through. Zhou Xiaoyan, who had been paying attention to the monitoring, exhaled deeply. He finally broke through. Martial Master. Doggy, from now on, you have truly embarked on the path of a warrior. Zhou Xiaoyan had been looking forward to this day for several years, and at this moment, her eyes were actually a little wet. He should have broken through a long time ago. Mu Yanyan sat cross-legged on the side and didn't even bat an eyelid. The power in his body has already surpassed the martial warrior level by too much. It is only natural that he reached the martial master level. With this opportunity in accumulation, I am afraid that he will directly break through the peak of the martial master level. This kind of progress can't only be described with the word big. What is a martial master? A martial master. What is a martial master? Where is the qualification? The fundamental reason for this is that cultivators who have reached the level of martial master are able to find out the imperfections and flaws of the world's moves. Especially when it comes to their own moves, they will be able to detect and correct the imperfections and flaws on their own. Only the word, correct, can be called a master. Otherwise, how can he teach his disciple? In fact, as long as he has this characteristic, he has already met the basic requirements of a martial master. And your brother reached this level yesterday afternoon. Now that his meridians have been unblocked, it is an inevitable process. It has increased his power a little, but it is not important. The most important thing now is to see if he can refine his cultivation base again in the remaining 1.5 days. Mu Yanyan's expression was very indifferent. For her, no matter how amazing Zhuo Xiaoduo's progress was, it was still not enough to enter her eyes. It was even completely unimportant. What was really important was the state of mind of her disciple, Zhuo Xiaoyan. Mu Yanyan felt that it was a pity that Zhuo Xiaoyan had given the greedy wolf's heart to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but she did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. It was just a reasonable action of an elder sister to protect her younger brother. What made her feel that it was inappropriate was Zhuo Xiaoyan's request to help Zhuo Xiaoduo digest. However, seeing that this girl was about to break through and needed to be calm, she could only comply with her this time. Starting from the next night, Meng Qinyu officially withdrew from Zhuo Xiaoduo's special training. It was not that the agreed time between her and Zhuo Xiaoyan was up. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoyan's condition was that she had to persist for 2 days and 2 nights to help train Zhuo Xiaoduo. But now it was only 2 days and 1 night and Meng Qinyu had to withdraw. It was not that she could not persist, but her state did not allow her to continue. Zhuo Xiaoyan also did not dare to let her continue. Meng Qinyu was about to go crazy. She was so angry with Zhuo Xiaoduo that she did not know what to do. If she continued to stay with Zhuo Xiaoduo, Meng Qinyu was very worried that she would suddenly lose her mind due to anger. She would not be able to control herself and slap Zhuo Xiaoduo to death. Of course, it was also possible that she was so angry that she went crazy. Anyway, it was fine if she could not get it. In reality, if she had not continuously poured down Zhuo Xiaoduo's belly full of spiritual liquid for bathing, she would not have been able to persist for so long. And Zhuo Xiaoyan confirmed this point and decisively terminated Meng Qinyu's right to assist in training. In order to give brother a chance to eat. She actually paid such a great price. Meng Qinyu felt that she had suffered a great loss this time. She was not an idiot. After her anger calmed down, she naturally understood the truth behind the so-called bathing water. This sort of bathing water, over 80% of the cultivators in the world would gladly drink it every day. Even with Meng Qinyu's wealth as the second generation of a wealthy family, she still felt the pinch. This bastard drank so much that even his sweat was spiritual liquid. He actually held it in and did not pee. How stingy is he? However, as long as senior sister Nian can become sister-in-law, it is worth it. Even if I have to pay a little more, it is worth it. Even if it is a few times more, it is still worth it. The next contestant was the finale. The most important. Mu Yanyan personally took action. Facing Mu Yanyan, Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude became much better. His face was cute and obedient, and his mouth was as sweet as honey and sugar. This caused Meng Qinyu, who had wanted to see Zhuo Xiaoduo get beaten up, to nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. There was such a difference in treatment. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you bully me. Meng Qinyu's mood was on the verge of collapse. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the third watch. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Chapter 50. Senior Mu. I really can't say the word, senior. You clearly look about the same age as my sister. I'm afraid you're even younger than my sister. You're really beautiful. My heart is filled with respect when I look at you. I just want to look up to you. I've dreamed of fairies before, but I feel that the fairies in my dreams are not as beautiful as you. No, it's not that they're not as beautiful as you. They're far from being as beautiful as you. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in this world. Really. Although I'm only 17, I've watched a lot of movies and TV shows over the years. I feel like I've seen quite a few beauties, but you're really much more beautiful than those celebrities. Just this aura alone is enough to make you look like a fairy in the clouds. I'm really not exaggerating. I really have a feeling. You're the most beautiful woman in the last 35 million years in the astral soul's continent. You're really too beautiful. Yes, yes. In this world there are very few people who are as righteous as you. They have their own way of thinking and don't accept compliments from others. You're right. My palms, legs, and footwork still have too many shortcomings. Please don't be stingy with your guidance. If there's anything that I can't master, feel free to beat me up. I can handle it. I'll definitely learn from you. To be able to learn from you is definitely a blessing that I've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. My sister is really lucky to be able to learn from you every day. I'm really envious. Looking at the image and sound from the surveillance camera, Meng Qinyu's small mouth opened to an unimaginable degree. Her 2 pretty eyes almost popped out of their sockets. On the screen, there was a fragrant mouth, a flowery tongue, and words that were as sweet as honey. It was so sweet that it could kill, but it was also as gentle as water. Every sentence was filled with sincerity. Listening to it, one could tell that these words came from the heart. That person. This. Was this still the same Wuxia duo who had a mouth like a cesspit, a face like a demon, and an endless stream of profanities? He scolded her for half an hour without stopping, breathing, or repeating himself. Was this still the same fierce Wuxia duo who fought her with all his might? Was this still? Senior sister. Your younger brother is quite interesting. Meng Qinyu said in an enigmatic tone. This ass-kissing, it's a series of back-and-forth moves. Changing the angle, it really is difficult for him. Even more difficult is that each word seems to come from his heart. Look at how he has coaxed our master. You see, this is the first time I have seen Master smile so brilliantly. That was right. On the screen, Mu Yinyan's face was unprecedentedly happy. Her cold and aloof expression when she first entered had long disappeared. Her voice was much softer and even a little gentle. Even her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes looked so gentle. He was even more attentive when he pointed out Zhuxiao's mistakes. What's more, he used the spring wind and rain to moisten things silently. He even got into a fighting stance and performed a set of boxing moves. Seeing this, Zhuxiao duo was even more impressed and flattered him endlessly. One was teaching and the other was learning. The atmosphere was harmonious to the point that Meng Qinyu's heart began to ache. Master has never been so gentle to me. Zhuxiao's face was filled with envy and jealousy. My elder sister really is lucky. My elder sister really is lucky to have such a good master. No wonder my elder sister improved so quickly. It was all because of master's efforts. Originally, when others praised my elder sister as a genius, I felt sad. I'm not much worse than her, so why is it that my path of cultivation is bumpy? Now I know that it is because I do not have a good master. How is it that my elder sister is a genius? It is clearly because master taught her well. I have been bored here for a long time. Now that you have said it, I understand. I really envy my elder sister to the point of tears. Too wonderful. Too wonderful. So it can be like this. Wow, really? Really? I don't even know what to say. Yes, I was too stiff earlier. Look again. Oh, you have enlightened me. You have enlightened me. I'm not that smart. The most excessive thing was that while flattering Mu Yanyan, he also looked for opportunities to hit her while she was down. Truly amazing. I understood as soon as I heard it. And when I was fighting with little sister Meng, it seemed that there was a problem with her use of this move. I understand everything now. Yes, I'm enlightened. To learn martial arts, one has to endure hardships. This is the path that every strong person must go through. However, little sister Meng is still a little arrogant. However, I can completely understand. If I was born in their family, I reckon that I would be able to burn up the heavens. It's a waste of a great teacher like you. Right, my family is poor. My elder sister and I can only rely on our own efforts. I am also working hard to learn from my elder sister. Yes, every time my elder sister comes home, she will say how good her master is. At first, I did not believe her. It was me who was narrow-minded. I truly deserved to die. How could I have doubted? Really, your patience and kindness give me the feeling of a mother. I really want to stay at your side. I will pour you tea and take care of you. I really fear that you will not be able to live well outside and will be wronged. I can do anything. Although my elder sister can do it better than me, there are some things that are inconvenient for a girl. I can play the guitar, I can play the violin, I can play the erhu, I can interact with all kinds of people, I can also warm. Really, you have this kind of power that makes people not want to leave you. Meng Qinyou roared in front of the screen, Master, you must wake up. You must not fall for this detestable little demon's trick. This little demon is too detestable. He is clearly using flowery words to deceive you. Master, wake up a little, ah. Meng Qinyu was filled with grief and indignation. But the Mu Yanyan on the screen was even more meticulous, even more patient, even more gentle, and even more attentive. And now, use all of your explosive power. Combine your palms, legs, and footwork together. Give it your all. I only ask for one thing. That is, you must use up all of your strength before you finish or can't finish. Mu Yanyan made her request with a smile. Then she even gently asked, can you do it? Yes. Zuo puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on a manly appearance. It was probably the kind of appearance that made people want to pinch his face. On the screen, Mu Yanyan clearly had this idea. She had already reached out her hand, but she controlled herself and pulled it back. But her face was still gentle. Senior sister, your little brother is like this. Are you really not going to do anything? Meng Qinyu pulled her hair and asked with a face of despair. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was full of interest. She leisurely said, is there a problem with what Xiao Duo said? If you feel that there is something wrong with what he said, you can directly tell Master. I will definitely not stop you. Go ahead. What? What did you say? You said that your little brother is right. Meng Qinyu's eyes were full of disbelief. It was as if she suddenly did not recognize Zhuo Xiaoyan. Could it be that you feel that there is something wrong? Meng Qinyu was stunned for a long time. She no longer looked like she was about to collapse. Instead, her whole body was about to collapse. She said with a trembling voice, Sister Xiaoyan, I misjudged you. You actually dug such a big hole for me. Oh. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and ran out. Zhuo Xiaoyan had a faint smile on her face. She was not offended at all. She stared at the screen with a satisfied face. As the person who understood Zhuo Xiaoduo the most, Zhuo Xiaoyan naturally understood the reason why Zhuo Xiaoduo did this. First, he could use the fastest speed to learn things. Second, he could let Mu Yanyan teach him with all her heart. Third, he mentioned her in and out. It was nothing more than telling Mu Yanyan how much he respected Master. At home, he often talked about how good Master was so that Mu Yanyan would be more intimate with him. Later on, I really envy my sister. I really envy my sister to the point of tears. My sister's excellence is all because of Master's teaching. These words were simply reminding Mu Yanyan over and over again. My sister's love for you is genuine. She really respects and loves you. He was paving the way for himself. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt indescribably warm in her heart. Although her brother's method was a little overboard, it was definitely effective. Moreover, she had always been cold in front of her master. To put it nicely, she was learning from her master. But in the end, she lacked the intimacy with her master, and she did not secretly act coquettishly with her master like Meng Qinyu. If she let her master know that she had such a respectful and loving side to her behind other people's backs, she would definitely be happy. It was hard for anyone to resist the good feelings brought about by this contrast. Little doggy, you really put in a lot of effort. It was when he said that his master was the most beautiful woman. He knew that it was a compliment, but why did he feel a little jealous? You must have forgotten something. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried his best, but before he could even finish, he had already used up all of his energy. Then Mu Yanyan personally took action. Using the power of her star spirit, she helped Zhuo Xiaoduo comb through his meridians. This result shocked Zhuo Xiaoyan. This kind of thing, how many years had it been since her master did this? Probably after she became her disciple, she did not do this anymore, right? Thinking back to when Xiaoduo first came, she clearly looked down on Xiaoduo's talent. And when Mu Yanyan used her power and came into contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, she was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a shock hit her heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians were not right. No, it should be too wrong. When I was writing this chapter, I kept lamenting. When I was working, if I had Zhuo Xiaoduo's power, I am afraid that I would have reached the point where I could do that. Infinite regret. So please, everyone, give me some tips to comfort me. I was too stupid and lost my future. Chapter 51. When Mu Yanyan's finger touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians, she was shocked. Her finger trembled and almost fell off from Zhuo Xiaoduo's wrist. How could a martial arts master Xiao have such meridians? If the meridians of a normal martial arts master were a 2-lane road, then Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians were at least as wide as 8 lanes. What's more, compared to a normal martial arts practitioner's meridians tenacity, Zhuo Xiaoduo's meridians tenacity was far superior. It was like the difference between a rural road and a highway. What kind of concept was an 8-lane highway? What kind of concept was an 8-lane highway that could be expanded at any time with green belts on both sides? The difference between heaven and earth was not enough to describe the huge shock. However, what really shocked Mu Yanyan was the flexibility of Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians. Even Mu Yanyan had never seen it before. At least in Mu Yanyan's knowledge, a martial arts master shouldn't have such meridians. Zhuoxiaoduo's meridian's tenacity was almost comparable to Meng Qinyu's, and Meng Qinyu was now in the embryonic breathing realm. Reaching the martial arts master level meant entering the acquired realm. There was hope to enter the innate realm, surpassing the peak of a normal martial arts practitioner. This peak was the innate realm, which was half a step above the martial arts master realm. The three innate realms, beginning stage, intermediate stage, and advanced stage, were the starting point for a martial arts practitioner to start from scratch. After reaching the advanced stage of the innate realm, one would enter the thorny road, and the practice would be even more dangerous. Only after a long period of practice, one would leap over the dragon's gate, walk the thorny road, and climb the ladder. Only then would one have the chance to break through to the higher level of the embryonic breathing realm. Between Zhuoxiaoduo and Meng Qinyu, there was such a big gap. It was a very, very big gap. According to Mu Yanyan's judgment when she first met Zhuoxiaoduo needed at least 10 years of hard practice to reach Meng Qinyu's current level. Yes, 10 years of hard practice was only a possibility. But now the reality was that Zhuoxiaoduo's meridians had already reached the basic requirement of the embryonic breathing realm. What did this mean? What did this mean? Mu Yanyan sighed in her heart as she ran her qi to check. She even had some resentment towards Zhuoxiaoduo's parents. This child is a rare genius. It could even be said that she was a genius who was not inferior to Zhuoxiaoyan. You turned a blind eye to such a talented child and didn't spend much effort to nurture him. As a result, he only started at the age of 17. It was a complete waste of resources. How much does your family value girls over boys? Although your daughter isn't your biological daughter, so it's normal to spoil her a little, but you can't possibly treat your own son so badly, right? What a pity. It was such a pity. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but separate a trace of spiritual power to check Zhuoxiaoduo's Dantian astral souls. When he looked, he was shocked. Why are astral souls so weak? Zhuoxiaoduo's astral souls were only a weak flame that was burning. This shouldn't be the case. Ordinary people, as long as they become martial masters, won't be so weak. What's more, how can such a small amount of astral souls support such meridians? Mu Yanyan was puzzled. Also, ordinary people's astral souls are white, but why is the fire of this little guy's astral souls purple? Purple astral fire, she had never seen it before. After a long time, Mu Yanyan finished her inspection. She actually felt that her brain was in a mess. Even with her extensive experience, she couldn't understand what she had inspected. Now let's fight. Use your full strength to attack me and use this to polish your muscles and bones. Mu Yanyan said in a low voice. After that, Mu Yanyan carried Zhuoxiaoduo and put him into the recovery cabin. Shut up and don't drink any more. Mu Yanyan couldn't help laughing. You little cunning guy, you can't drink this spiritual liquid anymore. Before you really broke through the martial master level, even if you swallowed a large amount of spiritual liquid, it would only be temporarily stored in your body and transformed into your foundation. But you have successfully broken through the martial master level, and if you drink more spiritual liquid, the energy will be stored in your muscles and meridians instead of being transformed into your foundation. It will only waste the energy. Zhuoxiaoduo agreed. But after entering the cabin, he still couldn't bear to and secretly drank 2 mouthfuls. What's wrong with wasting it? It's not mine. Mu Yanyan was speechless. How greedy is this guy? He won't stop until he catches a sheep and fleeces it. Mu Yanyan would only despise this kind of character that would rather die than suffer a loss if it was before Xiaoduo flattered her. But now, she sighed and laughed in her heart as well as a little helplessness. Well, let him be. It's not a big deal. Xiaonian had made an agreement with Qinyu, and he had already drunk so much spiritual liquid. What was the point of drinking a little more now? Somewhere in Phoenix City? In a tea room. There were 3 people. Greedy Wolf's clone was destroyed. Have you found out the reason? 7 Kills has been out for 2 days and 2 nights, but they haven't encountered any organized resistance or preparation to capture them. Only a busybody patrolled the north for 2 nights. It seems that the destruction of Greedy Wolf's clone was a coincidence. Then when will Greedy Wolf send someone? Did he say? I told them long ago that the real body was coming. But he only sent a clone. He can't do anything right. After being the leader of the 9 sects for so many years, he has become so arrogant. What's the use of a clone? This greedy wolf really can't do anything right. He can't do anything right. Are you sure there's no sign of the Phoenix Meridian? Not yet. Last time, Blind Hong was forced by us to observe the Phoenix Meridian and lost 30 years of his lifespan. Only then did he see it this year. But now, I'm afraid he might not agree to look again. If he looks again, he might lose his life. When will the Spirit Meridian Master that I asked you to invite arrive? He's on the way. He must be fast. If the Phoenix Meridian Chi here soars into the sky and we are unable to intercept it, it will definitely cause a series of consequences. There must be a corresponding person for the Phoenix Meridian Chi. Who is this person? Have you found out? In the past few years, 9 female geniuses have appeared in Phoenix City. In such a small city, the density of female geniuses is too abnormal. This is the effect of the Phoenix Meridian. 6 of them have already been killed by us. There are 3 left. One of them is the goddess of spiritual thoughts. We can't find any information about her. There's also the daughter of Meng Group's Meng Tianyu, Meng Qinyu. There's also the daughter of the Ning family, Ning Xiaoyu. Your information is too outdated. Ning Xiaoyu has already changed her name. She's now called Ning Qingcheng. As for Meng Qinyu, she's definitely not her. Then it's Ning Qingcheng and the goddess of spiritual thoughts. We can basically confirm that it's the goddess of spiritual thoughts. But now, we don't know the origin of this goddess of spiritual thoughts. Since her astral soul's awakened, all information has been kept secret. That's because you didn't pay attention. The leader said lightly, we already have the whereabouts of the goddess of spiritual thoughts. However, we still have to worry about the transfer of the Phoenix Meridian spirit. To make a perfect arrangement, we must kill and gather the wolves. Send a message to the greedy wolves. They must send someone here within a month. The Master of Stars will come to Phoenix City in a month. If the greedy wolves don't arrive by then, let them consider the consequences. Okay. Also, find out who killed the greedy wolves and why. We must know the reason. At the very least, we must locate the greedy wolf's heart. Otherwise, when the greedy wolves come, we won't be able to explain it. Okay. On the 3rd day, the special training ended. Under Mu Yanyan's intentional or unintentional connivance, Zhuo Duo entered the healing cabin many times, so that more than half of the spiritual liquid inside was gone. At a rough glance, it was almost 1 cubic meter less. In the last period of time, Zhuo Duo simply spent it in the healing cabin. When he left, he walked out with a round belly. He grabbed Mu Yanyan's hand with tears in his eyes, reluctant to part with her. This scene was like a son who was about to be separated from his mother after being separated for 18 years and was about to be separated on the first day. I can't bear to part with you. The next morning, the sun shone obliquely, reflecting on Zhuo face. The young man's face was full of sincere reluctance. Mu Yanyan couldn't help but soften her heart. She patted Zhuo's head and said, in the future, when you have nothing to do, come here with your sister to play. If you don't understand anything about cultivation, ask your sister or contact me directly. Yes. Zhuo Duo nodded. His face was so cute that people couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Meng Qinyu, who was following behind, instinctively rolled her eyes. She had an inexplicable impulse to hit him in the face. This bastard, who was full of dirty words and had mastered the skill of swearing, actually dared to pretend to be cute. But her master was falling for this trick. How could he be reasonable? The morning sun shone on Zhuo's face, but a small part of it also shone on Mu Yanyan's face opposite him. Half of her beautiful face was reflected in the sun, while the other half was hidden in the shadow, forming a very poignant beauty. Zhuo Duo suddenly thought of something and subconsciously looked at the 3 women. Looking at the 3 women, he found that their chi was different. Among them, Zhuo complexion was the worst. The pure black chi was still there and it was getting thicker and thicker. When he looked at Mu Yanyan, Zhuo Duo was surprised to find that her complexion was not much better than Zhuo. Zhuo Duo wanted to look at Meng Qinyu again, but he saw that Meng Qinyu had already turned around and didn't want to talk to him at all. It didn't matter if she didn't look. Anyway, he had seen enough in the past few days. Although Meng Qinyu's complexion was not as dangerous as Mu Yanyan's and Zhuo, she also had a bad luck that just as he was about to say goodbye, Zhuo Duo suddenly covered his head and swallowed back the moan that was about to escape his mouth. That was a moan that was full of comfort. Naturally, it was not convenient to say it out loud, especially at this time. The source of the comfort was a complete drop of cool spiritual liquid. It fell between his eyebrows as if it had come out of nowhere. That familiar cool feeling instantly filled the meridians of his whole body. It made his originally swollen meridians feel a lot more comfortable. Duo closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He understood something. This should be because Teacher Lu and the others came back safely. While they were fine, it meant that he had succeeded in changing his fate. Only then did he get a drop of cool spiritual liquid. It was just that this cycle was a little long. It took a full 3 days to finish. He didn't know what they had experienced and what they had gained. But this drop of cool spiritual liquid came at the right time. I was just about to look at Mu Yanyan. Previously he was reluctant to use the 1.5 drops, but now, actually he didn't want to do it so early. But no one could guess. If they couldn't guess, they would think that it was water. This was inevitable. After all, what was the meaning of writing so much? They couldn't understand that, so the clue was given. Let's use our brains. Seeing that I was so diligent in setting it up, how about some recommendation votes? Chapter 52. Zhou Xiao's guess was right. Just 10 minutes ago, Lu Jianxing and the other 10 people returned to the school exhausted. They rushed all the way to Teacher Qin's office. Old Qin. Lu Jianxing's image wasn't very good. His beard had been burned off, and his face was riddled with scars. His 9 brothers weren't in a good condition either. They were all covered in wounds, but the 10 of them were in high spirits. They didn't seem to be in the least bit dispirited because of their injuries and exhaustion. The reason they were so excited was simple. They had gained a lot from this trip. It was a lot beyond their imagination. You're back? That's great. Qin Fangyang's heart that had been hanging for a long time finally relaxed. We're back. We didn't even go to the principal's place. We came directly to you to report that we're safe. Lu Jianxing's face was full of fatigue. Where's your student? Invite him over for a chat. We have to thank him properly. You'll have to wait a few days to see him. He had something to do at home, so he asked for leave. Qin Fangyang asked, how was the harvest this time? The harvest this time is not bad. I reckon it will keep the guys in the logistics department busy for 2 months. Lu Jianxing laughed. It's good news that you're back safely. It's also good news that you've gained a lot. But I have bad news to tell you. Qin Fangyang's face was very heavy. In the past few days, all the adventure teams that went out of the city, whether it was teams from other schools, private gangs, teams formed by a few large financial groups, or many small private organizations. Lu Jianxing and the other 10 people heard this and immediately became nervous. What's wrong? Did something happen? South of the city, west of the city, and east of the city. The teams that went to these 3 directions were almost completely wiped out, and there were very few survivors. Just now, we've received confirmation that 735 adventurers have been confirmed to have met with misfortune. 735? The 10 people were stunned by this shocking news. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. How many people in the entire Phoenix City went out to search for treasures? Then, what about Wang Feilong? What about his brothers in the Flying Dragon team? Lu Jianxing's voice became hoarse. He asked with a slim hope. The bad news I'm talking about is Wang Feilong's Flying Dragons. Qin Fangyang patted Lu Jianxing's shoulder and said sorrowfully, my condolences. Their bodies have all been found. Fortunately, they died a quick death and didn't suffer much. After hearing this, Lu Jianxing's tall and sturdy body swayed twice, and he lowered his head abruptly. However, 2 drops of tears still flowed out of her eyes and fell to the ground with a puss sound. The other 9 brothers also lowered their heads at the same time. When they parted that day, the laughter of those people from the Flying Dragon squad still seemed to echo in his ears. Big Lion, come back and drink with me. Roar. At that time, the sun was setting in the west and the setting sun was as red as blood. They chased each other, laughed, and walked away energetically. That day, they parted forever. What the hell is going on? Lu Jianxing slid weakly onto the chair. We don't know the details for now. According to the information we have, a few experts should have appeared and hunted down the adventurers wantonly, snatching the stones of astral souls that the adventurers had already obtained. Almost all the adventurers who went hunting in the east, west, and south were not spared. There were heavy casualties. Qin Fangyang said, since yesterday the Phoenix City Guard Mansion has sent over 1,000 law enforcement teams to search for the culprits. Unfortunately, they haven't found any traces of the culprits so far, not even the slightest clue. The culprits have been killing for 2 days and 2 nights. Now the roads in the south, west, and east of the city have been blocked off. Who on earth did this? Lu Jianxing roared angrily and slammed his palm on the table. Qin Fangyang quickly blocked it with his own hand. Calm down. It said that there's a high chance that it's a spy from the UMNO alliance. Qin Fangyang's expression was extremely serious. Someone mentioned it and it seems like it's 7 kills. 7 kills? Everyone was shocked. So, after coming back this time, don't go out for a while. The school will definitely not allow you to go out again. The 10 of them fell into silence at the same time. Their good mood from before had long since vanished. We were actually intercepted in the north. However, at the crucial moment, a man in white appeared. His sword light covered the north court and scared those people away. A spy from the UMNO alliance? Why did they snatch so many stones of astral souls? Can they transport them? Lu Jianxing's face was full of hatred. If it's 7 kills, killing people is enough. Qin Fangyang said calmly, as long as there's some storage equipment with a large space, transporting them won't be a problem at all. Boss, we want to avenge little fatty. The 9 of them gritted their teeth. The bearded Lu Jianxing's face was bleak. Avenge? I want it too, but with our cultivation in the embryonic breathing realm and our age, revenge is definitely hopeless. He lowered his head and said softly, in the future when we go on a mission, no matter what the mission is, among the 10 of us, one must stay behind to take charge. Later, after we hand over the harvest, we will go to De Long's family and help with the funeral arrangements. For those brothers who have no siblings and no one to take care of the elderly at home, we will do our best. For those who have children, in terms of raising and educating them, we will not be stingy. In the future, one of us will stay behind to guard. In case something happens to the other 9, the remaining one will be able to take care of the affairs of these brothers, their wives, children, and parents. From now on, let's fade out. Lu Jianxing's face was bleak and sad. Yes, boss. Lu Jianxing took out a package from his chest and placed it on the table. He gently pushed it in front of Qin Fangyang. Old Qin, we won't wait for Mr. Xiao Duo. We have something to do first. This is our gift of thanks to him. Please help us pass it on. Also help us pass it on. The 10 of them stood up straight in unison. We will never forget the kindness of saving our lives. Lu Jianxing's way of addressing Zhou Xiaoduo had become a respectful form of address. It was obvious that this unforeseen event had a great impact on him. I got it. This is your token of appreciation. I won't be pretentious and will accept it on his behalf. Qin Fangyang nodded and took out a thick envelope from the drawer. This is a token of appreciation for the brothers who died. Help me pass it on. All right. Lu Jianxing and the 10 of them went out. Standing under the bright and beautiful sun in the picturesque campus, they suddenly felt as if a lifetime had passed. This was a true escape from death in the truest sense. It was a pity that De Long and the others would never come back. Lu Jianxing had infinite regrets. At that time, why couldn't he have been more resolute and dragged Wang Delong with him? If he had been more resolute, the youngest brother wiped the sweat off his forehead. His throat was a little dry. Boss. East, west, south. The muscles on the faces of the others twitched. Everyone thought at the same time. If it hadn't been for that student's parting words, the 10 of them would probably be lying stiffly in the corpse cart now that Lu Jianxing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Let's go. We'll go find the principal first and hand in the harvest. Then we'll go to De Long. By the way, tell me more about Mr. Little Duo's fortune-telling ability. It's second highest blessing to have such a master in our school. It's also everyone's fortune. Yes. Let's go. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly received a drop of cool luck point and instantly understood the cause and effect of this matter. For a moment he couldn't help but feel like a nouveau riche. One had to know that he now had 2.5 drops of cool luck points. His value had doubled. Mu Yanyan and Zhou Xiaoyan's breakthrough were closely related. Originally, Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to tell her fortune and how to avoid it. But there was only 1 drop of luck point. He had to save it for Zhou Xiaoyan and he couldn't give it to Miss Mu. Now there was 1 more drop. At this time he was about to part with Mu Yanyan. Once he missed it, the opportunity would never come again. Zhou Xiaoduo made up his mind and focused his eyes on Mu Yanyan's face. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo clearly felt that cool feeling coming to his eyes. Then, a vague idea emerged in his consciousness. Mu Yanyan, the peak of the late stage of nascent soul, the cultivation of great guru. 2 months later, when Zhou Xiaoyan was breaking through, she fought to protect Zhou Xiaoyan and died. He still had to ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 53. Hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in a breath of cold air. Because of his confidence in his own method, Zhou Xiaoduo was full of doubts about everyone around Zhou Xiaoyan, including Mu Yanyan and Meng Qinyu. They could all be the murderers who murdered Zhou Xiaoyan. But Zhou Xiaoduo did not show any strange or any emotion, because he clearly knew that at this moment, the only person Yan Yan could rely on was him. This time he used the Qi Shen method to observe Mu Yanyan was based on this suspicion. But he never thought that he would see such a result. Mu Yanyan would also die. A cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul level, with the cultivation of a great grandmaster. There were only a few people with such strength in the whole Phoenix City. But such a strong person would die in the storm that he foresaw, and he died to protect Zhou Xiaoyan. Then how strong would the enemy that Zhou Xiaoyan had to face be? This was more than terrifying. It was unimaginable. Even thinking about it would scare him to death. In the face of absolute power, even if there were thousands of clever plans and infinite preparations, it would still be in vain. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart suddenly became many times heavier, and he almost could not breathe under the pressure. But he still kept his thoughts to the bottom of his heart and he did not say anything. Xiaoduo. Mu Yanyan's voice was soft. You have just broken through to the martial master level. At this time don't be impulsive. You have just broken through and your state of mind is not stable. It is easy to be impulsive in the illusion. Settle down before you go. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo agreed seriously. Also, you should always wear the greedy wolf's heart in front of your chest. Use the original carrier of the greedy wolf's heart to digest the evil energy in your body. After all, it is the power of murder. Although you did not kill them, the evil energy still exists. When the blood stain on the greedy wolf's heart completely disappears and it becomes crystal clear, you can take it off or throw it away. Okay, thank you, Senior Mu. Finally they left. The two of them strolled under the sun. Zhou Xiaoduo kept asking questions along the way. Zhou Xiaoyan, speak frankly. What exactly did you promise Meng Qinyu? Sister Yan Yan, what you're doing is wrong. It's wrong to negotiate conditions between fellow disciples. Senior and junior sisters should only cooperate and take care of each other. Aren't you using each other by doing this? I heard that Meng Qinyu has an older brother who has always liked you. Say something. What's going on? Are you mute? Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. This situation was very, very rare. At least in Zhou Xiaoduo's 17 years of life, he rarely got angry at Zhou Xiaoyan. You can find your own partner, fall in love, whatever you want. That's your freedom. But I won't allow you to use yourself to negotiate with others because of me. What's the meaning of that? Do you want to vomit me to death? If that's the case, I'd rather die than let you suffer such grievances. Say something. The more Zhou Xiaoduo asked, the angrier he got. Smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices as he bared his teeth and brandished his claws. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoyan kept a faint smile on her lips. Step by step, she walked forward without paying attention to him. Are you going to say it or not? Zhou Xiaoduo chased after her. As he chased, he asked, what exactly did you promise? Did you agree to go on a blind date? Or did you agree to get married? Or did you agree to? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Zhou Xiaoyan had sacrificed a lot. He couldn't help but feel extremely sad. As he felt more and more uncomfortable, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly stopped. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was completely unprepared, bumped into her back. Zhou Xiaoyan turned around and said seriously and soberly, Xiaoduo, you've just stepped onto the path of martial arts cultivation. You're far from aware of how long the road ahead is. You don't even know how difficult this road is. And what is a good resource equivalent to for this road ahead? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her blankly. No one will give away their own resources for free. If you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. This price can be hard work and sweat. It can also be dignity in life. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with helplessness. Did you know that Meng Qinyu's father, Meng Tianyue, invested hundreds of billions just in that training hall in order to provide a good cultivation environment for his daughter? And do you know what hundreds of billions mean? 2,000 star dollars is enough for an ordinary family to use once a year. It's more than enough. They've spent so much money. Why should they provide it for us to cultivate? We should just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed softly. Conditions. If they agree to conditions, it's already a great bargain. Do you understand? Zhou Xiaoduo said with grief and indignation. I just want to know, what conditions did you agree to? Zhou Xiaoyan said lightly. His brother has always wanted to treat me to a meal. A meal? Zhou Xiaoduo said vigilantly. That guy definitely has bad intentions. It's not as simple as a meal. It must be accompanied by drugs or something. Don't go. None of these rich second generations are good. They're all rotten to the core. Especially that junior sister of yours, Meng Qinyu. She's rotten to the core. Zhu Xiaoyan put her hands behind her back and walked briskly in front. Her steps were light and she was in a good mood. She jumped like a deer. He only treated Zhu Xiaoduo's endless chatter as if it was nothing more than wind passing by his ears. Sister Nian Yan. Zhu Xiaoduo followed her and said something bad with every step. Why haven't you heard that those rich second generations are all masters at playing with women? They're all very good at deceiving women. Haven't you seen the various reports? Who knows how many innocent girls have been deceived? They're just a bunch of liars. They do whatever they want just because they have some stinky money. Those rich second generations are really unreliable. At most they're just good looking, but they're definitely not as handsome as me. The rest of them are full of tricks. Their heads are full of thieves and prostitutes. These rich second generations. Zhu Xiaoyan walked in front and Zhu Xiaoduo followed behind her. His mouth was dry and his saliva was thick. Finally. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Zhu Xiaoyan said, if you're really worried, you can come with me when the time comes. Zhu Xiaoduo heard this and immediately said excitedly, Good. When the time comes, I'll pretend to be your boyfriend or fiancé. Let's put on a show and make that damn guy give up. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Xiaoyan's pretty face was red. She looked at him with both anger and joy. If Meng Qinyu didn't know you, it might be possible. Unfortunately. I already said that Meng Qinyu is not a good thing. She's actually so generous. She's so brazenly pimping out her brother. Zhu Xiaoduo took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Bang. A clear headbutt. Zhu Xiaoyan's pretty face was angry. Pimping? What do you think your sister is? Ioyo. I was wrong. Look at my mouth. Zhu Xiaoduo raised his hand and lightly slapped his mouth twice. He said with a face full of saliva, I think of Sister Nian Yan as a fairy. Hee. Zhu Xiaoyan's face was sullen and she did not speak. Zhu Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and moved closer. Woof. Don't be angry, woof. Zhu Xiaoyan was completely caught off guard by this and almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoduo was exceptionally satisfied. From the moment Zhu Xiaoyan said, when the time comes I'll take you with me, Zhu Xiaoduo felt as if he was a general who had just won a great battle. That was called arrogant, complacent, high-spirited, and insufferably arrogant. Even his tail was about to curl up. Seeing his happy appearance, Zhu Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and lightly said, Dog. Chem? I heard. Zhu Xiaoyan turned her head, her face gloomy. I heard that your sister has cerebral palsy? Is her brain disabled? The next moment, Zhu Xiaoyan seemed to have thought of something. Her face immediately turned red. She pressed Zhu Xiaoduo's confused face onto the bed and said angrily, Go back to sleep. I want to go back to sleep too. Zhu Xiaoduo rolled on the bed and laughed. It's so spacious and soft. Sister Nian Yan, do you want to? Bah. Zhu Xiaoyan was already gone. Zhu Xiaoduo's total sleep time in the past 3 days did not exceed 4 hours, and he spent all of it in the recovery pod. As for Zhu Xiaoyan, she did not sleep at all for the past 3 days. She could not accompany Zhu Xiaoduo in the special training because it was meaningless for her to train Zhu Xiaoduo. Firstly, it was impossible for the siblings to exert all their strength in a life-and-death battle. Secondly, they could train together at any time. It was not suitable for them to train together in that place. It would be a waste. Therefore, it was not beneficial for Zhu Xiaoyan to train with Zhu Xiaoduo. However, Zhu Xiaoyan was still worried. She was afraid that her master and junior sister would accidentally hurt her brother. She insisted on watching from outside just in case. After 3 days of the accident, Zhu Xiaoduo was really exhausted, and Zhu Xiaoyan was even more exhausted. Zhu Xiaoduo laid down on the bed. The moment his spine, which had been exhausted for 3 days and 3 nights, came into contact with the soft mattress, he instantly moaned in comfort. In the time it took for him to flip over, he had already fallen asleep. Zhu Xiaoyan appeared in a flash. She tiptoed and covered him with a blanket, then disappeared again. Zhu Xiaoduo slept soundly until 11:30. He woke up and went to school after eating. Zhu Xiaoyan did not appear at the dinner table, but the family was used to this. What Zhu Xiaoduo did not know was that Zhu Xiaoyan had once again returned to the cultivation hall. She was in the room where Zhou Xiaoduo had suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. She had begun a fierce battle. Her opponent was Meng Qinyu. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyan arrived, she said with a smile, "Junior sister apprentice, you've worked hard these days. As your senior sister apprentice, I don't have anything good to repay you. I can only spar with you and point out your weaknesses and shortcomings." Meng Qinyu did not doubt her and agreed. Her heart was filled with joy. But she quickly realized that something was not right. As soon as the spar began, Zhou Xiaoyan displayed a strength that far surpassed her own. Forcefully flying up, he did not miss a single detail and wildly beat up Meng Qinyu. What caused Meng Qinyu to complain even more was that Zhou Xiaoyan's actions were too measured. Meng Qinyu felt so much pain that she wished she was dead, but the actual injuries were minimal. Even if Meng Qinyu pretended to be dead and refused to get up, once she was thrown into the recovery pod, the sound of a complete recovery would come in 1 or 2 minutes. It seemed that the recovered Meng Qinyu could only continue to accept Zhou Xiaoyan's pointers, but the pain was clearly still there. It was still in effect. In fact, this situation was very easy to explain. After all, the healing pod was just a machine. Although it could heal injuries, it could not distinguish the hidden primordial qi that was deliberately left in the body to cause damage. It would cause pain but would not really harm the body. After a few rounds, Meng Qinyu wanted to cry but had no tears. She lay on the ground and refused to get up. Tears flowed out. "Whoa, senior sister Nian, you clearly want to make things difficult for me. What spar? Liar." Meng Qinyu cried loudly. She was filled with grief and indignation. "How did I make things difficult for you?" "Making things difficult for me." Zhou Xiaoyan slowly walked out. "You can't blame me for this. It was Master who said that your progress during this period of time has been too slow and sloppy. Aside from wanting to play, there is nothing else in your heart. He wanted me to teach you a lesson and let you know the consequences of not having enough strength. In the future we will spar twice a day. I will urge you." Meng Qinyu cried and said, "Senior sister. Then what you promised me?" Zhou Xiaoyan angrily said, "Did I not already tell you that when I am in a good mood? When will you be in a good mood?" When these words were asked, there was no one in front of her anymore. After Zhou Xiaoyan finished speaking, she left the room and swaggered off. Little girl, you actually beat my family's dog so fiercely. How dare you? If I do not give you a good beating and let you remember it, would I still be Zhou Xiaoyan?" At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyan had already forgotten the fact that she had asked someone to beat her little brother. Her heart was filled with the joy of finally getting revenge for my dog. Only I can beat my family's dog. Even when father and mother beat him, I feel uncomfortable. Who do you think you are? As for when I will be in a good mood, how would I know when I will be in a good mood? Zhou Xiaoduo had just walked into the classroom. Looking around, she was immediately shocked. What he saw were the remnants of the defeated soldiers in the classroom. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and so on. There were 35 people. All of them had pig heads and pig faces, and their faces were all bruised and swollen. Among them there were a few bleeding heads and bodies. It was a scene of devastation. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy as he treated the injuries of the students. What happened? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. Could it be that the war has already reached Phoenix City? Why didn't I hear about it? Qin Fangyang snorted but completely ignored him. He continued to treat the students one by one, and then activated the healing array. Thick mist suddenly filled the classroom. All the students entered the atmosphere of healing with spiritual energy. Come out for a moment. Qin Fangyang called Zhou Xiaoduo out of the classroom. Mr. Qin, what happened? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Why is the room full of injured soldiers? Was there a group fight? But even if there was a group fight, the whole class shouldn't be empty. Qin Fangyang's face twitched. You don't have to worry about this. It has nothing to do with you. I have something else to talk to you about. How can I not care? That room is full of my little brothers. Zhou Xiaoduo was anxious. Who dares to beat up Master's little brothers? Are they rebelling? Today is the birthday of our cute little brother Beiying. Let's wish him a happy birthday. So please recommend him. The total weight of these 10 stones, which were the size of 2 palms, was more than 3,000 kilograms. This was enough to prove that the density of the items hidden in them was very high. The higher the density, the higher the possibility of a high-quality jade of astral soul stone being opened. In Zhuo Changlu's shop, Stones like these could be sold for at least 20,000 star coins. One piece. Yes, 20,000 star coins for one piece. At least. In other words, the stones that Lu Jianxing and the rest gave out were undoubtedly worth 2 to 300,000 star coins to Zuoxiao Duo. Ah! How can I accept this? Zuoxiao's mouth was already smiling from ear to ear. His eyes were shining with golden light. He leaned on the table and said with an intoxicated expression, "How can I accept this, ha? Teacher Lu and the rest are too polite. Really too polite, ha." They gave him luck points, spiritual liquid, stone of astral souls, and cashed that the teachers in the school were indeed everyone's role models. Otherwise, how could they become teachers? Didn't he just say a few words and they gave him so many good things in return? Why didn't they give him such a free gift a few more times? It wouldn't be too much even if they gave him 8 or 10 times a day. Don't you think they're too polite? Qin Fangyang's face twitched. He looked at this guy who was holding the entire stone of astral souls in his arms and couldn't wait to swallow it. He pursed his lips and said, "If you really feel embarrassed, I'll help you return half of it?" Zuoxiao Duo immediately wrapped up the parcel again and said seriously, "How can I return this? I can't give the teachers a discount for their kind intentions. What's the old saying again? Oh right, this is called the elders giving it to me, I don't dare to refuse." Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and exhaled deeply. "Okay, that's all. If there's nothing else, you can go back to the classroom." Qin Fangyang supported his head with one hand, blocking all the peripheral vision that he could see Zuoxiao Duo. He was afraid that he would miss even half a glimpse of Zuoxiao Duo. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Zuoxiao Duo tried his best to hold the parcel in his hands and carried it on his back. Fortunately, he was now an official martial master. Otherwise, he might not be able to carry it. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to walk far. That was more than 3,000 caddies of weight. Although it's a little heavy, I don't mind it. I can carry even more. Even if you give me another 1,000,000, I can still carry it and fly. Zuoxiao Duo happily bid farewell to Mr. Qin, as if he didn't notice Mr. Qin's speechless expression. "Goodbye, Mr. Qin. I'll go back first." Zuoxiao Duo tried his best to carry the heavy stone of astral souls back to the classroom. Actually, he could have left the stone of astral souls with Qin Fangyang and come back to take it after school. However, a miser like Zuoxiao Duo always felt that it was inappropriate and uncomfortable to leave his things with someone else. "Actually, it's not that I'm worried about Mr. Qin," Zuoxiao Duo muttered as he carried the stone of astral souls into the classroom. The classroom was still full of injured people, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Everyone was trying their best to endure the pain and receive the nourishment of spiritual energy. However, everyone's brows were furrowed in anger. What's going on? Zuoxiao Duo put the stone of astral souls under his seat, under his butt and said, "Tell me, why do all of you look like you've just been taught a lesson?" Li Chenglong, who had always been at the back of the class, snorted and said, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." "It's nothing? If it's nothing, you're already like this. If it's something, won't people die?" Zuoxiao Duo glared at him. "Look at my bad temper. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. How can I not know about such a big thing that happened in our class? Do you still treat me as a member of the class? I'm the boss. What's going on?" Looking at the anger on everyone's faces, Zuoxiao Duo felt that something big must have happened. After listening to Zuoxiao's continuous questioning, Long Yuxing and the others finally couldn't take it anymore and told him the whole story. Here's the whole story. Next week, there would be a warrior class competition as usual. There were a total of 16 warrior classes in second high, and each class would send out a representative to fight in pairs. The winner class and the champion would be chosen from among them. This was a very normal thing and it was a common practice among all the schools, even excluding the martial arts schools. This time, the 9th class drew lots to fight against the 7th class. Although the 9th class's overall strength was slightly weaker than the 7th class's, they were still on the same level. If they tried their luck, they might even win. But the problem was that this morning, little fatty Li Chenglong was invited to give a lecture to the first class as usual. As the name implied, the first class was a seed class, and all the outstanding young warriors were gathered in this class. There were only 50 people in the first class. They were the top 50 of the year's assessment. Because of this, the students in the first class were all arrogant and had their noses up high. Li Chenglong, as the hooligan of the 9th class, taught the geniuses of the first class as a teacher, and he felt very uncomfortable every time. Especially this time, a new round of the competition was imminent. Due to their special position, Class 1 was excluded from the competition. This made these fellows, who were exempted from the competition, feel a sense of superiority and boredom because they had nothing to do. Therefore, the little fatty's lecture this time was mocked by the group of students. One of them, Cheng Fangji, insulted the little fatty, and the little fatty retorted. The conflict escalated until Cheng Fangji said a few words that completely enraged the little fatty. Qin Fangyang can only teach a fatty like you, he can't teach a strong person. Your parents are also retarded, letting a trash like you come to a martial arts school, it's a waste of money. Insulting the teacher. Insulting the parents. These few words made the conflict between the two sides irreconcilable, and it directly exploded. It was after this sentence that the little fatty exploded. Then he was beaten up. Moreover, he was beaten up very badly. In the end, the little fatty was grabbed by the ankle and thrown out of the classroom by Cheng Fangji. The little fatty crawled all the way back to the 9th class and the class was furious. They went to Qin Fangyang to complain about this matter. Although Qin Fangyang was angry about this matter, he couldn't interfere. According to the school's rules, students should deal with their own matters and the teachers couldn't interfere. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, and the others were indignant, and gathered 7 or 8 people to cause trouble in the first class, but they were beaten up again. The most explosive point was when the students of the first class rushed over and beat up all the students of the 9th class without exception. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. His hair stood on end. What the fuck? As usual, we are asking for recommendation tickets, bookmarking, spreading, and forwarding. Brothers, please go to Qidian website to support us. Thank you. Chapter 56. It was normal for 2 classes to have conflicts and fight in a martial arts school. However, it was the first time that someone had been beaten so badly and ended in such a humiliating way since the establishment of No. 2 high school. The whole class was filled with righteous indignation. The more they talked, the angrier they became. Long Yuxing covered half of his ear that had been pulled off and was trying to heal it. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't forgive them sooner or later." As a girl, Wan Lixio's nose was directly smashed and her eyes were swollen. After recovering her energy for a long time, the swelling in her throat had subsided a little and she was able to speak. "I'll beat them up sooner or later." The one who was beaten the most was not Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, or even Li Chenglong. It was another little fatty, Li Changming, who was almost expelled by Mr. Qin for sleeping in class. Because of the previous incident, he was still standing at the door as punishment. Everyone from the first class had rushed over to cause trouble, and Li Zhangming, who was at the forefront, was the first to intercept them. Li Zhangming, who was ranked 4th in the 9th class, didn't let his strength go to waste. He blocked the other party for a moment, buying some time for the others. However, in the end he still couldn't stop the other party from swarming him. He directly beat the little fatty unconscious. He had not woken up yet. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaoduo directly exploded. "Damn, how dare you beat up people in our class? How dare you beat up my little brother? This is not over. We must beat them up." Zhou Xiaoduo stood up and was about to go out. 7 or 8 hands grabbed him. "Big brother, can you stop for a while? Are you going to die alone? Your age is big brother, but your strength is not. You will only be a punching bag if you go now. Wait. Let's think about it in the long run. When we recover we will go together. If you go alone you will be showing off. What's the use? Don't mention age to me." Age was Zhou Xiaoduo's reverse scale. Zhou Xiaoduo was both angry and amused. "Wait for you all to recover? What can you do when you recover? You didn't beat them in the morning. Can you beat them now? If I go with you, you will be beaten up again. What other uses does it have? I'll swallow this for now. I really can't beat him now. Being impulsive will only bring trouble to myself." Long Yuxing was a little dejected. Li Chenglong persuaded with a swollen face, "Everyone, don't be impulsive. Don't make the whole class so embarrassed because of me. Forget it. Forget it?" Zhou Xiaoduo turned to look at Li Chenglong. "Forget it? I'm fine." Li Chenglong had an ugly smile on his face. "We'll all enter the martial arts master class together in the future, and we'll all go on missions together in the future. I'm just a useless guy with no future in martial arts. I guess I'll just be a teacher for the rest of my life. Why should I affect your future unity because of me?" Li Chenglong said in a low voice. "Thank you, students. Actually, I'm already very touched today. Everyone is so protective of me. But now that things had come to this, it was time to stop. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm and the waves will be calm. Take a step back and the world will be clear. Strength is king. What can we do if we don't bow down?" The whole class sighed in unison. Their morale was at an all-time low. Duo snorted and rolled his eyes. It was not time for class yet. Amid the noise, Qin Fangyang came in. The afternoon class is cancelled. Focus on healing first. With the current state of the 9th class, it was indeed not suitable for class. It was not suitable for any class. It was time for class. The students from other classes who were running outside all rushed back to their classrooms. Even if the 9th class was not in class, the other classes still had to. The noisy campus quieted down in an instant. Duo got up from his seat and walked quickly to Long Yuxing's side. What? Send me a message. What message? Just like that. Qin Fangyang went back to his office. It was time for class to start, but the entire 9th class was healing together. The head teacher was also embarrassed. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Duo stood up slowly and walked out with his phone in his hand. Where are you going? Long Yuxing stood up. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm not happy to take a step back. Duo snorted. I'm going to the first class to find those bastards. Come back. The whole class shouted. You're no match for him. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. It's better if you go after class. Going to class will show that I'm awesome. They don't take us seriously. Why should I give them face? Duo completely ignored everyone's advice, pushed open the door and walked away. Long Yuxing and the others looked at each other. They did not know what to do. What should we do? What should we do? How would I know? What else can we do? Wan Lixio stood up suddenly. Then we'll all go. At most we'll be beaten up again. Could it be that they were going to watch Duo get beaten up by Class 1's trash? Are you still men? I'm a man. Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan stood up. I'm a man too. The other male students stood up as well. Although I'm not a man, I'll go too. Me too. I'll go too. Let's go. We'll go to class together. We'll leave class together. We'll get beaten up together. 34 people walked out of the classroom. The last one to leave was the little fatty, Li Changming, who struggled to get up from the ground. Someone. Drag me. I want to go too. I want to go too. The little fatty, Li Chenglong, had tears in his eyes. At the entrance of the first class. Duo knocked on the door calmly and politely. The moment he knocked on the door, the greedy wolf's heart in his arms seemed to warm up slightly. Duo felt it but did not pay attention. Knock knock. Who is it? Come in. Duo pushed the door open quietly with an innocent smile on his face. He bowed as soon as he entered. Hello, teacher. The head teacher of the first class was a middle-aged man with a thin face and an unusually tall figure. He looked at Duo in confusion. Who are you? What's the matter? Duo laughed and said, Teacher, my name is Duo. I'm a student of the 9th class. I'm here to look for Cheng Fangji. I'm sorry to disturb your class. When they heard that he was from the 9th class, the expressions of the 50 people in the first class changed at the same time. Looking for Cheng Fangji? What's the matter? The middle-aged teacher's smile became a little playful. It was normal for students to fight. However, the fact that his students had beaten up Qin Fangyang's students made him feel very happy. It's nothing serious. I just heard that his father is dead. Duo said with a smile. When I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead, I felt that it was necessary to inform him. I'm sorry for his loss. Before Duo's voice died away, the face of the boy in the second position suddenly turned ugly. He suddenly stood up and said, Your father is dead. The one called Duo, are you here to seek death? Duo was furious when he heard that. He retorted, How can you say that? I came to inform you with good intentions. It's fine if you say that you have good intentions, but how can you curse my family? You really don't have a good character. Good intentions? Cheng Fangji sneered. Duo took out his phone calmly and opened the lock screen. He pointed to a message on it and said, Look, I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead? I didn't make it up. I really followed the script. I didn't change a single word. Duo raised the phone in front of him and said, Look, everyone, look. Is this the content? I received such a message and was anxious. I came to inform you because we are classmates. Cheng Fangji, you actually scolded me and even cursed my family. What kind of logic is this? Teacher, the quality of your students is not good. Are you going to just stand there and watch? Are you really not going to do anything? Duo's finger coincidentally pressed down on the sender's position, only revealing the specific content of the message. He quickly scanned through the crowd and then immediately put it into his pocket. He said with a smile, "Student Cheng Fangji, my purpose for coming here is very simple. I just want to tell you that your father is dead. My condolences. I'll kill you." Cheng Fangji couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up, jumped into the air and kicked Zuoxiao's head with a swift and fierce sound. Cheng Fangji's attack alone was not to be underestimated. Even the top 3 of the 9th class, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiuyu and Moyan, didn't dare to take this attack head-on. One wrong move and they would be defeated on the spot. If it was the Zuoxiao duo before the special training facing this attack, he might not be able to dodge it. But now Zuoxiao duo was not afraid at all. He first exclaimed, "You're attacking me." Then he calmly lowered his waist into a horse stance, using the standard horse stance. Then he slightly leaned his body to the side, twisting his body to avoid the attack. Then he met the attack with a punch. However, his punch arrived first, landing heavily on Cheng Fangji's lower abdomen like a big hammer. This punch was simply exquisite to the extreme. Cheng Fangji's eyes bulged in the air. He felt as if his liver and intestines were cut into pieces. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A large part of the dialogue was edited before it was sent. This chapter was almost rewritten. So, please recommend me, haha. Chapter 57. Fuck, you still want to use dirty tricks to sneak an attack on me? You're so despicable. Zuoxiao duo seemed to be in a rage. He kicked Cheng Fangji's face like a windmill. This kick was so powerful that Cheng Fangji, who had been beaten to a pulp, was stunned. How could he dodge it? His whole body flew out like a somersault. With a loud bang, Cheng Fangji slammed into the wall. Cheng Fangji had already lost all consciousness. He slowly slid down the wall and completely lost consciousness. He's here to make trouble, to take revenge. Everyone, let's go and beat him up. It was not known which girl had shouted. Before the voice died away, several boys had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Unfortunately, their movements were not fast enough. At least they were not as fast as Zuoxiao duo. Zuoxiao duo's fists were like raindrops falling on the bodies of the students who came to his side, and his legs were like a whirlwind once again. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the students of Class 1 were kicked out like sandbags. They all followed in Cheng Fangji's footsteps. At the moment when the students of Class 1 rushed forward in anger, Zuoxiao duo even felt the scorching heat of the greedy wolf's heart. He felt strange. Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Zuoxiao duo laughed. Your Class 1 is really awesome. You can't reason with us, so you use your fists to fight, right? You did the same to our Li Chenglong and now you're doing the same to me? You guys beat up everyone in the 9th class except for me, but I haven't been beaten up yet. We're good classmates in the same class, so we should fight together. Now let's fight together. Please give me a beating. If you don't beat me up, it won't be fair and I won't feel good. Zuoxiao duo spoke as he made his move. With his current strength, there was no one in the entire class that could withstand a single blow from him. He blocked the entrance like a pillar in the middle of a stream. If one came, he would be sent flying. If two came, he would be sent flying. He was truly invincible and awe-inspiring. His punches and kicks were heavy and ruthless. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they were all heavy-handed. There was no thought of treating women with tenderness. Just then a pretty girl rushed up, but Zuoxiao duo grabbed her long hair and pushed her down. He gave her a knee strike and her pretty face turned into a bloody plate. She was then sent flying with a kick. The bridge of his nose was broken. Wanli Xiu's nose was broken. Now Zuoxiao duo was going to do the same. He was going to find the prettiest one among them and break her too. Masters one never loses out. Now it's a spar between students. According to the school's rules, teachers are not allowed to interfere in the sparring between students. Zuoxiao duo shouted loudly when he saw that the tall and skinny teacher was about to make a move. This is the rule. This is the rule. As he shouted, his hands were still merciless. At the moment of another kick, a teenager was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. With a slap, a girl with disheveled hair spun 5 or 6 times on the spot before falling down. All of you look up to the sky and look down on us with your nostrils. I thought you were all capable, but it seems like you're just SOSO. You took advantage of Master's was absence to bully our class. Now is the time to settle the score. Zuoxiao duo's attacks became heavier and heavier, and in a short moment, all of the Class 1 students who rushed over were sent flying. The remaining students saw his power and did not dare to act rashly. However, even though they did not move, Zuoxiao duo did not stop there. With the door as his starting point, he aggressively attacked, rampaging all the way. Everywhere he went, people were thrown off their feet. A shadow flashed and the head teacher of Class 1 stood in front of Zuo Duo. His face was gloomy. Enough. Enough? How is it enough? Not enough. It's far from enough. Zuo Duo shouted. It's time for students to learn from each other. It's none of your business. Get out of the way. It's class time now. Your behavior is disrupting the class. If I attack you now, no one can say anything. Is that so? Ah. Zuo Duo tactfully retreated to the door and laughed. I'm sorry. I was too angry just now. I came to deliver the letter with good intentions, but I was cursed and beaten. I had no choice but to fight back. I didn't mean anything else. I was just defending myself. Aha, I'm sorry to disturb your class. Please continue, I'll come back after class. Come back after class? The tall, skinny teacher stared at Zuo Duo with hawk-like eyes. You've broken the order of the class. I have to teach you what the order of the class is. Wait. Zuo Duo suddenly roared. He glanced around and saw 7 or 8 teachers who had gathered after hearing the commotion. He said in a low voice, Teacher, I've repeatedly said that I'm here to deliver the news to Cheng Fangji. He was the one who cursed and beat me, so I was forced to fight back. How did I break the order of the class? Is it wrong to defend myself? Look at my phone if you don't believe me. I really received the news. It's clearly written on it. I heard that Cheng Fangji's father is dead? We're classmates. I'm very worried that he won't be able to see his father for the last time. Zuo Duo said loudly, I came to tell him out of kindness. There's no other reason. It's clear that this kid cursed my family, attacked me first, and then ganged up with the whole class to beat me up. How am I the one who broke the order of the class? How can there be such a logic in this world? No matter what, I'm not the one who made the first move and created trouble. Zuo Duo said eloquently, Teacher, are you still going to say that I broke the order of the class and attacked me? Qin Fangyang stood under the shade of a tree not far behind Zuo Duo. He stood with his hands in his sleeves, and his eyes flashed with a faint smile. Behind him, the 35 students in Class 9 were all stunned. They looked at Zuo Duo as if they were looking at a god. Pestering endlessly, confusing right and wrong, and calling a deer a horse. These were fine, but how could Zuo Duo be so strong? This was too awesome. You're the one who broke the order of the class and you still think you're in the right? The teacher took a step forward and was about to attack. The figure in front of him suddenly flashed, and Qin Fangyang was already standing in front of Zuo Duo. Teachers are not allowed to interfere in the grievances between students. Qin Fangyang's face was indifferent. Mu Yunfeng, don't break the rules. You want to stop me? Mu Yunfeng looked at Qin Fangyang, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, but when your students rushed into my classroom, I didn't do anything. At this moment, the classroom of Class 1 was already full of injured people. Although there were still a few who hit at the back and didn't get hit, the number of injured people had already exceeded the number of students in Class 9. Their injuries were much more serious. Zuo Duo. Qin Fangyang shouted. Teacher, I'm here. Zuo Duo hurriedly replied. His face was cautious, obedient, and sensible. It's class time, why are you running around? Qin Fangyang frowned and scolded, even if you came to inform him out of kindness, it's pardonable. But what's the big deal? You can come back after class. Yes, I'm wrong. I'll be more careful next time. Zuo Duo obediently admitted his mistake. I was too anxious just now. I thought that if I informed him earlier, he might be able to see his father for the last time. I didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it, it was really inappropriate. Why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry up and go back to class. Qin Fangyang said angrily, in the future, everything will be settled after class? Class time is so long, isn't it enough for you to do something? Yes. Got it. I'll be more careful in the future. Go back. Qin Fangyang drove all the students of Class 9 away. What are you all doing? Do you all want to disturb Teacher Mu's class order too? Are you looking for a beating? He drove all the students back like ducks. On the other side, Mu Yunfeng was so angry that his face was ashen. Qin Fangyang, you allowed your students to cause trouble. Just you wait. Qin Fangyang, who was walking back, stopped and slowly turned his head. He said calmly as usual, allowed my students to cause trouble? Even if you want to punish them, I'm not the first one, right? Mu Yunfeng was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Qin Fangyang slowly walked back a few steps until he was in front of Mu Yunfeng. His eyes were fixed on Mu Yunfeng's eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "A student's matter will always be a student's matter. You and I can't do anything." He said word by word, "If you dare bare your teeth at my students again." Qin Fangyang turned around and left, leaving behind his last few words. "I'll fuck your whole family." "I ate too many cherries today. I'm having diarrhea. It's so painful. Please give me a recommendation ticket to comfort me." Chapter 58. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo returned to the classroom and received a hero's welcome. Brother Zhua." Long Yuxing's eyes were shining. You're too awesome. How did you do it?" Everyone in the class was so excited that they were about to die. Each and every one of their faces were flushed. It felt so good to vent this anger. It felt so good that he couldn't take it anymore. They only realized it when they heard Long Yuxing's question. "That's right, Zhou Xiaoduo is only ranked 19th in our class, slightly below average. How did he become so awesome? He beat up the whole class by himself. These 3 days. He. Zhou Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said proudly, "I participated in a special training of a hidden expert. I heard that it was arranged by the Emperor of the Yanwu Empire. That's about it. Life is unpredictable, you can't be envious." Tiske. 35 middle fingers were raised in front of him. Everyone believed that Zhou Xiaoduo had participated in the special training. It was understandable that experts trained specially, and even pushed their blood and tidied their meridians. Otherwise he wouldn't have improved so much. But to say that it was organized by the Emperor and so on, that would be ridiculous. Our Phoenix City is far away from the Emperor. Zhou Xiaoduo's bragging was too unreliable. If it was really organized by the Emperor, it wouldn't have been Zhou Xiaoduo's turn. At this moment, Qin Fangyang walked in with a smile on his face. "Today I must praise all of you." Qin Fangyang stood on the podium with a smile on his face. "To praise all of you, it's not because Li Chenglong was beaten up that you all stood up for him. That's what you should do. It's not worth praising because all of you are one. It's also not because Zhou Xiaoduo stood up for all of you and beat him up. That's what you should do. It's also not worth praising. What I want to praise is that all of you didn't know that Zhou Xiaoduo would succeed. All of you were already injured, but because Zhou Xiaoduo went, all of you followed him. This unwavering determination is what deserves my praise. It deserves to be remembered by me as a teacher. This is the true meaning of unity. Even if it was the bravery of an ignorant man, it wasn't rational, and it wasn't worth advocating. However, this was the true feeling of camaraderie. In the future, even if all of you go to the battlefield, I won't worry because all of you will never let your comrades charge into battle alone. It's my Qin Fangyang's success and my pride to be able to teach such students. Not bad. It's not embarrassing to be weaker than others. But to be able to put generosity into action is something to be proud of." Qin Fangyang's face look. "Children, I'm proud of you. Now groups healing." Qin Fangyang left. Once again everyone's recuperation. After a while. Class ended, the class was dismissed class. "Oh. We're let's rushed. Teacher Qin had clearly said that the grudges between students had to be settled after class. I'm a good student, so I naturally have to listen to my teacher. In front of class one's door. The leisurely Zhou Xiaoduo specially moved a chair over and sat there in a relaxed manner. Every time a student from class 1 came out, he would kick them back. "How dare you bully Li Chenglong? Do you know who Li Chenglong is? Is he not from our class? He's even a guest history teacher specially hired by the school. Do you know what it means to be an accomplished teacher? Li Chenglong is an accomplished teacher. Do you know what it means to be a teacher for a day, a father for life? Your class 1's foot brains are only filled with muscles. You definitely don't know this, but Master Zhuo is kind enough to tell you that even if he only teaches you for a day, he's still your teacher and a father for life. You bullied Li Chenglong and beat up Li Chenglong. That's the same as bullying your father. You're a bunch of unfilial bastards who don't care about human relations." Zhou Xiaoduo blocked the door boldly. The moment he opened his mouth, he was full of righteousness and reason. "Think about what else you've done. Not only did you beat up your father, but you also insulted your father's teacher. You even chased after our class and beat up your martial uncles, martial aunts, and martial uncles. What kind of behavior is this? You're deceiving your teacher and betraying your ancestors. You're insane. Rebellion. You're really rebelling. Now Master Zhuo is teaching you a lesson to clean up the school so that you won't bring shame to the school and harm the common people in the future. Cheng Fangji, hurry up and come out. Master Zhuo wants to talk to you about life and ideals. At the same time, he'll give you a clear path. With your disregard for human relations, deceiving your teacher and betraying your ancestors, there aren't many jobs in this society that are suitable for you. The students of Class 9 shouted behind him, Cheng Fangji, get out here. Talk about life and ideals. My boss is looking for you. How would Cheng Fangji dare to come out? In the face of such a ferocious and terrifying person, Cheng Fangji would never dare to come out even if he was healthy, let alone being seriously injured. The other seated students of Class 1 also had a look of humiliation on their faces. It was as if their eyes were about to spit fire. Suddenly, a wave of people burst out. More than 10 people rushed out at the same time. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The star steps under his feet made him seem like he was traveling in the void. His body drew a mysterious trajectory. Puff, 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 puff. More than 10 people were kicked to the ground almost at the same time. Then he kicked them one by one and they all flew into the classroom. Want to go out? Sure, all of you can climb through the window. Zhuo Xiaoduo blocked the door just like that. It was as if he alone could hold back 10,000 people. The students of Class 1 could only stare at him helplessly. However, since this was a classroom for spiritual energy cultivation, it was naturally sealed. How could there be a window to climb through? I'm not going in either. I don't want to give you all an excuse to say that I'm causing trouble. I know. Class is over and you all want to go to the toilet. Well, you can just fight your way out of here. A girl clamped her legs and said sullenly, Zhuo Xiaoduo, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Go and find whoever caused this trouble. Why are you stopping us from going out? What's going on? Master Zhuo is teaching you how to be a person. He's teaching you how to be reasonable and how to respect your teachers. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and crossed his legs. He said, I'm here to bully you. Do you all understand now? You're being unreasonable. Reasonable? Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. I'm here to bully people, not to reason with them. The situation quickly escalated. The whole class couldn't leave the classroom. This was not a small matter. Mu Yunfeng quickly rushed over, and Qin Fangyang also leisurely came over with a teacup. Compared to Mu Yunfeng's hysteria, Qin Fangyang was simply like an old man watching a show. The two form teachers confronted each other again. Tell your students to leave. What's the point of blocking the door? Students should solve their own problems. Teachers can't interfere. Qin Fangyang. Mu Yunfeng was angry. You're being unreasonable. Qin Fangyang smiled coldly. Unreasonable? What's there to be reasonable about? Li Chenglong went to your class to lecture. This was the school's decision. No matter what Li Chenglong's identity is outside of class, he's going to lecture. That's his identity as a teacher. Your students insulted their teachers, talked back to them and beat them up. What kind of behavior is this? Are they reasonable at all? Mu Yunfeng was tongue-tied. My students went to reason with your students. Not only did your students refuse to apologize, they even beat them up with their martial prowess. They didn't even let it go. They chased into my class and beat up all the students. Is this being reasonable? Qin Fangyang smiled coldly. What, now that the matter is in your hands, my students are blocking your door and not letting your students out with their strength. When your students can't come out, you're going to reason with them? Mu Yunfeng, your double standards are too ridiculous. Qin Fangyang's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm here now. I'll say it again. Students should solve their problems. If you want to interfere, I'll accompany you. But if you dare to lay your hands on my students, I'll kill you. Mu Yunfeng was so angry that his face turned green. Qin Fangyang's words, word by word, spread to Class 1. All the students in Class 1 were speechless. Reason? The precondition for reason was usually based on the strength and background of both parties, and the result of compromise. This was especially true for martial artists. The proportion of benevolence, righteousness, and morality was too small. If it wasn't for Zhuo Xiaoduo in Class 9, they could only endure being bullied and beaten up. But now that there was Zhuo Xiaoduo, the situation was reversed. The grievances that were originally borne by Class 9 were transferred to Class 1. This was the cycle of karma, and karma was not pleasant. This was the truth of reality. Although Qin Fangyang was quarreling with Mu Yunfeng, he also said all the reasons that needed to be said. He could be considered a sensible person. In other words, he was still a relatively reasonable person. And his student, Zhuo Duo, was a headache. This guy was not reasonable at all. If you reason with him, he would talk with you with his fists. If you ignored him, he would teach you a lesson. He would take care of both sides. Qin Fangyang, you can only teach such a pain in the ass. Mu Yunfeng was extremely angry. Pain in the ass is good. Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm very proud of my pain in the ass student. Mu Yunfeng choked. In the end, Zhuo Duo blocked the door until the next lesson. Hearing the bell, Zhuo Duo stood up and respectfully bowed to Mu Yunfeng. Teacher, you've worked hard. This student doesn't dare to disturb teacher's lesson. I'm going back to class. I'll visit again after class. Students of class 1, see you later. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. Chapter 59. Mu Yunfeng's face turned green. When he entered the classroom, he saw that all the students in the first class were looking at him with expectant eyes. He sighed and said, "Hurry up." Many students rushed out of the classroom to go to the toilet. Some girls were crying as they ran. They felt so wronged that this was the first time he saw such a hooligan. He blocked the door and didn't let them go to the toilet after class. Even beating someone up was better than this. Zhuo Duo felt the slight warmth of the greedy wolf's heart in his arms. He was lost in thought as he thought about the fortune of all the students in the first class. He faintly felt that something big was going to happen. All of them had bad luck. And all of them looked ferocious. Moreover, the greedy wolf's heart faintly reacted. Zhuo Duo didn't know why, nor did he know what it meant. But he knew one thing. The greedy wolf's heart came from the Umno Alliance, the biggest enemy of mankind. If there was a reaction, it wasn't a good thing. No. It obviously didn't erupt. But Zhuo Duo obviously wasn't worried. Because Master Zhuo had his own way of dealing with it. The class was over again. The end of this class meant the end of school. Qin Fangyang had just announced the end of the class when Zhuo Duo rushed out at once. Dang dang dang. Then all the students in the 9th class rushed out one by one. Among them, the little fatty Li Chenglong rushed out so fast that he even knocked Qin Fangyang down. Obviously, this group of people was eager to watch Zhuo Duo beat someone up. They didn't care about anything else. Mu Yunfeng announced the end of the class and walked out of the classroom first. He saw Zhuo Duo standing at the door with a smile. "Hello, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher, take care." The veins on Mu Yunfeng's temples were throbbing. "Zhuo Duo, what do you want to do? Are you done yet?" Zhuo Duo giggled and said, "Teacher, what are you talking about? This student has always been very polite to my teachers, and I don't dare to have any complaints. This is the way of a disciple. And because of this student despises those bastards who betray their teachers and ancestors. I came here to correct the various disobedient behaviors of the students here. It's all about the criticism and self-criticism between students." Mu Yunfeng's eyes were spitting fire. "I want to see your self-criticism right now." Hearing this, Zhuo Duo pretended to be shocked and said, "Teacher Mu, what are you talking about? Even if you want to accuse me, you should at least have a reason. Every time this student sees you, I have always been respectful and courteous. I really don't know where to start with this self-criticism." Mu Yunfeng sneered, "You respect me a lot? Then leave this place immediately. This is the greatest respect you can give me." I can't do that. It's already after class." Zhuo Duo said slowly, "It's also after class. It's no longer within the scope of the teacher's authority. Even teacher Qin Fangyang can't control what I do during this time. This is not about respecting the teacher, it's just personal freedom." Mu Yunfeng's face became more and more livid. It was not that he didn't want to make a move. He wanted to restrain or drive away Zhuo Duo, but Qin Fangyang was watching from the side. Even if he shamelessly made a move, Qin Fangyang would definitely not stand by and watch. Besides this, Mu Yunfeng could only do nothing. Therefore, under the gaze of the two head teachers, Zhuo Duo blocked the door of Class 1 for half an hour. It was a pity that the students of Class 1 were already scared of Zhuo Duo. They were even more aware of the gap in strength between them. Although they were getting angrier and angrier, no one tried to rush out. This made Zhuo Duo useless and somewhat boring. Half an hour later, Zhuo Duo snorted at the students of Class 1, turned around and left. "See you tomorrow?" No hurry, there's still tomorrow." Even if they wanted to force him out and make a scene, they had to vent their anger first. In the classroom. Cheng Fangji faced the resentful eyes of the whole class. After a long time, he said with an apologetic face, Everyone, don't be angry. This matter happened because of me. I will give you an explanation. Tomorrow? My family is in the elixir business. Tomorrow, I will give each of you a star essence elixir as compensation for today's matter. Gu Yuanhang, who ranked first, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "No need. From the beginning to the end of this matter, we were indeed in the wrong. It's hard to argue. Aji, you have given us a lot of star essence elixirs for free. Let's forget about it this time." Cheng Fangji's eyes flashed with a strange and inexplicable look. He said, "It's okay, it's okay. My family has a lot of these things. If I can't give you a little compensation, I will feel very sorry." Gu Yuanhang frowned and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said, "Actually, I feel that something is not right about what happened this morning. No, it should be too wrong. Why was everyone so violent this morning? Why couldn't anyone control their temper? That Wuxiao duo is indeed tyrannical and unreasonable, but at least there is one thing that teacher Qin Fangyang said. That little fatty Li Chenglong came to teach us. No matter what his identity was before, the moment he stood on the platform he became our teacher. A teacher for a day, a teacher for life. Why did we contradict him face to face and then insult and even beat him up? None of this makes any sense." Another female student, whose face was bruised and swollen, retorted, "Gu Yuanhang, why are you pretending to be a big bad wolf? You speak as if you didn't do anything." Gu Yuanhang frowned and said, "It's exactly because I did that I find it strange. A country has its own laws and a school has its own rules. Why would I do that to a teacher? This is something that I can't understand. What's more, I didn't realize that something was wrong until just now. Doesn't that mean that something is very wrong? Li Chenglong came to teach many times before. Why didn't he do this before? Li Chenglong's cultivation level is low. This is true. However, he is an expert in the history of human development. That's why he has the authority to teach us. What right do we have to look down on him? What right do we have to be unable to control our emotions and be disadvantageous to him?" Gu Yuanhang thought hard. Could it be that this is the abnormal fluctuation of the mind when one is about to break through to martial master? Cheng Fangji lowered his head. An inexplicable look flashed across his eyes. At the side, Gu Yuanhang said, "Zhu Yun, Chao Feiyu, let's go." The two people he pointed at also had a thoughtful look on their faces. Hearing this, they followed Gu Yuanhang out of the door, smiling bitterly at each other. Today's matter. It's so fucking frustrating. Gu Yuanhang said as he walked. Frustrating? How is it frustrating? It's not frustrating at all. I called the two of you to give me some advice. What's going on today? Everything is so strange. The three of them walked away as they talked. Some of the other students were deep in thought, some were full of indignation, and some even scolded Wuxiao duo for bullying the weak and tyrannical. One by one they dispersed. Everyone had left. Cheng Fangji was the only one left. Mu Yunfeng walked in slowly. Cheng Fangji pursed his lips and lowered his head. "That was too rash," Mu Yunfeng said angrily. Cheng Fangji nodded and admitted his mistake. Then he said fiercely, "But this Wuxiao duo, I will not let him go. This matter is over." Mu Yunfeng said in a low voice, "Tomorrow bring the real star essence pills." "Don't bring them." Cheng Fangji nodded. When Wuxiao duo returned home, his parents were whispering to each other. "What are you talking about? Why are you so happy?" Wuxiao duo said happily, "I have great news to announce." Zhu Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. "Another piece of good news?" Zhu Changlu and Wu Yuding immediately stopped whispering and poked their heads out from the kitchen. "Today I am officially promoted to the top seat of the class. Number 1. Zhu Xiaoduo's face was full of pride and satisfaction. He was high-spirited and proud. Although it was not official yet, he was definitely going to be the top seat. Tomorrow it would be official tomorrow. Even being the top seat of the whole grade was a sure thing. The so-called strongest class was suppressed by him for an entire day. They were not even a match for him. The path of the strong was so lonely. Always alone in the first place. Hearing this good news, Zhu Changlu couldn't help but smile. Top seat? Wu Yuding stepped out with a spoon in her hand. Top seat. Wuxiao duo laughed and puffed out his chest. Yes, top seat. Number 1. The arrogant ones were a group of people. Wu Yuding, who had received confirmation, was even more delighted. It's all thanks to your sister. Wuxiao duo? If your sister didn't ask her master to give you special treatment, would you be the top seat? Would you be the top seat? Wu Yuding said happily, last time you were only 19th. This time you soared to the top seat. This is called an iron tree blooming and a rotten wood growing into a talent. How much effort did she put in to make such a big improvement? Zhuo was even more dumbfounded. How did I become an iron tree? Wu Yuding was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Zhuo, hurry up and buy some food and 2 bottles of wine. Let's celebrate tonight. Let's celebrate that our Xiao Duo has finally been enlightened after receiving guidance from a great master. Zhuo walked out of the kitchen, digging into his pocket as he walked. When he saw Wu Yuding glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. He almost fell for it. Zhuo pretended to take out money and said, Come. I didn't bring any money. Who will pay for the food and wine? Zhuo and Zhuxiaoyan. I'll pay. Zhuxiaoyan was very straightforward. I'll run the errands. Zhuo was also very straightforward. It was fine as long as he didn't pay. 1. I woke up early this morning. My head is dizzy. Please recommend me. 2. This chapter is not broken. There are many words. Please recommend me as a reward. 3. Too many people say that I'm handsome. Please admit it. Chapter 60. Hence, Zhuo took the money and went to buy some food and wine. However, he felt that something was amiss along the way. Aren't we drinking to celebrate my progress? Why am I the only one working in the family? Zhuo couldn't figure out the reason even after buying the food and wine and returning home. He could only conclude that his parents' thoughts were different from his own. Well, they still didn't understand the mentality of the strong. The strong. They should bear more responsibility. The atmosphere of the celebratory banquet that night was unusually harmonious and full of joy. Zhuo and Wu Yuding had gone through the early days of worrying about their gains and losses. Now they were looking forward to Zhuo becoming stronger and more outstanding. The stronger the better. The stronger he was, the greater the chance of overcoming danger. Today the surprise that Zhuo gave them made the couple proud. Seeing this, Zhuo decided to add icing on the cake. He took out the stone of astral souls that he had just received and said, Dad, these are all for you. Sell them to support your family. Zhuo puffed out his chest and tried to look normal. He said reservedly, My son has grown up. Leave this family to me in the future. He actually acted like the head of the family. You still want to usurp the throne? Zhuo gave him a sidelong glance and said with a faint smile, I'm not dead yet. Zhuo laughed dryly and said, Long live father and unify the Jianghu. Zhuo's eyes widened when he saw the package. He was a little surprised. These are all high-end goods. Zhuo was naturally an expert in identifying the stone of astral souls. Just by looking at the stone's shape and color, he could instantly tell that these stone of astral souls were top-grade goods. There were good things hidden inside. Although he didn't know how good they were at least mid-grade. It could only be high and not low. To those professional stone gamblers who like to gamble on star spirit stones, if a star spirit stone of this level was taken out, their eyes would light up. It was not a problem for them to throw away 1,000 gold coins. It was really a rare high-end item. They weren't shocked by the high quality, but by Zhuo's collection. In an instant he felt a sense of relief. They didn't raise this son for nothing. Where did you get it? I read people's fortune before. Zhuo explained. In the end they all went to the north and avoided death. They also benefited a lot. When they came back they specially sent me a gift to thank me. That's why I specially presented it to father to make you smile. Zhuo took the opportunity to flatter him. Other than the stone of astral souls, there was also a reward of 20,000 yuan. He didn't say this out loud. He secretly added it in his heart as a report. If he said it out loud it would definitely be kept for you. I'll kindly accept it. Zhuo looked reserved. But, your fortune-telling ability. Zhuo pondered for a moment. Then he said, if we can really see something, then we should study it a little more. In this world, saving a life is saving a family. Things like gifts are secondary. Yes, father. Zhuo agreed obediently. Then he stole a glance at his parents' faces. Without using any cool luck points, there was still nothing abnormal. The couple's face was that they were safe and had a worry-free life. It could be considered an excellent face in the trend of their luck path. Leave early after school tomorrow. Go to the shop and help me unload the car. Zhuo said, intentionally or unintentionally. Yes, father. Father, I'll go too. I'm free tomorrow. Zhuxiaoyan raised her hand. Don't go. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Are you going to help me? You'll only cause me trouble. Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. Zhuo Changlu was not being pretentious. When Zhuo Xiaoyan went to Zhuo Changlu's shop half a year ago, the shop owners next to them were all amazed. They all wanted to marry Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu had a headache about this. In the end, he said that his daughter would follow her master to cultivate in the mountains. Perhaps it would be decades before she could leave. If his daughter came again, it would be a slap in the face. Besides, don't you think your son is worthy of my daughter? Besides, not only do I have cabbages but I also have pigs. Now that Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to help, how could Zhuo Changlu agree? Let the dog go. Those heavy jobs are not suitable for you girls. While eating, Zhuo Xiaoduo noticed that Wu Yuding kept looking at his pocket with a strange look. His heart skipped a beat. So he found an excuse and went back to the bedroom to put down the money. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He took out his private stash of money from the empty dictionary and moved it to a new place. Look for an opportunity to change it to a brand new serial number. Looking at the thick stack of money, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself with satisfaction. Then he went out to eat. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo go in and out like a thief, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Changlu, and Zhuo Xiaoyan all had meaningful looks on their faces. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned slightly as she ate. She was thinking about many things. The dog told those people to go north. It should have happened 3 days ago. At that time, the special training hadn't started yet. After I told Master about Tan Lang, on the first night of the special training, Master went to the north of the city. It was probably because Master went that the north of the city became a relatively safe area, which led to the safe return of these people. If that's the case, even if we don't consider the sequence of events, it proves that the dog really has the ability to predict the future. During this period of time, Tan Lang first appeared in Phoenix City. Then the 7 kills also appeared. The 7 kills of Tan Lang appeared one after another. Then it's impossible for the Army Destroyer Shaman sect to not be here. But why would these 3 sects come to Shao Phoenix City? What are they doing here? Phoenix City. I really can't think of anything that could attract them. But since they're here, they must have their reasons and goals. It's just that Master and I overlooked it or didn't think of it. So this reason needs to be investigated carefully. Only when we're sure of their goals can we launch a counterattack strategy. If Tan Lang and Army Destroyer Wolves gather, they won't be attracted by a small target. To send out Tan Lang's heart so recklessly, combined with the number of people killed, I'm afraid it's not the first time they've done this. If it's not the first time, then they've done it many times. If they've done it many times, then there should be cases and clues to investigate. For the 7 kills to be able to kill so recklessly, they must have a place to hide. And to allow them to hide and kill like this, it must be a force that can't be done in a short period of time. So, they must have planned for a long time to be able to do it. But how long is this long time? Zhuo Xiaoyan thought as she ate silently. Normally, 3 to 5 years wouldn't be enough to reach this stage. This means that the 7 kills, Wolf and Army Destroyer Wolves have planned for Phoenix City for at least 10 to 20 years or even longer. If that's the case, Phoenix City must be hiding a huge secret. And this secret is the key. Only by finding out this secret can we have a chance to uproot them. On the other side, Wu Yuding looked at her daughter, whose eyes were empty. There was not a single grain of rice left in her bowl, but she was still using her chopsticks to eat. She couldn't help but push Zhuo Xiaoyan's shoulder. What are you doing? Is the air delicious? The next day, Zhuo Xiaoduo woke up early and left for school an hour in advance. Along the way he could clearly feel the difference. From time to time, there would be high-level martial artists flying around in the sky, observing every corner of the city. On the streets, there were also many people who were selling popsicles or candied haws. There were also people who were strolling in and out of this shop and that shop. These surveillance methods are too lousy. How much better can they be than real-time surveillance? Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. With this kind of investigation, those murderers must be retarded to be caught by you. Lax on the outside and tight on the inside is the best way to investigate a case. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked all the way to Second High. Countless strange gazes were cast at him from all directions, mixed with inexplicable surprise and curiosity. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo had single-handedly blocked the entrance of an entire class, not allowing the students to enter or leave. Especially when the students of that class were known as the most outstanding 50 students of their year. This was absolutely a rare event that had never happened before. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about this. He held his head high and strode into the school. In a few steps, he arrived at the door of Class 1 in the warrior area. Seeing that there were only 3 or 4 people inside, he didn't say anything and went up to them, kicking them out of the classroom. Get out, get out. Class hasn't started yet. Who allowed you to come in now? Then he casually pulled out a chair and sat at the door. He crossed his legs and basked in the rising sun. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. A beautiful day has begun again. In the afternoon, someone praised me for being handsome again. I'm very unhappy. Don't you see that my readers are even more handsome? And they vote for me every day. They don't vote for anyone else. I'm too handsome. Chapter 61. As time passed, the students of Class 1 arrived one after another. However, when they saw the situation, they were naturally dumbfounded. Zuoxiaoduo, are you done yet? The beautiful girl whose nose was broken by Zuoxiaoduo yesterday was the most indignant. She rushed up and questioned him. Until now, there was still tape on her small nose. She hated it so much. Zuoxiaoduo put on a fake smile and said, "Students solve their own problems. You have already dealt with everyone in my class except for me. As long as you deal with me, there will naturally be no problems. Otherwise, I will have to deal with all of you. As for whether you are done or not, it's up to me to decide. I'm right here. Think of a way to deal with me. Or you can wait until the bell rings before you enter. How simple is that?" Zuoxiaoduo laughed extremely happily. It's useless even if your teacher comes. The time before class is the time to settle students' grievances. Only we can settle it ourselves. After listening to Zuoxiaoduo's arrogant speech, the students of Class 1 who had already arrived were extremely aggrieved. Zuoxiaoduo, are you being reasonable? I'm not being reasonable. Zuoxiaoduo raised his head. I realize that it's meaningless to be reasonable. As long as I can beat you and deal with you, why do I need to be reasonable? We are all unreasonable people. Don't say that we are noble. If you were reasonable, would you have come to my class to beat people? This sentence made everyone's chest ache. You beat people in my class. Of course I have to beat you back. How simple is that? But you started it first, so I'm not satisfied after beating you up once. I haven't vented my anger yet. That's why I have to beat you up several times. Zuoxiaoduo sat on the chair and swung his legs. Wait patiently. When I've vented my anger, this matter will come to an end. I announce. Zuoxiaoduo stood up and jumped onto the chair. He stood up straight and said, "From now on, as long as they are from your class, I will beat them up every time I see them. I will beat them up every time I see them. Please don't talk to me about being reasonable in the future. I've never been reasonable." His voice was so loud that it was deafening. At this moment there was already a large crowd outside. There were both teachers and students, densely surrounding a large area. At a glance there were at least a few hundred people, and even more people were rushing over. On a tall building, behind the glass window, Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang stood side by side. Hu Ruoyun looked helpless while Li Changjiang looked pensive. This is too surprising. This kid has already broken through to the martial master level. Li Changjiang took a deep breath. What kind of progress is this? 5 days ago he entered the warrior class. 5 days later he broke through and became a martial master? Hu Ruoyun was shocked. He broke through to the martial master level? Otherwise, how could he have defeated the entire Class 1 by himself? No, even if he just broke through, he wouldn't be able to do this. I'm afraid. His actual combat strength is already at the level of an intermediate martial master. Li Changjiang took a deep breath. Ruoyun, this student of yours is not simple. Hu Ruoyun smiled from the bottom of her heart. That's great. That's not bad. Li Changjiang looked at his wife. Look at his style. How is he different from a hooligan? Aren't you going overboard? Hu Ruoyun retorted. If the students of the class didn't go too far and humiliate and beat up the teachers, why would Zuoxiaoduo take revenge? In this matter, the right is clearly on Zuoxiaoduo's side. The one who provokes first will be punished. This sentence is absolutely correct. Now that the situation has developed to this point, it's no longer a matter of who is right and who is wrong. Li Changjiang said with a headache. The focus of the problem now is that Zuoxiaoduo won't let it go. He won't let it go. Most people would have stopped after what happened yesterday, but looking at Zuoxiaoduo now, I'm afraid that he will continue to make trouble. How can the right still be on his side? If what he said is true, he will stop making trouble when he feels good. The situation will definitely get out of control. Li Changjiang had a terrible headache. When he feels good is up to him. What if he suddenly feels bad after a few days? What if he blocks the door and fights again? Do you think that Zhou Xiaoduo won't do something like that? He's a devil in the heterodox path. Li Changjiang sighed. Hu Ruoyun thought about it carefully and felt that what Li Changjiang said was very likely to happen. According to Zhou Xiaoduo's personality, it was not surprising that he would do something like that. Even if the situation had calmed down for half a year, it was not impossible for him to fight again when he wanted to. It's useless to tell me this. Hu Ruoyun turned her head. You have to find Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang is the class teacher. Honey, why don't you understand? If Qin Fangyang could control Zhou Xiaoduo, why would I waste my time talking to you? Li Changjiang was furious. Qin Fangyang said yesterday afternoon that the matter would end here, but didn't Zhou Xiaoduo still come today? And, don't you know what kind of person Qin Fangyang is? He's extremely protective of his children. Let's not talk about him scolding Zhou Xiaoduo. Even if I just scold Zhou Xiaoduo, he would fight with me. Do you believe it? Li Changjiang sighed. He felt that he did not have any sense of accomplishment as the principal. Do you understand now? In the whole second high, the only person who can stop Zhou Xiaoduo is you, my dear wife. Li Changjiang looked at Hu Ruoyun. Okay, I'll try. I'll go and persuade this child. Hu Ruoyun sighed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Zhou Xiaoduo sat on the chair with his golden saber and stared at the door of the classroom. On the other side, under the shade of a tree, Qin Fangyang stood with his arms crossed. His face was calm and indifferent as usual. Well, if anyone dares to come out and fart, old Qin, will break my rule today. Do you really think I don't know how to beat people up? Opposite him, there was Mu Yunfeng, who was fuming with anger and was on the verge of asthma. A little further away from them, there were 10 big men squatting in a neat row. They were grinning and watching the show. Who else could it be other than Lu Jianxing and his brothers? They had arrived early and were just here to watch the show. If Zhou Xiaoduo had the upper hand, it would be fine. But if someone came to interfere, the 10 brothers would definitely gang up on them and fight. I've been annoyed with that Mu guy for a long time. He always has a gloomy face and looks like an idiot. This time he kicked an iron plate. He's an idiot, Lu Jianxing said. Isn't that so? Everyone keep a close eye on him. If he dares to make a move, we'll definitely make a move before Qin Fangyang and give him a good beating. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Once we miss it, it won't come again, said the second brother. It's settled then. Little Mr. Zhuo is so impressive. Lu Jianxing clicked his tongue and was full of envy. Why didn't I think of doing this when I was in school? Even if you thought of it, do you have the ability? Didn't you know the standard of your class back then? How dare you show your face like this? If you can't beat the shit out of you, then you didn't eat spinach. The second brother looked at his big brother with contempt and said enviously, look at this big brother. This style, this method. It feels so good to stand up for his brothers. Lu Jianxing's face suddenly turned red and his eyes widened. Deng Lauer, you've been fucking arrogant recently. The crowd slowly parted and Hu Ruoyun slowly walked over. Then, everyone realized that Zhou Xiaoduo, who was arrogant and domineering just a moment ago, had suddenly become well-behaved. His legs were no longer crossed, and without waiting for Hu Ruoyun to come closer, he stood up properly and rushed forward a few steps. Teacher Hu. This was the person he respected the most in school. Naturally, she was also the person he feared the most. Xiaoduo, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going back to class? Be careful not to be late. It's not time yet. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and laughed. Teacher, why are you so free to come here? You've already fought and made a fuss about this. It's about time. Hu Ruoyun said with some difficulty, you see, there has to be a solution to this. If you keep making a fuss, it won't be good for you and others. How about we compromise? Zhou Xiaoduo smiled happily. Teacher, you've asked me a question. I've actually thought of a solution. How about transferring all the students in this class? Transferring all the students? All the onlookers staggered in unison. This was too fucking ruthless. This was Class 1, the most outstanding 50 students in second high. If they were to transfer all of them with just one sentence, wouldn't the school's higher-ups go crazy? Just tell me what you want. Hu Ruoyun looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and said softly. Zhou Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. After a while he muttered, I haven't fought enough. He really hadn't fought enough. Now that he had lost enough blood, he didn't know if it would reflect any problems. If he withdrew now, he felt that all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't jump out and say it directly. He was fully aware that if he said it, he would definitely die. This matter was too big. It was so big that his life was insignificant in this matter. I realized that my readers are becoming more and more handsome and beautiful, because not only did they give me their recommendation tickets, but they also made hearts for our characters. You guys are so handsome, I love you guys to death. Chapter 62. Xiao Duo. Hu Ruoyun yelled softly and sternly. Zhou Xiao Duo finally swallowed his anger and said, "But since Teacher Hu has come forward, I have to give her face. But I'll say this first, Class 1 must give Class 9 an explanation for this matter. Give all of us an explanation. And give Li Chenglong a personal explanation." I didn't intend to ask them for any explanation. Since they were unreasonable first, then I'll continue to be unreasonable to the end. Beating these people until they graduate is a solution that suits me very well. But now, Teacher Hu, you've spoken, so I only want an explanation. But this explanation must satisfy me. Zhou Xiaoduo said with grievance, "Teacher Hu, I've given in too much. I feel so wronged. But if I'm not satisfied, I'll still come here to block the door. The cause of this matter is very serious. It's not something that can be solved with just an apology. What do you think, Teacher Hu?" Hu Ruoyun could only smile bitterly. You beat up the whole class until they can't go to class and you still look so wronged. This is really hard on you. I really don't understand why you feel wronged. I know that every one of you hates me now. You can't wait for me to die. Zhou Xiaoduo raised his head. The morning sun shone on one side of his face. Half of his face was bright and the other half was flickering with shadows. Instead of hating me, it's better to put all your hatred into cultivation. When you're stronger than me one day you can come and find me. You're welcome to take revenge. I won't reason with you and you don't have to reason with me. Okay, that's it. Zhou Xiaoduo kicked the chair over and walked over with his head held high. When he reached the front of Class 1, he suddenly raised his hand and a resounding slap landed on Cheng Fangji's face. This slap was too ruthless, causing Cheng Fangji to spit out a mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, 3 of his teeth also came out. "Brat, behave yourself in the future." After that, Jing Dei, who was standing next to Cheng Fangji and had been scolding him the most these past few days, was also kicked 3 meters away by Zhou Xiaoduo. "If you spew shit again, I'll teach you what a harmonious society is every day." After she finished speaking, she completely ignored the angry gazes of the class and Cheng Fangji's murderous glare. She turned her head and walked back to Hu Ruoyun. She smiled shyly and said, "Teacher, I didn't have to trouble you with such a small matter." "Really? I'll send you back." Hu Ruoyun was also worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would continue to cause trouble, so she took the opportunity to pull Zhou Xiaoduo away. The people who were left behind fell silent for a long time. After a long time, Mu Yunfeng then cursed angrily, "Qin Fangyang, you've taught a good student." Qin Fangyang said lightly, "Thank you for the compliment. It seems that I have indeed taught better than you." "What about me? At the very least, my student is beating someone up while your student is getting beaten up." Qin Fangyang turned around and laughed loudly. "Children, time for class." Ouch! All the students in the 9th class let out a collective howl and scampered back to class. There was no more drama to watch, so everyone naturally left. Lu Jianxing and the rest stood up regretfully and left as well. It was really not enough. But all the students in the 1st class were still standing there in a daze. "Why aren't you going to class? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for that brat to come back?" Mu Yunfeng was already flustered and exasperated, so he spoke without thinking. At the side, Gu Yuanhang, who was ranked first, said calmly, "Teacher Mu, although Zhou Xiaoduo went overboard, the cause of this matter was our fault. We still have to give this explanation." Gu Yuanhang was beside him. Zhu Yun and Chao Feiyu looked at each other and nodded. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 20 students who were also deep in thought. Mu Yunfeng's expression changed. He vaguely felt that he was about to lose control. He secretly glanced at Cheng Fangji. "Are you trying to say that you're afraid of Zhou Xiaoduo and you're going to give in?" Cheng Fangji covered half of his mouth and looked at Gu Yuanhang in disbelief. "In order to not be beaten up and blocked at the door, you're going to give an explanation?" Jing Dei roared, "Gu Yuanhang, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so spineless." "This has nothing to do with spinelessness," Gu Yuanhang said. "As long as you've done something wrong, you have to face your mistakes." The beautiful girl whose nose was broken by Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Gu Yuanhang angrily. "Gu Yuanhang, you're the #1 in our class. How can you be so spineless? Are you still a man? Gu Yuanhang looked up and said calmly, Wang Shitting, whether I'm spineless or not, you won't know. It's because I'm a man that I have to face my mistakes. I'm giving an explanation for my mistakes, but not for Zuoxiao Duo. The humiliation that Zuoxiao Duo gave me, I'll get it back sooner or later. If you want to go, then go. I won't go anyway. Wang Shitting exploded completely. Gu Yuanhang looked at Wang Shitting with eyes full of pity. Then he said in a deep voice, Wang Shitting, your aptitude is only above average. But, because of your outstanding appearance and beautiful appearance, everyone will give you some leeway wherever you go. This is the privilege of a beautiful woman. But in this world, the privilege of a beautiful girl doesn't apply to everyone. There are many people who don't care about beauty. Zuoxiao Duo is one of them. Coincidentally, so am I. Your beauty can be your capital, but it's not your foundation. Only strength can be relied on forever. If you can't face this point, how can you go on the road of cultivation? If you're smart enough, you should have been awakened by Zuoxiao Duo's punch. If you're still immersed in your beauty and think that everyone should give you leeway, then your achievements will at most be nothing more than a vase. A vase that will be outdated at some point. After saying that, Gu Yuanhang ignored Wang Shitting, who was trembling with anger, and walked toward Class 9 with big strides. Behind him, Zhu Yun, Chao Feiyu, and the rest of the 20 people followed. We're not admitting defeat. We're facing our mistakes bravely. As a man, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it. But I'll still hate Zuoxiao Duo. Me too. One day I'll get my revenge. I'll definitely get my revenge. That day will definitely come. Zuoxiao Duo sent Hu Ruoyun back and ran back to the classroom. Class 9 immediately burst into cheers as if they were welcoming a hero. The cheers lasted for a long time. Teacher Qin was as calm as ever. It was unknown whether he was comforted or not. After a while, seeing that it was almost time for class, Qin Fangyang walked up to the podium slowly. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Then the classroom door opened. 22 students from Class 1 filed in, looking dignified. Zuoxiao Duo stood up subconsciously. Why are you still not satisfied? You came all the way here. You've got guts. What we're going to do now has nothing to do with you. We'll settle our scores in the future. Gu Yuanhang said coldly. Then he said to Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin, what happened yesterday morning was our fault. Today we'd like to apologize to Teacher Qin, Li Chenglong, and all the students in Class 9. 22 people lined up in 3 rows and bowed in unison. We're sorry, Teacher Qin. Then Gu Yuanhang turned around and shouted, Zuoxiao Duo, get out of the way. You don't have a share in this. Zuoxiao Duo scratched his head. Why don't you apologize to Class 9? Gu Yuanhang's eyes almost spat fire. I said we'll settle our scores in the future, but not now. Fine. I'll get out of the way. Zuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes. Who cares about your salutes? You still got out of the way. I'm sorry, students. Another bow. Then 22 people came in front of Li Chenglong and bowed in unison again. We're sorry, Teacher Li. It's our fault. We offended you yesterday. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. The little fatty was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do and didn't know how to react. Gu Yuanhang said, no matter what your status is now, you're our teacher when you're teaching us. We were disrespectful and impolite to you, so we offended you. What happened yesterday was our fault from start to finish. We're sorry, Teacher Li. Please forgive us. Li Chenglong's eyes became misty. His voice trembled as he said, I accept your apology. On the other side, Zuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes. How useless. He accepted it just like that. Gu Yuanhang and the 20 students stood up and turned to Qin Fangyang. An apology can't make up for anything. So we've prepared something else. Here are 2 bottles of astral energy pills. Other than Zuoxiao Duo, everyone in Class 9 will get one. There are also 340,000 star dollars. Similarly, other than Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong, everyone will get 10,000 star dollars. This sword is our apology gift to Teacher Qin. I heard that Teacher Qin's original sword was broken in a battle in the past. So, I found a new one from my dad's armory last night. I hope Teacher Qin doesn't mind. This is an ancient book with a total of 18 volumes. It records some strange stories and legends. It has a history of a few thousand years. It's a gift to Teacher Li Chenglong to express our sincere apology. Gu Yuanhang bowed again. I'm sorry. Qin Fangyang frowned. It's good that you have this attitude. You can take these gifts back. You should be punished for your mistakes. You should also show sincerity in apologizing. It's just a small token of appreciation. There's no reason to take it back. Gu Yuanhang said, "We'll take our leave." Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his ears and cheeks. Damn it, every single thing had to be specifically pointed out, except for Zhou Xiaoduo. How much hatred do they have for me? 10,000 star dollars per person. 1 astral energy pill per person? Isn't this apology a little too sincere? That's a lot of money. But there's nothing for me. Sob. Qin Fangyang pondered on the podium for a while. When Gu Yuanhang and the others were about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Gu Yuanhang, I don't know much about you, but I'm confident that my eyes aren't blind. With your character and the way you conduct yourself, you should have stopped what happened yesterday morning the moment it happened. Things shouldn't have escalated to such a stage." Gu Yuanhang's face showed a hint of understanding. He stopped and turned around. "Thank you for your compliment, Teacher Qin. Actually, we also feel that everything that happened yesterday is very strange. Although we don't dare to say that we're gentlemen as martial artists, we still have some basic integrity. For example, regarding Li Chenglong's matter, whether it's the student's attitude towards the teacher or the evaluation of his cultivation strength, we can't fight with him. However, we don't know what happened yesterday morning, but everyone was exceptionally angry. In the end, when we thought about it, we felt that it was inconceivable and extremely puzzling." Gu Yuanhang's face was full of deep thoughts. Qin Fangyang's face became more and more doubtful. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, looked up at the ceiling with an indifferent expression. Gu Yuanhang turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo and frowned. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you're very good at fighting. It's true that you defeated us. However, you're only the best at fighting among us students. It's also because of the school's rules that you're allowed to be presumptuous. I want to tell you something seriously here. The consequences of your actions this time are very serious. We're here to apologize because we did something wrong. It's not that we don't hate you. If we're already like this, it's hard to say what will happen if someone is narrow-minded to begin with. After being beaten up by you, it's really hard to say what will happen. Let me give you a piece of advice. You must be careful these few days. I'm not saying this to scare you. I really don't want anything to happen to you. If something really happens to you, how can we take revenge on you in the future?" Gu Yuanhang waved his hand and said, "Our apologies have been delivered. We have to go back to class. Teacher Qin, Teacher Li, and everyone in the 9th class, goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, 22 people walked out in a line. Zhou Xiaoduo was deep in thought. Qin Fangyang looked at him, also deep in thought. "You suspect that Gu Yuanhang will use his family's power to deal with you?" Qin Fangyang asked. "I'm not really suspicious of Gu Yuanhang." Zhou Xiaoduo was still deep in thought. He answered almost subconsciously, "Judging from the behavior of the people in the first class today, they're either extremely thoughtful or have really realized their mistakes. Especially Gu Yuanhang, who can be said to be straightforward and upright. I'm more willing to believe that he'll treat me as a whetstone to sharpen himself at all times. Even if it's only based on these 2 reasons, he won't use his family's power to deal with me." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "So, I really don't suspect these people who came today. I'm just curious. They're acting so modest and rational now. How could they do such a thing yesterday?" After listening to Zhou Xiaoduo's words, Qin Fangyang's eyes became more and more profound. Suddenly, a trace of shock flashed through the depths of his eyes. Qin Fangyang's body trembled as if he had thought of something. Suddenly he said, "Today the star array will operate on its own. You guys go ahead and cultivate. I have something to do outside." Qin Fangyang hurried out of the door. He didn't even have time to distribute the things on the table. "Can I ask for a recommendation vote for this 4,000-word chapter? Big bosses, please support a newbie author like me." Chapter 63. The door slammed shut. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed dryly and looked at the pile of money, swallowing his saliva. Come. Everyone take the gifts. I'll distribute them. Don't mix them up. Fatty, take your ancient books. Leave Teacher Qin's sword here." Long Yuxing stood up. "Brother Zhou, this money is all yours. Just give us the pills. We all know very well that if it weren't for you, they probably wouldn't have come to apologize. The strong are respected. It's never just a saying." Wan Li Xiu also stood up. "Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo, take the money. At the same time, don't worry. They are not the only ones with families. If they want to deal with you, I don't care about others. I will definitely support you." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the girl who was beaten up by Long Yuxing every day and the corners of his mouth twitched. This girl actually had a family? They said from beginning to end that I don't have a share. I won't do such a shameless thing. Zhuo Duo righteously said, hurry up and distribute it. You don't know how jealous I am of you. Money is like dung. Let this dung disappear from my eyes quickly. In the end, he swallowed his saliva and said, but you can come to me in the future. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter. In the end, Zhuo Duo forced Long Yuxing and himself to help distribute the celestial essence pills. Little fatty Li Chenglong, teacher Li, was already holding the pile of ancient books and laughing happily. Principal. On the other side, Qin Fangyang rushed into the principal's office like a whirlwind. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were leaning against each other when they separated like lightning. Qin Fangyang was a little speechless. What a coincidence. How could it be so coincidental? Hello, Principal, Teacher Hu. Qin Fangyang knew the relationship between Li Changjiang and his wife. Teacher Qin, do you have something important to say? Principal Li coughed and straightened his lapel in a sanctimonious manner. Hu Ruoyun's face was flushed red. She said goodbye and slipped out. It's class time now. If you don't have anything important. Seeing that Hu Ruoyun had left, Headmaster Li's expression changed instantly. This Qin Fangyang, what is he doing here instead of going to class? It wasn't easy for me to convince Ruoyun to come to the office, but before I could do anything you messed it up. I suspect that something big is going to happen. Qin Fangyang's face was extremely solemn. Something big has happened. Pejuan might be in the school. Pejuan? Are you serious? Li Changjiang's eyes bulged. She stood up immediately. Her face, which had been slightly flushed, immediately turned pale. What evidence do you have? Why do you say that? Li Changjiang's eyes almost shot to Qin Fangyang's face and bounced back. If there was really someone from the Army Destroyer Shaman sect in the school, it would be too terrifying. There's no concrete evidence to confirm it. I suspect it. Qin Fangyang's face was gloomy. Yesterday morning's incident and today's incident are all fishy. Think about it carefully and see if there are any signs in that regard. As Li Zhangjiang's mind raced, fine beads of sweat appeared on his face. He pressed Qin Fangyang's shoulders with both hands and pushed him onto the sofa. Sit down, have a cup of tea, organize your thoughts and speak slowly. You must speak in detail. Tell me all the things that you think are wrong. Li Changjiang also brought his own teacup over and made tea for Qin Fangyang. He said, a few nights ago there was a series of bloody killings outside the city. The higher-ups suspect that it was done by the Seven Kills faction, but they are not sure yet. And there's news from the governor's mansion that the spiritual thought goddess found the clone of the greedy wolf disciple. If there are really traces of Pejuan in our school, that's a situation of killing the greedy wolf? This is the rhythm of chaos. Li Changjiang took a deep breath. Teacher Qin, if there's something suspicious, even if it's just a suspicion, you have to say it all. It doesn't matter if your suspicions are wrong. It's better to nip it in the bud. Don't worry and speak boldly. I'll bear the responsibility. Qin Fangyang panted and said, I'm organizing my thoughts. Just now, in a flash, I was shocked. If you really want me to speak in detail, I don't know how to start from the beginning. Li Changjiang stood up and paced back and forth in front of Qin Fangyang. He said, Pejuan, according to legend, belongs to the ancient Big Dipper, ranked 7th. In ancient times, its name was Tianguan, and its scientific name was Yao Guang. Later on, the people of the Umno Alliance established the Army Destroyer Shaman sect. They took the meaning of martial strength, killing, and advancing courageously. It's also said that the founder of the Army Destroyer Shaman sect used some kind of secret technique to absorb the power of the Army Destroyer star for his own use and strengthen himself. Qin Fangyang organized his thoughts and said slowly, Principal, you don't have to be too concerned. Even if the situation of killing the greedy wolf is really in Phoenix City, the headquarters of the three sects are in the Umno Alliance. At most, the situation in Phoenix City is caused by the strength of the disciples of these three shaman sections. It has nothing to do with the main force. Li Changjiang's face turned green. What are you saying, old man? You don't have to be too concerned? What kind of place is the school? It's a place to nurture talents. If it's in this most basic area and it's affected by the Army Destroyer Shaman sect sorcery, something big will definitely happen in the future. The situation hasn't completely gone out of control yet. If we act rashly, we might be suspected of alerting the evil. However, an internal investigation is very necessary. Qin Fangyang said in a low voice. Li Changjiang obviously thought further and said, You should tell us your findings first. Although an internal investigation is necessary, we still need to have a certain direction. It's a coincidence that the cause of this incident is the incident where Li Chenglong was beaten up. When Li Chenglong went to class, he was humiliated and beaten up by the students. Using this as a trigger, it led to a conflict between the two classes and the incident where Zhou Xiaoduo blocked the door. Originally, because of Teacher Hu's intervention, the incident was temporarily put to rest. Qin Fangyang said, "I know all these things. I don't feel that anything is wrong." Li Changjiang asked in surprise. "If that's all, I don't feel that anything is wrong." However, just now the top student of Class 1, Gu Yuanhang, brought 20 or so students to Class 9 to apologize. Qin Fangyang said, based on their words, Gu Yuanhang and his group apologized sincerely. It's very rare that the estrangement between us has been removed. However, it was also at this time that Gu Yuanhang pointed out something strange. It's the incident where they beat up Li Chenglong yesterday morning. It's really too bizarre. The emotions of everyone in Class 1 were not right. They were impulsive and irritable, but they were calm. After thinking about it, it's not enough to describe it. Qin Fangyang said, "They are all geniuses." After Gu Yuanhang came to apologize, I was also thinking about this problem. Gu Yuanhang said frankly that even if there are differences in temperament in Class 1, there's no way they would collectively be so irritable and impulsive. Humiliating and beating up a teacher is even more ridiculous. As for rushing to Class 9 after beating up someone, other than the word inconceivable, there's no other way to describe it. Qin Fangyang's voice was very low. Li Changjiang's face also became gloomy. If one didn't look into it deeply, it would just be a fight between students. However, once one analyzed it carefully, one's hair stood on end. Yesterday, Zhou Xiaoduo beat up the students of Class 1. It can be said that he was very heavy-handed. Almost everyone in Class 1 was injured. Among them, Gu Yuanhang and the others were seriously injured. However, it was also because of this that many students who had lost a lot of blood gradually calmed down after being filled with anger. And calming down after bleeding is another big abnormality. Because ordinary people would only be angrier after being beaten up and bleeding. Qin Fangyang said, according to them, after they calmed down and thought about what happened, they felt that something was wrong. It felt like there was someone inciting them in their minds at that time. Their anger was burning and they couldn't control it at all. If those violent emotions can't be vented, they will only accumulate. There must be a way to vent them, and Li Chenglong just happened to be the target of the first wave of venting. After that, beating up Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu, and even ganging up on the members of Class 9, were all intended to vent. It seems that only in this way can I feel better. After that, after being beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo, they were bleeding and injured. But they regained some clarity. After school, Gu Yuanhang felt that something was wrong. When he returned home, he asked his father to comb his meridians and even made a mirror of clarity. Only then did he get rid of the negative effects. I believe that this is enough to prove my suspicions. Mirror of clarity? So the negative effects really exist? Li Changjiang's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. Yes, it really exists. Gu Yuanhang said so. Many other students had similar situations. This can no longer be described as a coincidence. So, you think that this is the negative effects caused by Jun Pejuan's berserk fighting spirit? It hasn't reached the level of berserk fighting spirit. Qin Fangyang said, if it's berserk fighting spirit, someone would have died long ago. I think it's something like the soul enchantment. Li Changjiang paced around and said, does Mu Yunfeng know about this? Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. Why would I look for Mu Yunfeng to talk about this? The mood of the students in the class fluctuated so much, but the homeroom teacher didn't notice. This can't be explained by negligence. We're all teachers. There's no need to say this clearly. After teaching for so many years, whether the students are normal or not, isn't it obvious? Qin Fangyang's meaning was obvious. His target of suspicion was Mu Yunfeng. Today, I went to look at the card for our Feng family's 10th anniversary event. I'm quite satisfied. The event will start on the 2nd of June. Brothers who haven't followed my public account, please follow it. VX public search for Wind Dominates the World, and you'll find it. Don't miss out on the prize. So please recommend me. Chapter 64. Li Changjiang went silent. After a long while he said clearly, Mu Yunfeng, male, embryonic breathing realm, 57 years old, native of Wang family ditch, Mu family town in the southern district of Phoenix City. Father died early, mother is 89 years old. Family has a brother and 2 sisters. They are all normal people who have started their own families. Brother's wife found Li family village in the neighboring village. Her name is Li Yuzhen. She has a son and a daughter. The boy is called. Now they are separately. Going to school. Brother's family. Eldest sister's family. Second sister's family. Li Changjiang recounted everything related to Mu Yunfeng's family as if he was very familiar with his family's treasures. He even recounted in detail the academic results and martial arts prospects of his siblings' children without leaving anything out. As the principal, he knew every teacher's background like the back of his hand. If needed, he could even recite the family tree of some important teachers. Mu Yunfeng, previously in the martial arts school of No. 17 Middle School, practiced to the innate realm and traveled outside. He went to Phoenix Tail City, Antai City, Nanji City. Did various jobs such as adventuring, exploring, mining, hiring, escorting. When he was 48 years old, he came to apply to be a teacher in No. 2 Middle School. Vice Principal Gao recommended him. He started from the martial arts apprentice class. Until today he has taught 9 batches of students. During this period he was investigated 4 times. No problems were found. There were no problems with his family background. Li Changjiang frowned and said, I can even recite Mu Yunfeng's birth certificate number. How could there be a problem? Where is the problem? Qin Fangyang laughed coldly and said, Mu Yunfeng's dereliction of duty is already a huge problem. If it has anything to do with our suspicions, it won't just be a small problem. Li Changjiang was silent. How could he not understand the deeper meaning of Qin Fangyang's words? Mu Yunfeng's dereliction of duty was a problem in itself, and dereliction of duty could be the starting point of another problem. It couldn't be ignored. Old Qin. Li Changjiang hesitated and said, after school today I will find Guyuan Hang and the rest to test them and confirm their situation. The negative emotions in Guyuan Hang and the others have mostly been removed by themselves. There's not much point in looking for them. Qin Fangyang said calmly, we might as well start with the children from the poorest families. Don't touch the top 20 in class 1 for now. Zhuoxiaoduo's door-blocking incident has indirectly revealed the hidden danger of our school. Although the danger has not been fully exposed, any sudden action will only alert the enemy. Li Changjiang immediately understood what he meant and said, I understand what you mean. I'll arrange it later. He pondered for a moment and said, Old Qin, do you think Zhuoxiaoduo might have noticed something? Are you deliberately reminding us? Qin Fangyang was stunned for a moment before he muttered, that guy. Does he look like such a good person? Li Changjiang was also taken aback. He nodded and said, it doesn't look like it. But doesn't he know physiognomy? Qin Fangyang was stunned again. Li Changjiang reminded him, but don't drag him into this matter. Don't tell anyone that he knows physiognomy. Otherwise this child is done for. Qin Fangyang felt a headache coming on. Zhuoxiaoduo had bragged so much about himself. How could he help him keep it a secret? Was he trying to make things difficult for Qin Fangyang? The two of them drank tea for a while to finalize some details. Teacher Qin got up and left. He was fine now. However, Headmaster Li's good mood was long gone. All that was left was a terrible feeling in his heart. He was thinking about a problem. If Mu Yunfeng was really problematic, then were the students he had taught all these years also problematic? How many of them were problematic? Was there a problem with Vice Principal Gao Yi who had introduced him? Moreover, how many people had Vice Principal Gao introduced to the school? Were there any problems with those people? Were there any problems with the classes that they had taught and the students that they had taught? This was simply a dense and huge net. Not to mention touching this net, just thinking about it made Li Changjiang feel dizzy and shudder. Please don't let there be any problems. His whole heart was trembling. After a while, he calmed down and began to arrange the things that he had discussed with Qin Fangyang. On the other side, Zhuoxiaoduo pretended to be modest and thought of all kinds of ways to shout, I want to be humble, I want to be low-key, I want to be low-key, I don't want to be flamboyant. He was still pushed to the top of the class by everyone. Originally, Long Yuxing and the others had moved down by 1 place. Now the ranking of the 9th class was Zhuoxiaoduo 1st, Long Yuxing 2nd, Wan Lixio 3rd, Yu Moyan 4th and Li Zhangming 5th. In any case, the original 18 people had all moved down by 1 place. After 19 people, they still had their original positions. This situation was immediately seen by Qin Fangyang when he returned to the classroom. Although he had already expected it, he was still shocked. Yo, Zhuoxiaoduo, you've adjusted yourself to the top seat just like that? Qin Fangyang joked. He had originally planned to adjust the ranking before school ended today. Zhou Xiaoduo was beaming with joy and his face was filled with pride. He clearly couldn't hold it in anymore, but he was still trying his best to restrain himself. Yes. Thanks to Teacher Qin's great efforts in nurturing me, your student, I, can be considered to have some small achievements, haha. How do you feel? Why don't you give a speech as the top seat? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the thought of sitting in the top seat makes me feel good from inside out. Although I keep reminding myself to be low-key and humble, it still feels good. Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth was so wide that it almost reached his cheeks. His eyes were almost invisible. It must be hard for Long Yuxing. After being in this seat for so long, he still hasn't become arrogant. Aha, his temperament is really good. He has a bright future and development. This child has a bright future. Long Yuxing, who was on the right of Zhou Xiaoduo, was very confused. What's going on? If you want to show off, then show off. Why drag me into it? What does it have to do with me? I was just squeezed out by you. Do you think it's very glorious? In your mouth I have become. This child? As the top seat of the class and the top seat in the future, you must set a good example for the students. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and said, Of course, I will definitely set a good example for the students. Zhou Xiaoduo will be a good example from now on. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He seemed to be too excited and began to talk nonsense. Let's start class. Qin Fangyang couldn't listen to him anymore. After school at noon, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't slack off. He stayed in the classroom to practice, but was called out by Qin Fangyang. You got an opportunity and broke through the martial master level? Qin Fangyang directly pointed out Zhou Xiaoduo's current level with his hands behind his back. Yes. Do you want to report it now or wait? I want to wait. Zhou Xiaoduo thought of Mu Yanyan's words and said, Most of the factors for my breakthrough this time came from an opportunity. If I broke through too quickly, my foundation will inevitably be unstable. I need to consolidate and sharpen for a while. I'm not in a hurry to go to the martial master class. That makes sense, but you can't achieve the effect of sharpening in the class. Qin Fangyang said, Long Yuxing and the others can't provide you with any combat experience. Even if they gang up on you, it's meaningless. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. He shrank back and said, Teacher Qin, actually I can find Li Chenglong. Sure enough, Qin Fangyang said, You're my student, but in fact it's only been a few days. I haven't taught you anything real. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a teacher. How about this? I'll spar with you every afternoon in the ranking competition to consolidate your current foundation. Your teacher doesn't have any great abilities, but I'm still qualified to spar with you and sharpen you. Zhou Xiaoduo screamed and begged, Teacher, listen to me. Actually, I was planning to spar with Li Chenglong. Spar with Li Chenglong? How dare you say that? Qin Fangyang's face turned serious. Get lost. Zhou Xiaoduo went back in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he didn't have the slightest bit of anticipation for the ranking competition in the afternoon. Originally, he had already imagined how he would show off this afternoon, how he would look down on his peers, how he would train all his juniors, how he would be alone against many, and how he would hold off the pass alone. Zhou Xiaoduo had even thought of the posture he would use and the slogan he would shout when he acted pretentious. In the end, he was beaten back by Qin Fangyang's words. Spar with Teacher Qin? How am I going to spend this afternoon? Why is my life so bitter? Zhou Xiaoduo was melancholy, depressed, and distressed. In the afternoon, when the ranking competition started, the tradition of the second place challenging the first place was cancelled. Long Yuxing didn't even look at Zhou Xiaoduo and continued to fight with Wan Li Xiu. On the other side, Yu Moyan pulled Li Zhangming over and had a lot of fun. Among all the students, only Li Chenglong had nothing to do as usual. He didn't have an opponent, no one would challenge him, and he didn't plan to challenge anyone else. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo turn his gaze over before he even walked over, the little fatty shouted, Brother Zhou, I was just teasing everyone in class that day. My mouth is a little cheap, hee. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll lie down. I'll really lie down. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo was really walking over, Li Chenglong simply lay down on the ground and screamed, Ah! You're killing me, it hurts. I'm being beaten so badly. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out. Damn, this guy stole my job. How am I going to act after this? I originally wanted to do this when Teacher Qin was fighting. Whoever he wanted would come over. Qin Fangyang was already standing in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Come, Zhou, show me your true ability. Come, 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 students, take out your recommendation tickets. Zuoxiao Duo let out a hysterical roar and used the star-plucking palm to seal the heavenly gate to meet the attack. At the same time his feet moved. At the moment when both fists and palms were about to collide, Qin Fangyang slid back strangely like a ghost. With a loud bang, Qin Fangyang's foot missed. His continuous body finally paused for a moment, and Zuoxiao Duo took advantage of this small gap to roll 40 meters away. This was the first time that Zuoxiao Duo successfully avoided Qin Fangyang's attack, and even took the initiative to increase the distance between them. However, before he landed on the ground, he had already adjusted his aura. The moment he landed, his feet landed firmly on the ground, and with a loud bang, he used one hand to support himself, and his body quickly bounced back up. Zuoxiao's entire body was once again in a fighting posture. Only his tense muscles relaxed in an instant, and his entire center of gravity was placed on both of his feet. Qin Fangyang's eyes finally flashed with a hint of admiration. This kid's comprehension is really good. I thought I could beat him up continuously for half a month. However, there was no pause at all. Almost at the same time that Zuoxiao Duo was in a fighting posture, the stormy attacks came again. However, this time, although Zuoxiao Duo didn't immediately counterattack, he was no longer as passive and helpless as before. His pair of eyes were as calm as a deep pool of water, and he parried Qin Fangyang's attacks left and right. The star steps under his feet were unprecedentedly smooth, and it was magnificent. Between his body's twists and turns, there was a sense of transcendence as if he was walking on a starry sky. Bang, 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 bang. The battle between the master and disciple continued with the sound of collision. Zuoxiao Duo, who had finally regained some of his offensive power, became more and more confident as he fought. Suddenly he let out a long roar, turned his body, and launched the fiercest counterattack. His two fists, with an unstoppable momentum, broke through Qin Fangyang's attacking moves and smashed through a non-existent loophole. Creating a loophole and smashing it in. Qin Fangyang's pupils shrank. This move was really wonderful. Qin Fangyang leaned back, and with only half a step backward, his two fists had already blocked Zuoxiao's attacking momentum. However, Zuoxiao's smooth attack had already caused him to become excited. To be able to force Qin Fangyang back half a step, at least from Zuoxiao's point of view, it was already a great victory. In the next moment, Zuoxiao Duo took advantage of the short gap where there was almost no pause to turn around and rush forward again. The star-plucking palm turned into a blurry shadow, and attacked with a loud boom. Qin Fangyang's control over his strength was naturally much higher than Zuoxiao's. However, he had suppressed his own attacking power to a level that was only slightly higher than Zuoxiao's. Now that he was suddenly caught in Zuoxiao's frenzied attacks, he couldn't free himself to counterattack, and could only passively defend. On the field, Zuoxiao Duo was chasing after Qin Fangyang all the way, and actually forced him to retreat 6 meters in one breath. At this moment, Zuoxiao's primordial qi was about to run out. He had no choice but to take a moment to recover his qi and attack again. Qin Fangyang took advantage of this moment and quickly pulled apart the distance between them. After this moment, the two of them were entangled again. The battle was even more intense. At this moment, Qin Fangyang's face was filled with gratification. Zuoxiao Duo had completely understood the Tao of battle formation. Not bad at all. You must remember. You must be ruthless to your enemy and you must not hold back. You must eliminate the source of trouble, and you must be as ruthless as you can. If you can kill with one strike, you must never use a second strike. This is the true essence of battle. If you can't kill your enemy with one strike, you must suppress him with violent attacks. As long as you have the upper hand in one strike and find a gap, you must follow up with another strike, and turn the upper hand into an advantage and turn it into victory. You must never give your enemy any chance to breathe. If he catches his breath, it may lead to your own death. After a while, Qin Fangyang's moves suddenly changed, and he used the momentum of a mountain to forcefully suppress Zuoxiao Duo, and sent him flying in one move. But this time, the meaning of sending him flying was completely different from before. Previously he won with his skills, but now he suppressed his opponent with his strength and it wasn't a crime of battle. Alright, that's all for today. Qin Fangyang clapped his hands in satisfaction, and said to Zuoxiao Duo, who was already like a dead dog opposite him, "Not bad, your reaction, courage and response are all better than I expected. Tomorrow I won't use a fixed fist technique, but a combination of many fist techniques to fight with you. Not bad. Qin Fangyang laughed and called all the students back to the classroom. The whole field was still silent, and there was no sound for a long time. The scale of the battle between the master and disciple was unprecedented, from the east to the west, from the south to the north, and it affected the whole field, which was thousands of meters wide, without any scruples at all. Almost everyone on the field had seen this fierce battle. Whether it was the students or their teachers, they were all dumbfounded. On the high platform, a bearded teacher and another person looked at each other, and said with some suspicion, "What is Qin Fangyang doing? Is he training his successor?" The other person was puzzled and said, "How old is Qin Fangyang?" "He's not even 130 years old, right? Is there a need to train his successor in such a hurry?" The bearded man curled his lips. "You're talking as if you're older than Qin Fangyang." On the tall building, behind the floor-to-ceiling window, a white-haired old woman in a wheelchair quietly watched everything that happened in the field, and a satisfied smile appeared on her wrinkled face. Her eyes, which were no longer young, were shining with the worship of a young girl. She focused on Qin Fangyang's battle, and watched as Qin Fangyang brought the students back, and smiled gently with only a few teeth left, but 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. They rustled as they fell. "Let's go back." "Yes. Teacher Qin is still very handsome. What do you think? Should we give Teacher Qin a lot of recommendation votes?" Chapter 66. Zhou Xiaoduo was carried back by Li Chenglong and Li Changming as if they were carrying a dead pig. The fight with Qin Fangyang just now had truly made him feel the threat of death. When he recalled the intense frequency of attacks, he still felt like he could suffocate at any time. Too violent. Too violent. Today's fight was almost as intense as the entire morning's fight with Meng Qinyu. After recovering in the classroom for an entire class, he felt as if his broken bones were finally restored to their original state. School's over. Zhou Xiaoduo groaned happily as if he was about to faint. But when he thought about the even more intense battle that awaited him tomorrow, he could not help but feel dejected. How long would it take for these days of being beaten up to end? I'll change my name. I won't be called Zhou Xiaoduo anymore. I'll just call myself Zhou Beaten Duo. Zhou Xiaoduo had just walked out of the school gate. 2 big men suddenly appeared in front of him. "You're Zhou Xiaoduo?" Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. "You are?" "Yes, as long as you're Zhou Xiaoduo." The 2 big men's eyes were ferocious. "Come with us." "Who do you think you are? You speak as if you're from the inspection bureau." Zhou Xiaoduo jumped back and tilted his head. "Come with you? Why should I come with you?" He turned his head to look. However, there were already 4 people blocking his way out of the school gate behind him. Obviously, he could not go back to school. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been beaten up badly in class, became more and more depressed. He really could not understand. Why was he blocked at the gate again? Who were these people? He did not know any of them. During this period of time, I did not offend anyone. Zhou Xiaoduo asked himself. During this period of time he had been kind to others, united and friendly. He really did not cause any trouble. As for society, he did not offend anyone in society. "Let's go." The leader stepped forward and reached out to grab Zhou Xiaoduo's collar. This guy was more than 1.9 meters tall and weighed at least 200 kilograms. He was a typical example of a fat and strong man. His actions and outstretched hands were completely disproportionate to the thin and small Zhou Xiaoduo. How could Zhou Xiaoduo allow the other party to grab him? He quietly took 2 steps back, and the 4 people behind him immediately stepped forward. "Who are you?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked in a deep voice. "You'll have to ask yourself, who have you offended recently? Kid, there are some people you can't." Ouch. The burly man was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his crotch. His facial features were all distorted. It was Zhou Xiaoduo who had taken advantage of his distraction and kicked him in the crotch. The greater mastery of the Starry Sky steps and the perfection of the Dragon Gate kick. Finally, Zhou Xiaoduo found the best way to use it: kick in the crotch. Boom. The burly man's face was distorted. He covered his crotch with both hands and knelt down. Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate and jumped over his head like a whirlwind. However, even though the situation was unexpected, the 2 burly men on both sides reacted quickly. They quickly reached out to grab him and their momentum was not bad. However, after today's confrontation with Qin Fangyang, Zhou Xiaoduo had a deeper understanding of the use of the star steps. He also had a better understanding of battle formations. As he spun his body, he switched his legs in the air. His body seemed to have teleported, and in an instant he had already escaped from the encirclement. The few burly men who had fallen behind did not even have time to react. Zhuo had already rushed out of the encirclement and ran away. Mommy. Zhuo cursed endlessly in his heart. Who is this? They think too highly of me. They actually sent 6 martial masters to catch me. How much do they think of me? There is a huge difference in strength between the enemy and me. Survival is the first priority. I'm not the kind of person who will fight to the death even though I know I can't win. That's not bravery, it's stupidity. Based on this understanding, Zhuo's first instinct was to escape. What's wrong with the weak running for their lives when facing someone stronger than them and having a hard time fighting against them? It should be the best choice. It was the greatest victory to be able to escape alive. When the opponent has a lot of people, it's best to put aside the strength of my cultivation and ensure my own safety. Escape is the most important thing. It's not too late to fight when I'm sure I can win. Zhuo was a typical bachelor who did not fight when the odds were against him. With a loud bang, a figure flew out of the car window like lightning from a car not far away. He came face to face with Zhuo, and a series of fist shadows came at him. Where do you think you're going? 3 figures flew out of the other 3 cars at the same time. They stood in a triangle formation far away after the group of burly men and formed the second layer of encirclement. Fuck, I miscalculated. Zhuo miscalculated. The opponents were not just the 6 people he saw at the beginning. There were 10 of them, a total of 10 martial artists. For the current Zhuo, it was a luxurious lineup. Boom, boom. Zhuo exchanged 13 punches with the martial artist who came out of the car and landed on the ground. His face was full of caution, but his heart was calm and his confidence increased greatly. If the opponent's strength is on par with the person I'm fighting, then I still have the strength to fight. TSK. I may not lose this battle. I'm a fucking strong person. Zhuo was not at a disadvantage in the round of punches just now. In fact, he had the upper hand and was confident that he could win. The feeling of suppressing others in a head-on battle made Zhuo come to a conclusion instantly. There is a qualitative difference in strength between me and Teacher Qin, so I'm relatively weak. But I'm the strong one against these people. I can defeat them. As soon as this thought arose in his mind, his attitude immediately changed. Fuck. So I can defeat them. Then why should I run? They're just ants. As for the burly man opposite Zhuo, he retreated in shock. Both of his fists were badly mutilated and his face was twisted in pain. More than half of his finger bones were broken and even his arm was fractured in several places. The man raised his head and looked at Zhuo in shock. This kid is difficult to deal with. Everyone be careful. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. No wonder he could beat up the little boss like that. He's a tough one. A man grinned hideously. He slowly rolled up his sleeves and pulled open his lapel, revealing the tattoo on his body. It was a green dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The others also rolled up their sleeves and took off their clothes, grinning hideously. In an instant, the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the godly bull, the silver wolf, and the golden leopard appeared one after another. Basically, all kinds of legendary mythical beasts were present. Let's fight. Why are you taking off your clothes? Are you doing some performance art? Zhuo was seriously puzzled by their actions. Why did they show off their tattoos before fighting? I'm so scared. Kid, you're quite tough. A man twisted his neck and grinned hideously. Which part of me is tough? Zhuo asked curiously. You're not as tough as me. The man was furious. Then are you taking off your clothes to show me where you're tough? Zhuo was curious. You're courting death. With a loud bang, the 4 martial masters attacked at the same time, bare-chested. Zhuo was very calm now. He was not flustered at all. He waited quietly in the same spot. The moment the opponent's fists and kicks were about to hit him, he suddenly moved. He turned his body and left an afterimage on the spot. In fact, his real body had already rushed into the arms of the man behind him. 2 fists, like a storm, struck the man's chest like a drum. Crack, crack, crack. A few bones in the man's chest were instantly broken. He screamed in pain, wishing he was dead. The other side had the advantage in numbers and they were so fierce. Both sides had a clear stance. At this moment, Zhuo could no longer be bothered to be merciful. It was more important to destroy the other side's strength as soon as possible. His last heavy punch landed on the burly man's nose. In order to prevent the burly man from retaliating, he retreated and kicked him in the crotch. It was the elusive Dragon Gate kick. It was accurate and ruthless. Immediately, another big man's blood-curdling scream shook the heavens and earth. Oh, there was another big prawn on the ground. Zuoxiaoduo, who quickly withdrew, rolled close to the ground. He took 2 punches and 1 kick on his back, but he had already slipped through the crotch of the man on the left. In the gap, he hit the man's crotch with his golden hook. It was the Dragon Gate kick again. Ow, ow, ow. The burly man whose crotch he had drilled into also covered his crotch. His face twisted as he slowly squatted down. Zuoxiaoduo held onto his head and flew up. His 2 kicks collided with the other 2 martial masters. His body borrowed the force of the recoil to speed up, and at the same time, he clenched his fist and shouted, "Kill, kill, 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 fist." The man on the other side was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly concentrated and got into a horse stance. He shouted, "Good timing." He fiercely punched Zuoxiaoduo's fist. Just as the 2 fists were about to collide, Zuoxiaoduo suddenly circled his legs and used the galaxy steps again. He rushed to the ground like a ghost and slid close to the ground. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed fiercely. Star-picking palm of perfection. Spirit monkey picks the stars. Oh, the burly man who wanted to fight head-on let out a scream. His eyes bulged out, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and inconceivable pain. His body fell forward like a wooden stake. His hands unconsciously covered his crotch as he screamed towards the sky. It was a long and melodious scream. Fuck, his scream is so fucking ecstatic. Zuoxiaoduo circled around and rolled up from the ground. He stood in a horse stance and said confidently, "Who else?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zuoxiaoduo stood tall, handsome, and heroic. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He let out a long cry that only a master would have. He stood with his hands behind his back and recited, "The first skill in the martial arts world is to fight 100 retreating enemies alone. Only when I laugh at the ants in the martial arts world can I know that I am at the peak." He actually had the demeanor of a master. AOO seeking recommendation tickets and tips. Chapter 67. Who else could it be? No one else. The 4 men were rolling on the ground with their hands on their crotches, howling miserably. The other 6 burly men were sweating profusely, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at their companions on the ground. Then they looked at Zuoxiaoduo, who had the demeanor of an expert, and felt their eyes twitching. What the hell was this? A total of 4 injured men were rolling on the ground with their hands on their crotches. This scene was simply too beautiful. Do you have any other moves other than attacking your crotch? You are a martial master. Don't you have the demeanor of a high-ranking warrior? How can you fight like this? Zuoxiaoduo slowly straightened his body with one hand behind his back. He looked like a jade tree facing the wind. He simply had the bearing of a master. Do you still want to fight? Great Master Zhuo asked with a faint smile. The 4 men were screaming and rolling on the ground. The other 6 men felt a chill in their crotches at the same time. Fight or not? This was a question. If you don't fight, I'm leaving. Zuoxiaoduo snorted. At this moment, a shadow flashed in the sky and disappeared. You can go now, a voice said with a smile. Zuoxiaoduo raised his head to look at the source of the sound and saw a person standing at the corner of the courtyard. The man had a striking beard. Who else could it be but Lu Jianxing? As he spoke, his 3 brothers came out from several other directions and surrounded the 10 burly men. Lu Jianxing smiled amiably. The 10 of you come with me. Zuoxiaoduo was stunned. You've been following me all this time? That's not the point. Lu Jianxing said, the point now is who sent these 10 men. That's the point. Lu Jianxing and the others were naturally sent by Li Changjiang. Ever since he told Li Changjiang about Zuoxiaoduo's ability to predict fortune and misfortune, Li Changjiang immediately took it seriously and gave a gag order. It's better to believe it than not. Who doesn't know how important it is to have someone who can predict the outcome of a battle in the future? Don't go out on missions for now. Protect Zuoxiaoduo from the shadows. Do your best and don't make any mistakes. Let me find a chance to test it out and confirm if Zuoxiaoduo really has such a mysterious ability. This was Li Changjiang's original words. Especially today, after the incident of Zuoxiaoduo beating up Class 1 had further spread, Li Changjiang became more and more suspicious. Could it be that this kid noticed something and used such a roundabout method to warn us? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Students, do you want to interrogate them with us? Facing Zhuo Xiaoduo, Lu Jianxing's beard trembled with laughter, making him look extremely amiable. No need. I have something to do at home today. It's already late. Zhuo Xiaoduo was anxious to return home. His father had said that he had to go to his shop early in the afternoon to help unload the goods. As for who was going to deal with him, was it important? I am invincible. Was he afraid that they would deal with him? This is my phone number. Teacher Lu, when you get the results of your interrogation, just give me a call. Zhuo Xiaoduo threw down a slip of paper and ran away as fast as he could. This kid is so careless. Lu Jianxing looked at the slip of paper. It was really just a phone number. Careless? Master Zhuo must have seen through it and predicted it. Second brother snatched the slip of paper and took out his own phone to type. I have to save Master Zhuo's phone number first. That's right. Master Zhuo probably already predicted this battle. As for the mastermind behind it, he must have already known. Leaving a phone number is really just a way to contact him. Third brother tilted his head and typed in the phone number. This is Master Zhuo's phone number. He gave it to us so easily. This shows that he trusts us. When Lu Jianxing took back the slip of paper and saved the information, he was at the back of the group. He couldn't help but get angry. With a bang, he kicked a big guy in the butt. Why are you standing there like idiots? Hurry up and drag your injured companions away. Misunderstanding, this is really a misunderstanding. One of the big guy's face was distorted. He smiled bitterly and explained, Brother Lu, look at who I am. I'm Little Black Dog. Someone actually knew Lu Jianxing. Misunderstanding your head. Little Black Dog, your head. Lu Jianxing slapped the back of his head. Cut the crap and go. Let me tell you, this time you're in trouble. Big trouble. At this time, all the students had already finished school. Only Warrior Class 1 was delayed. And the person who delayed it was Second High's principal, Li Changjiang. When it was almost time for school to end, Li Changjiang came to Class 1's door. Class 1 was blocked at the door again. Teacher Mu. Principal, what's the matter? Mu Yunfeng was surprised by this person's arrival. Yes, there's something. Li Changjiang said seriously. Just now, Director Sun of the Martial Arts Bureau called. He said that he will randomly select 5 students from Class 1 who are ranked lower to go to the Martial Arts Bureau. Mu Yunfeng was puzzled. Then what are we supposed to do? He even pointed out that they are ranked lower? This is a little strange. You're asking me? Who should I ask? Li Changjiang smiled bitterly. Director Sun's secretary just made such a call. There's no beginning or end. I'm still confused. I understand. I'll end the class now and bring the 5 students over. I won't trouble you. I'll bring them over personally. Li Changjiang shook his head helplessly. The secretary said that Director Sun wants to talk to me. It's probably about last place in the last competition. It's not over yet. Sigh, every time I think of it, I'll be punished. Teacher Mu, can you work harder to improve the students' cultivation and combat experience? They can't be last again in this competition. I don't ask for much as long as they aren't last. Mu Yunfeng laughed. Okay. I'll try my best. But principal, this is not up to me. Who would really want to be last? Forget it. You go and pick the students. Li Changjiang didn't want to talk anymore. He urged Mu Yunfeng to hurry up. Mu Yunfeng returned to the classroom and picked 5 names. Give me the name list of Class 1. Li Changjiang took the name list and left with the 5 students. Mu Yunfeng stood under the shade of a tree at the door. He looked at Li Changjiang's back as he left. His eyes were gloomy. He analyzed Li Changjiang's words word by word in his heart. The more he thought, the more he felt that something was wrong. Director Sun called. Director Sun's secretary called? Then was it Director Sun or his secretary who called? He wants the 5 students who are ranked lower. What does it mean to be ranked lower? Mu Yunfeng stood there and thought hard. Gu Yuanhang and the others went to apologize. The one who hit them realized his mistake. Gu Yuanhang is ranked higher, but he wants the students who are ranked lower. Mu Yunfeng's eyes flashed with extreme shock. That the school's commercial car slowly drove out of the school gate. When it got on the main road, it immediately sped up as if there was a ghost chasing after them. Mr. Qin, let's go to the Martial Arts Bureau first. We'll take a detour. Let's put on a show. Understood. The driver was Qin Fangyang. If we go to the Martial Arts Bureau first, it's impossible to turn back. We have to go to Crystal Pass from the other side and pass through the commercial street. If we're not careful, we'll get stuck in traffic. It's very crowded everywhere. Don't worry, safety first. It's okay to be a little slower. Okay. When they returned to Zhuoxiaoduo, this guy was like a wild dog that had let go of its leash. He ran all the way to the commercial street. When he entered the crowded crowd, he slid like a fish, fluttering like a happy butterfly. He flew and flew, until he reached the Astral Soul Stone shop. Luckily he wasn't too late. The target was a big car and it was parked at the entrance. This time, the delivery of the Astral Soul Stone seemed to be a lot more than the last time. A few shop owners were rolling up their sleeves as if they were ready to help. Zhuoqianglu was also among them. He was chatting with the driver. Don't move, don't move. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. It's time for me to show my skills. I'll carry all of them. Ha! Xiaoduo is here. Xiaoduo is really here. The shop owners laughed heartily and were very enthusiastic. Of course they didn't know Zhuoxiaoduo's nickname. The great nickname of a dog was only used by family members. Zhuoxiaoduo started to move the stones. 1, 2, 3. This must be at least 5,000 pounds. Zhuoxiaoduo walked in with his head held high and his chest out. He instantly felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Would their jaws drop or would their eyes pop out? Either way, they would be very shocked. Haha. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't look sideways. Using the most standard steps, he carried the stones in without blushing and panting. He placed the stones in place and then walked out quickly, ready to meet the gazes of the people who were looking up at him. Why isn't anyone surprised? Give me a few more this time. Give me more. Hurry up and finish it. This time it's at least 7,000 pounds. Wouldn't it scare you all if I moved it in so quickly? This is the strength of a strong person, the strength of a martial master. But why isn't anyone surprised? Zhuoxiaoduo was depressed and puzzled. His intuition was strange. He was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man and a group of blind men. In the end he was getting impatient. Hurry up, let's exclaim. Let's be shocked. Don't you have the shock of seeing a god with your eyes wide open? What are you all doing? Give me one, I'm waiting to show off. He wanted to kill them directly, but he suddenly thought that the villains were too stupid. So, please recommend me? Chapter 68. At this time a fat boss said emotionally, looks like little duo can really cultivate now. AI, this child has finally made it. The others all had a gratified look on their faces as they nodded their heads. Zhuoxiaoduo felt disappointed, but at the same time he also felt a subtle sense of jealousy. As expected, these simple and honest elders are only worried about my growth. But he also understood that his father had already pretended for him. Come on. The bosses raised their arms and cheered. Come on, Xiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart felt warmer and warmer. He only felt that his body was filled with endless strength. Moving in, placing and coming out again. It took a total of 10 minutes to unload a large truck. Although he could move and bear the load, he was still so tired that he stuck his tongue out. Oh yeah. The fat boss snapped his fingers. Haha, today was so easy. I didn't even have to lift a finger to finish it. The previous few times had tired my old back out, but today I can finally relax. Yeah, I was really afraid to have to move again. These damn stones are really too heavy. Zhuoxiaoduo's movement of holding a large ladle of water stopped. For a moment he felt that there was nothing left to live for. It seemed that they weren't happy for him, but were glad that he didn't have to work. Xiaoduo is very good. The bosses were just teasing him. Seeing his expression, they were all satisfied and laughed when they achieved their goal. Then they began to praise him. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his head and couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Were these old guys really praising him? Everyone has worked hard. Come in and have a cup of tea. Zhuoqianglu came out to greet them. So, everyone entered the shop to drink tea. Old Zhua, is Xiaoduo enlightened? Yeah, I think he has a lot of strength. He must be able to cultivate, right? Zhuoqianglu smiled faintly and said, I told you guys a few days ago, but you didn't believe me. I don't know why he suddenly became enlightened. I was still puzzled. I didn't pay much attention to it before, haha. He took a sip of tea and continued, after more than a day he went to the warrior class. I heard that he went from the last place to the 19th place on the same day. Zhuoqianglu said reservedly, I thought the 19th place was pretty good. Who knew that the kid told me yesterday that he had already jumped to the first place? It's only been a few days. How did he rush to the first place in his class? This kid is really a worrisome. The bosses opened their mouths and looked at Zhuo. His expression didn't seem like he was showing off. But why did his words sound like he was showing off? Is he showing off to us? Actually, it's not a big deal to be first in the class. Zhuo sighed with melancholy. It's not like he's first in the whole grade. What's so good about it? This kid is so proud of himself. This young man is just asking for a beating. Zhuo stood at the side and said cutely, Dad, I defeated the original first place in the grade today. I'm now the first in the whole grade. All the students in the warrior class lost to me. Now, I'm the first in the warrior class. Really? Zhuo's eyes lit up, but then his face darkened. Don't show off. What's there to show off with such a small achievement? Be a little more humble. Yes, I'm not showing off. I'm just being humble. First in the class. First in the whole grade. That he actually wanted to be humble. Aha, you're showing off your son to the heavens. The bosses were all jealous. Ahem. I still have something to do in the shop. Me too. I still have to go back and settle accounts. I'm leaving now. They all laughed dryly and got up to leave. As soon as they stepped out of the shop, they rolled their eyes. Don't show off? Be humble? What the fuck do you two want to show off? What kind of humility are you talking about? I knew that there must be something fishy about not being allowed to unload the car since it's been here for a while. It turns out that you're waiting here. Showing off your son. Zhuo, this son of a bitch. In the past, they also hoped that this kid would be successful. Everyone even helped him think of a way. But when he really became successful, why did they feel so jealous? Looking at the crowd leaving, Zhuo's eyes were deep and serene. These uncles, they're all pretty good. Zhuo said. Zhuo said slowly, people as long as they're human have two or more sides. You must remember this. When you're happy, you'll often have other feelings. So, in many cases, although we instinctively don't want to overestimate the evil of human nature, we should never overestimate the good of human nature. Because the evil side will ferment, but the good side will most likely not. Zhuo was stunned. Zhuo had rarely spoken to him in such a heavy and extreme manner. I thought that Dad called me over just to show off his son. Is that not the case? But today's dad, the dad just now, is a little handsome. In the shop, the truck driver who had been silent all this time laughed. He felt a little embarrassed to show off in front of his son. Forced education? But this time, why did he call me over from hundreds of thousands of miles away? His heart was beating like a drum. The sky is 3 feet high on the left, and the stars are 10,000 miles deep on the right. This wasn't a joke at all. He curled his lips and said, Brothers, what? Your words are too dark and too profound. I guess the kid is confused. Well, this is your son? Zhuo looked at the driver. This person's appearance, if in ancient novels, could be described as handsome. Well, to explain, the ancients usually didn't directly say that the person was ugly, but used other adjectives. For example, this person's appearance was very handsome. His face was rough and he was more than 2 meters tall. His arms and legs were long and his shoulders were wide. His hair was messy, but it was black and shiny. At this moment, when he grinned, 2 rows of big white teeth were exposed. Zhuo measured in his heart. His teeth alone were estimated to be more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. They were like door planks. After thinking about it, he estimated that he might not be able to break this tooth with one punch. Although he was tall, he didn't give people the impression of a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His whole body was well proportioned from head to toe. His eyes were exceptionally bright, and at this moment he was looking at Zhuo from head to toe. Well, this is my son. Zhuo, Zhuo introduced casually. Xiaoduo, this is your Uncle Nan. Hello, Uncle Nan. Zhuo obediently bowed, saluted, and greeted him. He's actually Dad's friend? Damn, Dad actually has a friend. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, according to common sense, shouldn't there be a greeting gift at this moment? Haha, this is the accident you were talking about. The burly man laughed and patted Zhuo's shoulder. Not bad, this accident is still acceptable. It's unexpected but reasonable, ha. After saying a few words, he suddenly realized that he had misspoken. He hurriedly covered his mouth and laughed dryly. Well, he only laughed twice and didn't say anything else. Zhuo blinked and expressed a little confusion. Dad had always rarely introduced him to business partners or friends. This Uncle Nan in front of him was the first time he introduced him to someone so formally, but he didn't give him a greeting gift? This was very wrong. Dad, your friend doesn't know etiquette. Where's the greeting gift? Zhuanglu was also a little embarrassed. Well, he wasn't embarrassed because his friend didn't give him a greeting gift. Instead, he was embarrassed because this guy had used the word unexpected to describe the situation. What was unexpected, what was reasonable? This guy surnamed Nan was really asking for a beating. If this was heard by this guy surnamed Nan's family could probably hold a funeral. That he hurriedly changed the topic. Your Uncle Nan has been traveling around for many years, so he's really experienced and knowledgeable. Later, invite Uncle Nan to our house for a meal and let him tell you about the outside world. Okay. Zhuanglu obediently agreed. He obediently picked up the teapot and poured tea. His movements were meticulous and meticulous. He always had a sweet smile on his face and said, Uncle Nan, you've had a long journey. Please have some tea. At first glance, I know Uncle Nan is a big shot. I've never seen you before. Uncle Nan, why are you hanging a pouch on your waist? What's that? Should I say it or not? This pouch really doesn't match the dignified Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan smiled bitterly. Oh, it's just a small cloth pouch. Oh, a small cloth pouch. A small cloth pouch is good. In the future, I'll definitely visit Uncle Nan's house when I have the chance. Uncle Nan, do you have brothers and sisters? I have a lot of small gifts to send to them. Why don't you leave your address and I'll send them directly by express delivery? Zhuanglu's mouth twitched. Uncle Nan was dumbfounded. Could your hint be any more obvious? Finally, he opened his pocket, rummaged inside and laughed dryly. Xiaoduo, I came here in a hurry this time, so I didn't prepare anything. Well, this little thing, you can keep it for fun. It was a small blood-red flying knife. This small flying knife was about the size of a middle finger. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather, as if it could be blown away by the wind. Only the strange red light it emitted showed that it was different. In particular, there seemed to be a thin red line in the red light. Even if he held the knife and didn't move it, the red line seemed to be constantly hovering and swimming freely inside. Thank you for your gift, Uncle Nan. Zhuanglu held it in his hand and played with it fondly. It's a good thing. It's so exquisite. It's so beautiful. Hey, Uncle Nan, you don't know that I have a sister. I'm so scared. What if she steals from me? She always steals from me. Hey, the recommendation ticket is a good thing. It's exquisite and beautiful. Brothers, you don't know that I have many peers, right? I'm so scared. They always like to steal the recommendation ticket from me. So, hey, you know. Chapter 69. This time the muscles on Uncle Nan's face really twitched. One was not enough? Was he going to ask for a gift for his sister? Go away. Zhuanglu shouted angrily. Why are you so insensible? Your Uncle Nan is such a stingy person. It's already rare for him to give you a small knife. What else do you want? Hurry up and sit down obediently. How could he say that? Uncle Nan's face was distorted. He turned his head and said gloomily, Brother Zhua, I even gave away the knife. How can I be stingy? When we go home for dinner tonight, your sister will naturally see your Uncle Nan. What can't she say? Even if your Uncle Nan sees your sister as a real elder, how can he not express his gratitude? It will only be better than your broken knife. Zhuanglu was angry and scolded his son fiercely. Do you think you're the only one who cares about your sister? Broken knife? Better? Uncle Nan stood up restlessly and murmured, I'd better go back tonight. If he didn't go back, he really suspected that his underwear would be left behind. Didn't he hear that his dragon blood flying knife had become a broken knife? Go back? Go back? You came all the way here. How can I not give you a meal? Zhuanglu glared and said, Are you looking down on me, Zhuanglu? Or do you think that I treat you to plain tea and food that is hard to swallow? Uncle Nan sat down embarrassedly, wiped his sweat and murmured, I really don't look down on you. It's just that I think too highly of you. Zhuanglu was even more certain in his heart. This Uncle Nan definitely had a close relationship with his family. For so many years, ever since Zhuanglu could remember, he had never seen a guest in his house. But this Uncle Nan was invited home for dinner by his father. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. When he looked at Uncle Nan again, Zhuanglu couldn't help but have other questions in his heart. It was a question that he had asked Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding many times. I have a father and a mother. But what about my grandparents? Where are my grandparents? Could it be that my parents popped out of a rock? How come I've never heard of or seen anyone from the older generation? The door curtain was lifted and a walking stick reached in. It knocked on the ground twice, and then a blind man who looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old, with a head full of white hair, groped his way in. "Is Boss Zhui here?" A trembling voice sounded faintly. "Yes, yes." When Zhuo Changlu saw the client, he went forward to greet him. "Old Hong, your eyes are not good. Why didn't you call me in advance? I could have gone over to welcome you." Taking this opportunity, Zhuo Xiaoduo peeked at Uncle Nan's face. "Well, since we are so close, I have to take a look." After taking a look, Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more surprised. Uncle Nan's physiognomy was actually the standard physiognomy of a wealthy and idle person. This kind of physiognomy would lead a peaceful and worry-free life, with plenty of children and grandchildren. Everything would go smoothly for him, and he would have no worries at all. That it was rare that such a fierce person could have such a good face. Birds of a feather flock together, isn't it? My parents and husband both have this kind of face, which is already strange. I didn't expect Uncle Nan to have this kind of face. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life was unpredictable. Even if you were a powerful person or a master who had reached the peak of martial arts, it was inevitable that you would have some kind of trouble. People like his parents and Uncle Nan were the rarest and rarest. They were even rarer than those who had the fate of an emperor or the fortune of an emperor. While he was sighing, Uncle Nan had already turned his face and was a little curious. "Little accident, why are you looking at my face? Do you like me very much?" "Uncle Nan, please call me Xiaoduo," Zhuo Xiaoduo said solemnly. "Okay, Xiaoduo, why are you looking at my face? Do you like me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Uncle Nan, I've been staring at you because I know how to read your face. When I saw your face just now, I was really shocked. You're just like my parents. You're a lucky person," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. As soon as this sentence came out, Uncle Nan was stunned. Uncle Nan was stunned for a moment. On the other side, the old blind man who was talking to Zhuo Zhanglu also turned his head and rolled his eyes to look at them. Uncle Nan was a little curious. "Do you really know how to read faces, or are you just bragging about your parents?" "I'm not bragging. Your face and that of my parents are very rare. It's better than the fortune of an emperor or the fate of an emperor." "Is that so? Then hurry up and read it for me. I'm so lucky. When will I become rich? I'm really short on money recently. I can't even afford to give you a gift." Uncle Nan was obviously less and less convinced of Zhuo Xiaoduo's nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. "Uncle Nan, you're making things difficult for me. You're already a winner in life, a guest at the peak. If you still don't have enough money, then no one else can live." Uncle Nan laughed. While they were joking, Zhuo Changlu was talking to the old blind man. "Old Hong, give me a call in the future. I'll send someone to deliver it to you. It's been so long, but I still don't know where you live." "No need, no need." The old blind man coughed and said, "Recently, Phoenix City hasn't been very peaceful. It's better not to wander around. Anyway, your shop is here. It won't run away." "Yeah, it's getting more and more chaotic recently." Zhuo Changlu sighed. "Well, boss was, speaking of which, there's something I need to trouble you with," Blind Hong said. "Just say it. In a few days my rent is up and I have no place to stay. How about I stay at your place for a few days?" Blind Hong requested. "My place? My shop?" "Yes, yes." "Why is it here?" Zhuo Zhanglu was dumbfounded. "It's safe here." Blind Hong rolled his eyes. "That's fine." Zhuo Changlu was quite straightforward. "When will you move here?" "In less than 2 months. Or 2 months. I'll just stay here for 7 to 8 days. Blind Hong trembled. "Sigh, I'm getting old and have no children to take care of me. It's so hard." "Ha ha, if you're free you can come over and chat with me." Zhuo Changlu laughed. "Then it's settled?" "Okay, it's settled." After dealing with Blind Hong carried a bag of jade of astral souls and staggered away. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Blind Hong's back and felt a little uncomfortable. He muttered, "He's so old that he can't even walk. He's also blind. How dare he carry so many jade of astral souls on the road? Isn't he afraid of being robbed?" Zhuo Changlu smiled and did not say anything. Uncle Nan, on the other hand, said, "Everyone has their own way of living and their own path. Maybe he has bodyguards waiting outside the door?" At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lu Jianxing. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone and was about to look at it when suddenly boom. Outside, in the distance, there was a violent explosion. The explosion came out of nowhere and the volume was even louder. It was deafening and the ground was unstable. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He threw his phone aside and rushed to the door. Uncle Nan and Zhuchanglu looked at each other and followed him to the door. Then, from the direction of the explosion, a long roar broke through the air. "Were you thief? Come out and fight." Zhuxiao's face was even more shocked. "That's Teacher Qin's voice." Then he turned around and said, "Dad, you and Uncle Nan stay in the shop. Don't move." Before his voice died away, he had already rushed out of the shop. He closed the door and locked it, directly locking Zhuchanglu and Uncle Nan in the shop. "It's better to hide in the reception room at the back." After shouting again, Zhuxiaoduo rushed into the distance. In the shop, the light suddenly dimmed. Uncle Nan looked at the door in a daze and said faintly, "Brother Zhua, your son is really good. I'm finally envious of him." Zhuchanglu smiled bitterly. "He looks good now. If he's naughty, I want to beat him 8 times a day. He's a little slippery, but this filial piety is the rarest." Uncle Nan said in a daze, "He can't bear to use your strength as a father. Such a son is really enviable." When the explosion happened, he reacted immediately and rushed to the door. "Isn't it because he's afraid that some debris will leak in?" That's good, that's good." Uncle Nan sighed and said, "If I can have such a child by accident, I also want to have an accident." Zhuchanglu smiled faintly. "You don't know how much effort it takes to raise such a little thing. It's like I owed him in my previous life." Uncle Nan squinted. "You don't sound like you're complaining. You sound like you're showing off." Uncle Nan bent down and picked up Zhuxiao's phone from the ground. He had just sent a message. The screen was still lit up. It was very conspicuous. "The people who blocked the road and wanted to kidnap you are a few people from the local Azure Dragon gang. The reason is that you beat up Zheng Dei from Class 1. Zheng Dei is the son of the Azure Dragon gang's boss, Zheng Daiqian. According to Zheng Dei's arrangement, they plan to break your legs." It was the message from the bearded Lu Jianxing. Uncle Nan was thoughtful. "Azure Dragon gang? Zheng Daiqian? 2 legs? TSK. Damn it. This name is good. I'm too embarrassed to give him such a good name. Now that I see this name, I feel like I'm going against it. Why is it so badass to want to break people's legs so easily?" Uncle Nan glanced at Zhuchanglu, turned off the screen of the phone quietly, and handed it to Zhuchanglu. "Your Xiao Duo's phone." Boom, looking for recommendation votes. The enemy's target was most likely the 5 students. It was also possible that they were coming for the 2 of them. The next moment, 4 figures quietly appeared in the air as if they were illusions. The moment the 4 of them appeared, they shuttled back and forth, changing their positions. Then they stood up and launched their attacks. A sword, a saber, a spear and 2 sledgehammers, each with a violent sound of breaking the air, attacked Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. 1 nascent soul, 3 elixir core. "Let me." Qin Fangyang shouted, "Don't move. Protect the students." Qin Fangyang brandished his long sword and 4 Qin Fangyangs appeared on the spot. 1 on each side, they faced the 4 attackers. As the 4 Qin Fangyangs brandished their long swords, dazzling sword light blossomed. Their sword moves were all different, but they were all real and not fake. Qin Fangyang, the legendary 5-direction sword, is indeed extraordinary. On the opposite side, a sinister voice sounded. Qin Fangyang was fighting 1 against 4, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. The 4 figures were all in a solid state and were not inferior to the 4 perfected beings. Whoosh! Another gray figure appeared silently from the side. Qin Fangyang's sword light suddenly expanded. From the vast sword light, another Qin Fangyang walked out and faced the enemy. Now the 5-direction doppelgangers have appeared. "Qin Fangyang, what else do you have?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the first few waves of enemies, another 6 people in gray robes appeared. Each of them held a weapon and rushed over while shouting. Another nascent soul is leading the team. Qin Fangyang's heart was filled with rage. After a long roar, his long sword flipped and the sword light exploded. The 5-direction doppelgangers that were originally fighting on their own suddenly converged and then brandished in 5 directions. At the same time, Li Changjiang, who was behind Qin Fangyang, pulled out 2 swords from his waist and held them in his hands, shining with cold light. "You guys are probably too ignorant and inexperienced. In a school, the principal is the strongest existence." The 2 swords shone with cold light and intercepted the 6 enemies that had just appeared. Under the flickering sword light, the 6 people were forced to the same direction. Only then did they feel at ease and started to fight. Zuoxiao Duo had already arrived at the left side. However, after taking a closer look at the situation, he tiptoed to the side. The battle in front of him was a battle between experts. If he went up now, he would only cause trouble and distract Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. He wouldn't be of any help at all. It was better to hide first and see if he could do something later. Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang each occupied one side and joined forces to deal with the 11 people in gray. Although they were outnumbered, they still didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. This was especially so for Qin Fangyang's side. The 5 silhouettes formed from the 5-element sword technique moved around like they were weaving through flowers and trees. Each sword was like a firework during a festival, constantly releasing and spreading out, pressuring the 5 enemies to the point that they were almost unable to catch their breath. Teacher Qin is so strong. Zuoxiao Duo didn't dare to take a breath. Alas, I thought I was already a strong person after breaking through the martial master level. Now it seems that I'm still a little. The 5 students were protected in the middle by Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. They stood back to back in a circle. Although there was fear on their faces, they all took out their weapons and were vigilant, ready to fight at any time. Teacher Qin, hurry up and get rid of this group of people. They must have an ambush. We have to guard against their sneak attack. Li Changjiang shouted. All right. Qin Fangyang let out a long whistle. The sword light of his long sword blazed again and its power increased. The 5 people opposite him felt the pressure multiplying and were increasingly unable to withstand it. Li Changjiang took advantage of the situation and moved. His attacks were also explosive, forcing the 6 people opposite him to take a few steps back. Then he took 2 steps back and whispered to the 5 students behind him. When Teacher Qin shows his power and opens up an opening, don't act rashly. Just stay together. When that happens, I will sweep you all up and rush out together. The 5 students nodded nervously. On the other side, Qin Fangyang let out a short shout, and the enormous sword light appeared again with an irresistible momentum. The gray-robed man opposite him was immediately pierced through the chest by his sword, and blood spurted out as Qin Fangyang kicked him flying. After killing the enemy with one sword, the 5 figures that Qin Fangyang had split into were even more ferocious. They were like 5 huge mountains, firmly suppressing the remaining 4 people. The 4 people were barely able to hold on. Qin Fangyang suddenly withdrew his strength and withdrew. The sword rain that was like a tidal wave changed direction and blasted towards the 6 people that Li Changjiang was facing. Then he turned around and the sword light rose again, fiercely attacking the 4 people. Li Changjiang's 6 people were suddenly attacked. Their formation was immediately messed up. They were afraid that Li Changjiang would take advantage of this opportunity and could only retreat. Li Changjiang took advantage of this gap and immediately escaped. With a long whistle, the sword light spread out like a cattail leaf fan and swept up the 5 students. At the same time, Qin Fangyang had completely suppressed the 4 people that he was facing. The enemies were completely unable to do anything to Li Changjiang. They saw Li Changjiang sweep up the 5 students and rush out of the opening. Go! Qin Fangyang shouted. Qin Fangyang's sword light flashed continuously, and the 4 doppelgangers rushed out together with Li Changjiang. However, he still left behind one doppelganger to hold the long sword and block the 10 people from the other side. Buff, buff. Even though the doppelganger was hit repeatedly, it still did not retreat half a step. Seeing that it could not stop them, the doppelganger actually self-detonated along with the sword light, using the most extreme method to stop the other party from chasing after them. After a loud bang, the 10 people on the other side all turned pale. Obviously, they were seriously injured by the self-detonation of Qin Fangyang's doppelganger. At this time, Qin Fangyang's other doppelgangers that were following behind Li Changjiang had all been retracted. However, a trace of red flashed across his face, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the self-detonation of the doppelganger just now also caused Qin Fangyang to be seriously injured. However, everyone had rushed out after all. However, at this moment, there was another explosion in a shop next to them. Then, countless dense flying needles as thin as cow's hair suddenly covered the sky above the place where Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang were standing. The way forward was immediately cut off. And at the same time as the rainstorm of needles came, a strange sound was also heard. It was accompanied by a strange melody. It was accompanied by an inexplicable power. Fight, fight, fight. One spear and one sword, break through the mountain pass, sprinkle my hot blood, advance courageously. The eyes of the 5 students behind Li Changjiang suddenly turned red. That the combat power that appeared here was a little high, nascent soul and elixir essence. However, if the number of people who appeared was too low, Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang would not be able to write. I can only think of a way to increase the number of people who appeared. I have put in so much effort, so please recommend me. Chapter 71. They are from the army destroyer. Qin Fangyang shouted. How dare they sneak into the astral souls? Are they not afraid of death? Li Changjiang brandished the two swords in his hands again and again. His movements were airtight, protecting the students behind him. Headmaster Li was confident that even if the number of needles was twice as dense, they would not be able to break through his defense. The students would be safe. However, at this moment something unexpected happened. Zuo Duo, who was less than 10 meters away, widened his eyes. As far as the eye could see, the 5 students behind Li Changjiang all pulled out their weapons and fiercely stabbed at Li Changjiang's back. With a soft puff, the sword closest to Li Changjiang fiercely pierced into his back. However, Li Changjiang's cultivation level was still high. The moment the tip of the sword entered his body, he reacted immediately. His spiritual energy flowed back and sealed the injured part of his muscles. That student's strength was far inferior to Li Changjiang's. Even though he had caught Li Changjiang off guard and managed to land a hit, he was unable to further increase the outcome of the battle. At most, it could only be considered as a flesh wound that was neither light nor heavy. As for the other 4 weapons, as he turned and dodged, they brushed past his back, leaving 4 deep bloody marks on his back. Although the injury was not serious, Li Changjiang looked at his students in disbelief. However, he immediately understood. The students did not betray him. Their minds were controlled. It is indeed the army destroyer's bewitchment. When he turned around, the tight defense of the 2 swords disappeared. However, the needles in the air were still coming at him rapidly. Qin Fangyang saw this scene and waved his sword with all his might. He shouted, "Headmaster!" Teacher Qin naturally wanted to turn around and rush over to help Li Changjiang, but the 10 people had turned around and entangled him. The explosion of the doppelganger just now had also greatly damaged his vitality. For a moment he could not even move half a step. Puff, puff, puffed out as countless needles stabbed into Li Changjiang's body. Li Changjiang let out a long scream. He waved his hands but still managed to block all the needles that were shot at the students. I'm the head of a school. In front of me no one can hurt my students. This was Second High's tradition. As long as the teacher was still alive, the students would be safe. Fight. A devilish figure suddenly appeared in the shop. His body was shrouded in black fog. His figure flashed rapidly as if he had appeared out of thin air. In just one step he was already behind Li Changjiang. The long saber in his hand slashed down mercilessly. That was a strike that would kill with a single strike, aiming to cut off his head and end his life. This person's cultivation was obviously much stronger than the previous 11 people. His movement technique was much faster, and his attacks were swift and fierce, filled with the intent to kill. Li Changjiang was protecting the students and the door behind him was wide open. Qin Fangyang's heart was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't rush over. He was firmly entangled by those 10 people. A one-hit kill. Zuo Duo saw such a shocking turn of events. He was so anxious that smoke came out of his head. He couldn't care about anything else. He casually took out the thing in his hand and threw it out with all his strength. I must bring some hidden weapons with me in the future, just in case. Zuo Duo's heart was filled with indescribable regret. At the critical moment he realized that not only did he not bring any hidden weapons, he didn't even have a weapon. From head to toe, he only had the small blood-red flying dagger that Uncle Nan had just given him. However, in this dangerous situation he couldn't give up on any help, any hope. Even if it was a straw, he had to grab it. What if he succeeded in saving his life? As soon as the flying dagger was thrown out, the originally hidden blood-red color flashed with a mysterious blood-red light. It actually made a woo sound. It suddenly rushed out and disappeared in a flash. The speed of its movement was far beyond Zuo Duo's imagination. That person's killing intent was already formed. When he was about to swing his dagger to kill Li Changjiang, he suddenly saw a red light coming rapidly from the corner of his eye. However, the red light was just a flash and its momentum was even weaker. It was just like an ordinary martial artist's attack. With this person's cultivation, he didn't care about such a small thing. He casually grabbed it with his left hand, and the killing intent of the dagger in his right hand didn't change. At this moment, the most important thing was to kill Li Changjiang. Everything else was secondary. Their target was never the students, but Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang. As long as the two of them died, this hidden danger would come to an end. The rest of them would be mediocre. What else could they do? However, the left hand that was blocking the red light suddenly felt a sharp pain. His palm was penetrated in an instant. The moment a sharp pain came, the smooth star power around his body was suddenly cut off, and a part of it was lost. The killing move that was originally at the peak and even his right hand were all stagnant. In a battle between experts, the difference of a hair's breadth could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Just this momentary difference was already the difference between life and death. Li Changjiang struggled to hold on, his dagger swiftly swept back, and with a block and a horizontal block, he narrowly blocked the life-threatening long saber. With a loud bang, Li Changjiang's entire body was pressed to the ground. However, if it wasn't for that sudden accident, Li Changjiang would never be able to block this fatal dagger in his current state of serious injury. That person turned his head to look at his left hand in surprise. He saw a small and exquisite blood-red flying dagger. After piercing his left hand, its momentum was slightly weakened. It was still flying gracefully and was about to pass in front of his eyes. That person saw very clearly that it was this small flying dagger that had pierced his palm. However, its momentum had been exhausted, and it didn't have any more lethality. This time he really only needed to casually grab it and he could catch it. Looking at it from such a close distance, the flying dagger was exquisite, delicate, and exquisite. The flying dagger itself was not only as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was also almost transparent. The most dazzling thing was that the flying dagger seemed to be wrapped in a layer of blood-red smoke. Such a wonderful thing, it was obviously a good thing. Not to mention that it was extremely sharp. It could be called a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Such a treasure was close at hand and could be easily obtained. However, the moment this person saw this small flying dagger at such a close distance, the look in his eyes suddenly changed into a state of shock that was close to madness. He shouted, "No! No, no, no!" Then he completely lost his composure. He sat down on the ground and with his two legs he stepped back more than 10 meters. His eyes were full of horror. The flying dagger was light and gentle. It flew in the air and finally, its strength was exhausted. It fell from the air and gently inserted into the ground. Only the tip of the dagger was inserted into the road. The thin body of the dagger swayed weakly in the air. At this moment, everyone's movements stopped. Li Changjiang took the opportunity to support his heavily injured body and knocked the 5 students unconscious. He joined forces with Qin Fangyang. At this moment he was also shocked and confused. What the hell is going on? Everyone was waiting for this mysterious expert to appear. Who threw the flying dagger? After a while, there was no abnormality. No one appeared. The last person to appear in gray slowly stood up. Looking around, his legs were still trembling. He lowered his head to look at his left hand. It had only been pierced by the flying dagger, and it was completely dried up. He stood there trembling as if he was waiting for something. After a long time there was no movement. He suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. Then with a pale face he shouted in a low voice, "Go! Go quickly!" The other party kept the corpse of the person killed by Qin Fangyang and hurriedly left. In just a moment they disappeared into the distance. The way they escaped was extremely embarrassing. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were rolling and crawling. It was as if there was an evil spirit chasing after them. Li Changjiang's heart was filled with bewilderment. Other than the feeling of escaping from death, there was also an inexplicable confusion. The last expert to appear just now had a higher cultivation level than the two of them. He also had the advantage of a sneak attack. Li Changjiang, who bore the brunt of the attack, was seriously injured. There was no way he could escape. There was also Qin Fangyang, who was tightly entangled by the 10 opponents. If they had waited for that expert to kill Li Changjiang and then come to encircle and annihilate them, they would have died without a doubt. The moment that expert made his move, the two of them already knew that death was imminent and that there was no chance of survival. However, the tables had turned in an instant and they had actually escaped just like that. The two of them gasped for breath. It was not just the feeling of escaping from death. It was really complicated and indescribable. And the biggest doubt was, whose flying dagger was it? Qin Fangyang looked at the flying dagger on the ground. His eyes were filled with inexplicable shock and respect. But when he saw that no one appeared, he immediately put away his emotions. The shrill siren sounded. The inspection had finally arrived. Zhuo Duo ran over, panting. Teacher Qin, principal, are you okay? He bent down to pick up the flying dagger, put it into a small leather sheath and put it in his pocket. Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang's 4 eyeballs popped out at the same time. Your flying dagger? Was it you who threw the dagger just now? Who else could it be? Zhou Xiaoduo did not realize the key point at this moment, so he answered casually. He was also at the last moment. He really did not think about anything and subconsciously threw the flying dagger. After throwing it out, he realized that with his strength, it seemed that he could not help at all. This action would only expose himself. Therefore, after he threw the flying dagger, he immediately shrank back and squeezed into the roadside garbage dump. He only popped his head out to check the situation when he heard no sound. He did not know what happened next. It's great that you are okay. Principal, your injury is quite serious. It is more important to treat it first. Li Changjiang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with an extremely complicated expression. He was speechless for a long time. Qin Fangyang's expression was also extremely complicated. Li Changjiang did not know that flying dagger. But he knew that it was only that flying dagger that made such a powerful enemy retreat. There must be another reason behind it. If it was not for the origin of this flying dagger, how could that master lose his composure like that? And Qin Fangyang obviously knew. But because he knew, he was even more shocked. This flying dagger. Why was it in Zhou Xiao's hands? A small flying dagger, fly. Countless recommendation votes, come. Chapter 72. My injuries are still okay. Li Changjiang resisted the pain with great difficulty. Qin Fangyang had already begun to quickly deal with the needles on his body. In that instant just now, there were no less than 40 to 50 oxhair needles that fell on Li Changjiang's body. Fortunately, the instant Li Changjiang was hit by the needles, he forcefully circulated his vital qi to resist. In the end, the needles didn't drill into his body. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. But even so, his injuries were already not light. Qin Fangyang picked out the needles in one breath, confirming over and over again that there were no omissions. These students. They didn't mean it. They should have been bewitched by some strange technique. Li Changjiang sighed and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, it's confirmed now without a doubt. Li Changjiang's expression was simply heavy to the extreme. Yes. Qin Fangyang nodded. Li Changjiang sighed deeply, his expression even more ashen. In all fairness, the heavy injuries on his body right now weren't as big of a blow to him as this matter itself. He knew better than anyone how big of a storm this matter would cause and how many people it would implicate. This was hard to imagine. The sound of rushing air echoed. The city guards had actually arrived before the inspectors. After all, the inspectors had no use in this kind of cultivator matter. Then more than a dozen media companies' vehicles drove over. A few reporters rushed over with microphones in their hands. You guys leave first. Just go to the city guard office and report after you're done. The city guard officer had a headache. We'll deal with the reporters. Borrowing the city guard's car, Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang took the 5 students and hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaoduo, quickly go home. Thanks a lot for today. The Crystal Pass? Yes. Although it's already confirmed, we still need evidence to speak to the higher-ups. Your injuries? No matter. Let's deal with this matter first. You don't need to accompany me to the Crystal Pass. Go back right now and control Mu Yunfeng. I'll go to the Crystal Pass myself. Okay. But there's a big chance that it's already too late. We still have to do our best. By the way, Headmaster Li, don't tell anyone about the flying knife. Li Changjiang's expression froze. You know, there are too many implications. Anyway, don't tell anyone. I'll explain it to you in detail when we're settled. Qin Fangyang flew over. Li Changjiang looked at Qin Fangyang's back, feeling somewhat perplexed. He murmured, according to Mr. Qin's resume, he had fought in the Sun and Moon Pass for many years and had military achievements. However, we couldn't find out his real identity during the war. He knows this flying knife. Could it be that a big shot in the army gave it to Zhou Xiaoduo? If that's the case, this Zhou Xiaoduo. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it and brought his students to the Crystal Gate. From this moment on, the assassination incident had completely fermented. The entire Phoenix City was shocked. Because the UMNO Alliance's strength was too strong. In the entire Phoenix City, the number of soul transformation experts could be counted on one's fingers. Even core origin stage grandmasters were rare. And this time, just to assassinate Li Changjiang, they actually sent out 3 soul transformation experts. 9 core origin stage cultivators. This kind of strength was simply appalling. Then were there any hidden forces? This was something that didn't even need to be thought about. Who would use all their trump cards at once? When Phoenix City's governor Wan Pingyuan heard this news, his face instantly turned pale. Just to assassinate Li Changjiang and Qin Fangyang, they sent out this kind of strength. What? They hadn't shown their strength for so many years. Why did they send out such a big force this time? What were they trying to hide? It was simply terrifying to think about. Thinking of what were they trying to hide, Governor Wan's face was simply whiter than snow. He immediately picked up the phone. Phoenix City requesting help. With his current strength, he was afraid that he couldn't handle it. What Governor Wan didn't expect was that an even bigger wave that he couldn't bear had already rushed over. The call from the Crystal Gate was from Li Changjiang. After Li Changjiang reported, Governor Wan's whole body went limp. There was Army Destroyer in second high, a student's soul was bewitched, and the suspected teacher had escaped, and this teacher had taught for 9 years. He suspected that there were more hidden forces. Big case. Super big case. A big case that was enough to affect the entire Central Plains. This is going to turn the sky upside down. The entire governor's mansion heard Governor Wan's roar of grief and indignation. Contact all departments immediately. Order the experts of the governor's mansion to go to second high immediately and control everyone. Only enter, not leave. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of second high. Immediately. Immediately. Quickly. When Zhou Xiaoduo returned, the shop's door had already reopened. Dad Zhou Changlu and Uncle Nan were standing at the door. Aoyo, our little hero is back. Uncle Nan laughed and teased. Zhou Xiaoduo blushed, which was rare. I just went to throw a knife. I didn't do anything else and I was so scared that I hid in the garbage. So embarrassing. No one should have seen it, right? Forget it, as long as Dad and Uncle Nan didn't see it, it's fine. Let's go. Zhou Changlu closed the shop and said, buy some wine and food. Let's go home and drink. Okay. Uncle Nan was also very excited. Zhou Xiaoduo realized that his big heart was mostly inherited from his dad. Such a big thing had happened, but his dad didn't care at all. He was still in the mood to buy food and drink. His dad's willpower was quite impressive. Zhou Xiaoduo carried the vegetables he had bought and rushed back as fast as he could. Well, rather than saying that he was rushing back, it was more accurate to say that he was chased back. Zhou Changlu and Uncle Nan walked side by side saying that they were going to buy again. That was probably what they said. But Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he could completely understand. Men, especially brothers who haven't seen each other for a long time, need space to talk. It's only reasonable that they chased me away. I'm just a third wheel now. Zhou Xiaoduo thought that he was very understanding. While he was still on the way, the phone had already been dialed. Nian Nian. Yes. Sister, come back quickly. What's the matter? We have guests at our house. Dad wants to treat them. He set up a banquet at home to entertain them and bought a lot of delicious food. Are you still dreaming? Our dad? Treat? Have you seen him? If you want to eat delicious food, just say it. I can still afford 1 or 2 meals. It's real this time. If you lie, you'll be snot. Really? Really? You must come back. He hung up the phone. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel strange. Was he really going to treat them? What was going on? Zhou Xiaoyan, almost at the speed of light, took care of the things at hand and returned home. How rare. There was actually a day when her dad would treat her. As his biological daughter, she must take a good look at it. For so many years, not even a mosquito had flown into their house, let alone a person. This treat made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan excited. Zhou Xiaoduo stepped into the house first. Wu Yuding was busy in the kitchen. At this time, she had already prepared a few dishes to be stir-fried. When she heard the door open, she didn't raise her head. Is it Doggy or Kitty? Mom, it's me, Doggy. You're back just in time. I need your help with something. Wu Yuding continued to give out orders in an orderly manner without stopping. Doggy, pick this dish. Wash that dish. Soak that 1,000 mountain bamboo shoots. Peel 5 or 6 heads of garlic and smash them into garlic paste. Heat up the wine. Your Uncle Nan likes to drink hot wine. The wine is under your dad's desk. Take out the black jar. There are 4.5 jars in total. Heat up the half jar first. Remember to boil a pot of hot water. Zhou Xiaoduo worked without stopping. He stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail like a hard-working pug. The door opened. Zhou Xiaoyan came back. Mom, is Dad really going to treat us? Who is so important? He broke our family tradition of not having anyone enter our house for 18 years. Wu Yuding ignored her. Zhuxiaoyan came to Zhuxiaoduo's side. Hey doggy, are you working? You're so diligent. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Do it. I'll watch you do it. Good luck. However, Zhuxiaoyan didn't just watch. While watching Zhuxiaoduo work, she kept harassing him. She pulled Zhuxiaoduo's hair, twisted his ears, pinched his nose, scratched his armpits, hit his scalp, and kicked his butt. That Zhuxiaoduo resigned himself to it. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. This fully reflected the lowly nature of his family status. In the end, Wu Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. She scolded, Zhuxiaoyan, you wretched girl. When are you going to stop bullying my son? Zhuxiaoyan smiled shamelessly. Mom, I plan to bully your son for the rest of his life. Is that okay? Hee hee hee. You're crazy. Wu Yuding turned her head. Zhuxiaoyan, you look like you have nothing better to do. Zhuxiaoyan was terrified when she heard her mother's tone. She said pitifully, Mom, I was injured during the practice today. My leg hurts. She didn't dare to harass Zhuxiaoduo anymore. She tried her best to put on an injured look and quickly slipped away. Before she left, she didn't forget to grab a piece of grilled sausage from the plate and throw it into her mouth. She pouted and limped to the side of the sofa. Her whole body collapsed. Then she chewed the sausage. There's nothing I can do. Wu Yuding glanced at her son, who was working hard. Then she looked at her daughter, who was paralyzed on the sofa. She couldn't help but sigh. Son, your life is over. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded. On the other side, Zhuxiaoyan felt that the previous limelight had passed. She stopped crying and pretending to be in pain. She took out her phone and started to play with it. Her leg, which was limping because of the pain, was now raised and swinging. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes in his heart. With such an image, if her suitors knew about it, they would all run away faster than the other. Can you believe it? Can you imagine it? The legendary ice snow goddess is actually like this in private? She's comparable to the foot-digging man for a while. The doorbell rang. Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly looked over. Zhuxiaoyan stood up with a whoosh, and a cloud of spiritual energy rose from her body. But in the blink of an eye, she became spotless again, slim and graceful, and even her hair was smooth and smooth. Coupled with her unparalleled beauty and gentle temperament, she was already one of the most beautiful women in the world just by standing there. Zhu Changlu and Uncle Nan walked in side by side. Speaking of which, the 10th anniversary event is about to start. Please follow me if you haven't followed my Weixin public account. Open my Weixin subscription account and search for Wind Rides the World. So please recommend me. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.